Chapter 849. Upon seeing Leonard Mitchell, Klein's back muscles instantly stiffened. He tensed up like a bowstring that had been pulled to its limits, ready to snap at any moment. He remembered very clearly that his poet had a marauder pathway angel, Palez Zoroast, parasitizing him. He was able to sense his uniqueness and see through his disguise. If that grandpa were to inform Leonard of the problem with the keeper in front of him, it would be troublesome. I can only hope that my poet is afraid of exposing his secret and will feign ignorance. Back in Tingen, although he always said that everyone had their own secrets and that there was no need to mind it, that was only when it wasn't directed at the church. Who knows if he would suddenly have a sense of justice and decide to be loyal to his duty, taking the risk to expose me. After all, this is very similar to the matter with Zangwill. At that instant, Klein's forehead nearly broke out into a cold sweat. To be frank, he didn't expect to encounter Leonard while heading to Channy's Gate. This was because he was already a Red Glove and not an ordinary Nighthawk. He didn't need to be on duty, and he shouldn't be underground at this time. However, Klein immediately thought of a key point. The one who could sense his uniqueness was Palez Zoroast, not Leonard Mitchell. The former's attitude was more important. This grandpa knows that I know of his existence. Once he sees through my disguise and puts me in danger, he has to be prepared to be exposed by me. When that happens, there will definitely be mutual harm, with no benefits for anyone. And for an angel of the marauder pathway who doesn't believe in the goddess, there's no need for that at all. If I were him, I would pretend that nothing had happened and not warn Leonard Mitchell. I wouldn't place my safety in the hands of my host. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Klein regained his composure and walked towards the red-gloved Leonard Mitchell. Leonard looked indifferently at the keeper with sparse, white hair. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and cover his mouth as he yawned. He's not sleeping at night and has nothing to do, so he went to the duty room to play cards? What a standard sleepless. Klein roughly understood why this red-glove poet would appear here. He recalled the reactions of the keepers when they encountered the Nighthawks back in Tingen City. He silently nodded at Leonard and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion with his right index and middle finger, as though he was drawing a full moon. Leonard responded with the same action. Without noticing anything, he passed by the keeper with loose skin and large nose and proceeded straight ahead. Klein exhaled silently. He maintained his previous pace and stride until he reached his destination. The iron-black double doors were heavy and cold, engraved with 7 sacred emblems, as if nothing could shake them. Klein turned his body sideways, took 2 steps diagonally, and knocked on the door of the guard room. Under the witness of the Nighthawks on duty, he opened Channy's Gate. The deep darkness inside immediately surged. Even though there were silver candles with engraved patterns burning silently inside, they couldn't dispel the feeling. Instead, the ghostly blue flames deepened the deathly stillness. At the same time, Klein felt an invisible object scrape past his skin in the darkness. It penetrated deep into his body, passing through the boundary between reality and illusion, and connected to Wraith Senior. Suddenly, he saw the black threads that filled the entire area behind Channy's Gate without activating his spirit vision. They swayed gently, clumped together, or extended, as though a lady was stretching her hair, or some strange creature was waving its tentacles. Klein walked forward with an indifferent expression and entered the sealed land. Then, he turned around and closed Channy's Gate. At that moment, the sounds of the outside world seemed to be completely isolated. The silence inside was like a kingdom of the dead. It made one involuntarily connect the dots and feel fear. This reminded Klein of his childhood. Even if he didn't listen to ghost stories, he would occasionally lie on his tiny bed and stare into the darkness, not daring to sleep. It's no wonder the goddess has the title of Empress of Terror. Klein cast his gaze to the side, picked up the lantern in the corner, and lit it up with great familiarity. Faint yellow light immediately poured out, tainted by a ghostly blue tint. Draped in a black clergyman's robe, Klein wasn't in a hurry to head underground to the 2nd level to search for the Antigonus family's notebook. Instead, he stayed behind the door and waited patiently. This was to prevent the Nighthawks from urgently needing something but being unable to retrieve it at night. All they could do was wait until daybreak. According to his experience, The first 5 minutes after a keeper entered Channy's gate was the period of time where they were most easily disturbed. As long as they could survive it, and as long as no accidents happened in between, the normal retrieval of materials could only wait until 8 o'clock. It was also the standard working hours for the Nighthawks and civilian staff. In other words, once Klein lasted the first 5 minutes, he wouldn't be disturbed by the Nighthawks for the next 2 hours. Of course, there wasn't that much time for him to take action. The Church of Evernights Cathedral opened at 8, and the servants would wake up at least an hour and a half ahead of time. After 6:30, the other servants might discover that their companions were missing. Time ticked by as Klein's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. He felt that the 5 minutes were torturous. Finally, he cast his gaze at the stone staircase deep in the darkness. It was the passageway that led to the second level. At that moment, there was no one who could restrain him. At this point, Klein felt that he had already overcome 70% of the difficulty. The remaining 30% was mainly how to leave after he succeeded. Of course, there was always a chance for all sorts of accidents to happen. Klein didn't let his guard down. With the lantern in hand, he walked towards the stone staircase. To other Beyonders, the first level behind Channy's gate was actually more attractive than sealed artifacts. There were all sorts of Beyonder ingredients, potion formulas, and secret knowledge stored here. There were even captured cultists and unaffiliated Beyonders locked up. Be it to get rich or to rescue their companions, all they needed to do was to move around here. However, Klein had to venture deeper and head for the place where the dangerous items were sealed. When he passed by a few tightly locked stone chambers, he clearly sensed that there were people inside. However, they didn't make a ruckus, roar, beg for mercy, or cry for help. All of them were quietly lying or sitting, and their auras had already turned cold. The lantern's light flickered, illuminating the staircase that led downwards. Klein retracted his attention and steadily walked deeper underground. He didn't run, afraid that he would trigger an extreme reaction from the seal's core. The darkness grew thicker, and the eerie blue light from the elegant candlesticks on both sides grew weaker. It gave him the illusion that they were about to be extinguished, and when that happened, the pure darkness might bring about an unimaginable and terrifying change. Klein endured this instinctive fear and finally finished walking down the staircase, arriving at the second level underground. With his Wraith's night vision, Klein discovered that there were strange walls made of steel, bricks, mud, and silver. They were separated into different areas. Some areas were open, while others were tightly shut. Each of them had a sealed artifact. With the lantern in hand, he turned left. Klein's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a burning flame and bright red coal and charcoal. The area was in a half-open state. Inside, there was a bathtub-shaped object made of steel. The bottom was hollowed out and stuffed with anthracite, charcoal, and all sorts of combustibles. They kept burning, causing the steel bathtub to emit gurgling sounds. Water vapor emanated from it and gathered at the ceiling, condensing into liquid droplets that fell like rain. An item that needs to be submerged in hot water to be sealed. And the keepers have to periodically add charcoal to prevent the flames from extinguishing. If there's a sealed artifact that can constantly emit high temperatures, it can be combined to make the seal simpler. Klein glanced at the steel bathtub. Hoping that no accidents would disrupt his plans, he approached it and used a tool to add a portion of the coal that was piled outside into the fire. When he looked up, he swept his gaze through the corner of his eye and saw that there were silver metal items under the hot water in the steel bathtub. Together, they looked like a heavy full-body armor, and there were dark red bloodstains and red spots that couldn't be washed away. 142. The blood of an ancient god. It's now stored in the Beekland diocese for a long period of time. Klein had seen this sealed artifact before, and the corresponding information immediately surfaced in his mind. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he saw the unadorned silver helmet. The visor of the helmet had been pulled down, making it appear dark inside. At that moment, Klein felt a gaze penetrate through and cast at him. He shuddered and hurriedly took 2 steps back. His heart was beating quickly and chaotically. Not daring to size it up any further, Klein calmed his emotions and cast his gaze forward. He steadily took a step forward and left the area. After passing through a few sealed areas, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that something to his right was summoning him. Furthermore, it produced thumping sounds that resembled the expansion and contraction of a heart. Indeed, the Antigonus family's notebook has been waiting for me. Klein calmly confirmed his previous judgment. He followed the beckoning of the nothingness, changed directions, and approached it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he saw a room with a half-open stone door. It was dark inside, without any light. Under the illumination of the lantern, an empty bookshelf formed from white bones entered Klein's eyes. On it was an ancient notebook with a hard, pitch-black cover. It was the Antigonus family's notebook. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. An illusory voice drilled into Klein's ears, making him certain that he had found his target. Everything went smoothly, but Klein didn't dare to be careless or rash. He carefully entered the room and slowly approached, afraid that the measures to seal the Antigonus family's notebook would cause him harm. Therefore, when he closed the distance, a hand suddenly extended out from his chest. It was a hand with a dark red sleeve. It was Wraith Seigneur's hand. One of the rules of a marionettist was to use a marionette as much as possible. If anything were to happen, the marionette would bear the brunt of the problem. At that moment, there was a sudden thud from the door, as though someone had walked in. Klein's pupils dilated as he pounced at the bone bookshelf without any thought, allowing the marionette's hand to quickly grab the Antigonus family's notebook. At the same time, he reached his right palm into his pocket, about to open the iron cigar case and wear creeping hunger. He wanted to teleport away before the seal's core reacted. During this process, the scene at the door naturally surfaced in his mind. A hooded figure dressed in a classic robe stood there. Her face was beautiful, but it was expressionless. Her black eyes were deep, but they lacked any spirituality. The high-ranking member of the church who directly wiped out Mr. A and stopped the Great Smog of Beekland. Why is she hiding underground? This doesn't make sense. Just as Klein's horror surged, he instinctively lowered his head to look at his body. His body was like a pencil drawing that had been erased by an eraser. It was quickly erased, and before it touched the Antigonus family's notebook, it had completely vanished. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. I'll also thank Mr. Y for giving the true creator a birthday. Chapter 850. Before his mind went into a blackout state, 2 thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. How powerful. There's no way to resist it. I wonder if there's a chance of resurrection in such a manner. Just as his thoughts reverberated, Klein's vision turned pitch black. He lost all his senses, as though he had entered the deepest dreamless slumber. After an unknown period of time, the lightless and silent darkness suddenly shook. He vaguely felt something in his groggy state, believing that a cold wind was blowing at him. His thoughts slowly broke free from the stillness as Klein slowly opened his eyes. He saw fog above him. The crimson moon was hidden in it, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Did I revive again? Or did I enter the underworld? Even if it's the latter, the problem isn't too serious. I might even be able to get the skeleton messenger to help me contact Mr. Aztec. It's just that I'll have to become an undead creature or a spirit world creature in the future. Klein's thoughts were still a little heavy, as though someone had poured paste into his head. His thoughts involuntarily scattered. Gradually, he sensed his body and heard the sound of his heart beating. His mind quickly became clear. He believed that there was a high chance that he had been resurrected. Perhaps, he had even been thrown into the wilderness. Klein's joints cracked as he suddenly stood up. Without bothering to check his condition, he first observed his surroundings to confirm his surroundings. The first thing that entered his eyes was the surrounding fog and the deep and cold night. Not far away, there was a small town. The most eye-catching building in the town was a very ancient-styled, steepled cathedral. It was completely black in color and did not have a bell tower. There were pitch-black ravens circling the top of the cathedral. There were many buildings scattered around the cathedral. There were ordinary 2-story residences, simple wooden huts, bakeries with hanging signboards, and grayish-white mills powered by water wheels. However, there were no pedestrians. They seemed to have fallen asleep in the quiet and peaceful night. As a seer, Klein instantly found the town very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. After a brief moment of recollection, he recalled what it represented. This was the source of danger in the battlefield of the gods' ruins at night. After entering the easternmost region of the Sonya Sea, if anyone didn't sleep or enter the world of dreams when night fell, they would be discovered to have vanished without a trace when the sky lit up and noon arrived. Klein had once woken up from his dream because of the Saint of Darkness. He saw a mysterious and strange foggy town far away from the sea in a place shrouded in the night. He even suspected that all the living beings that had disappeared during the night of the Battle of the Gods had entered that place. Now, he was here, standing less than 100 meters away from the foggy town. Something to do with the night. The target would disappear, as if they were erased. The power of the higher-ups of the church was not to directly obliterate the enemy, but to send them here. Did the creatures that went missing in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods encounter something similar? But it's said that divination is unable to determine their whereabouts. It can only be interpreted that they might still be alive. Of course, it's also possible that I can be resurrected, which is why I'm here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein retracted his gaze and used his clown powers to observe his condition. He had already transformed back into Klein Moretti, but he was still wearing the black clergyman robe of the keepers. There were no signs of damage on his body. Having experienced all sorts of things, Klein quickly calmed down. He reached his right hand into his pocket and opened the iron cigar case. He took out the human-skinned glove that was folded inside and wore it on his left hand. After confirming that creeping hunger could still be used, Klein picked up Aztec's copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew at it. However, he quickly activated his spirit vision, but the skeleton messenger didn't appear. Klein wasn't too surprised by this situation. Instead, he felt that it was normal. After all, the people who had disappeared during the night of the Battle of the Gods in the easternmost region of the Sonya Sea had yet to be found. After all, over the years, there was no lack of Beyonders who could summon messengers, such as members of the charismatic order. This place is directly isolated from the spirit world. From the looks of it, traveling won't work. As expected of a member of the upper echelons sent by the church to deal with the great smog of Backlund. By sending a target here, it's equivalent to eternal exile and imprisonment. It's impossible to contact the outside world using ordinary methods. Escaping from here is even difficult for a saint. Klein didn't panic as he was rather confident. He immediately placed Aztec's copper whistle back into the iron cigar case and prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise. He wanted to use the method above the grey fog to break the imprisonment of the foggy town. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein spoke one sentence at a time as he quickly completed the ritual. However, he didn't hear the familiar crazy ravings, nor did he see the endless grayish-white fog spreading in front of him. Klein's pupils constricted as he fell into a daze for a few seconds. This place could actually isolate his connection with the mysterious space above the grey fog. This made it impossible for him to use his greatest trump card. In the past, Klein had relied on his ability to head above the grey fog to escape many dangers. But now, this method had failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Phew, it feels like a cheat has been sealed. Klein lampooned to ease his tense emotions. Based on his mysticism knowledge, he suspected that the foggy town in front of him was likely related to a true god. This was the only way to explain the problem of not being able to head above the grey fog. This place has a close connection with the Evernight, and I was sent here after encountering a high-ranking member of the church. Could it be a prison personally created by the goddess? It's possible that she is the mother of concealment. Perhaps she can directly turn people and objects into a concealed state, making it impossible for anyone in the real world to ever find them. Klein thought seriously for a moment and decisively decided to enter the foggy town to explore. This was because it was the most likely place to hide the way to leave. At this point, he no longer thought about whether he could summon Taro in time. Of course, there was no need to worry about this problem for the time being. He had already cancelled this week's tarot ahead of time. As the operation to steal the Antigonus family's notebook was rather dangerous and filled with variables, Klein suspected that he might die once and might not be able to revive in time today. Therefore, he decided to find a passable reason to let everyone prepare for another week. After making up his mind, Klein immediately made the wraith in his body appear beside him. This marionette was already in an extremely bad state. The deathly cold aura seemed corporeal, making the control of his spirit body threads somewhat sluggish. Thankfully, I can barely use it for a few days. Also, Mr. A was wiped away by that high-ranking member of the church. Perhaps he's living somewhere nearby. I have to be careful of him, who's practically a lunatic. Klein transformed into German Sparrow and made Admiral of Blood Senior walk in front as he walked towards the foggy town. He followed the principles of a marionettist that he had concluded and lagged behind, keeping a distance of at least 110 meters. After this period of digesting, the limit of Klein's marionette control had been raised to 120 meters. The time needed to use spirit body threads to gain initial control over a target and completely transform into a marionette had also been shortened. If he were to face an enemy with a spirit body of the same level, it would take 16 seconds, while the other would take 4 minutes. In the silent world of fog, Senor, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, didn't take long to enter the strange and mysterious town. In the town, many houses' doors were still open, as though they were welcoming guests from a foreign land. With his marionette's vision, Klein saw that there was a half-eaten piece of white bread, a glass cup of red wine, and messy silver cutlery on the table inside. It looked like someone was enjoying dinner, but there was no one there. The owners of the different houses seemed to have suddenly evaporated from life. Evaporated. This word suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he hurriedly made Senor cast his gaze at the greyish-white mill. In the mill, the stone mill was still spinning silently with the help of the wind, but there was no flour produced. There was a lot of flour scattered on the ground. This scene is a little familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Klein frowned bit by bit. As he relied on his marionette, he continued observing the environment as he carefully recalled similar situations. Just as he was wondering if he should use dream divination to ask his spirituality, the corresponding answer was finally found. A similar scene appeared in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. According to historical records, the furnishings and decorations in the buildings were all preserved perfectly. The murals weren't damaged either. There were many dining plates on the tables, and there were signs of rotting. In some of the rooms, there were half-filled bottles of wine that had almost turned to water. The discoverer mentioned that when he first saw such a scene, he even believed that the residents had instantly evaporated. This foggy town is related to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range? It can't be. After going around in circles, I encountered it again. The muscles on Klein's face couldn't help but twitch. He was momentarily unwilling to believe the thoughts in his mind. Of course, just the similarity of the scene wasn't enough for him to make such a judgment. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein forced himself to calm down. He continued controlling Wraith Senor and made him head deep into the foggy town. At this moment, he heard light footsteps. Klein's heart tightened as he hurriedly hid inside the mill. At the same time, he made his marionette stop. In just a few seconds, Wraith Senor saw a woman walk out from a nearby alley. This woman was dressed in a pure white robe. Her hair was loosely tied up, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her looks were extremely beautiful. P.S. Last month's first update. Seeking monthly votes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 851. In the dark town shrouded in fog, the woman who walked out of the alley seemed to be out of place in the environment. She was holy, dignified, and untainted by dust. She had bright and radiant looks that made one's eyes light up. And her simple white robe and loosely tied-up hair added a reserved and languid bearing to her. Even though Klein was looking at her through his marionette's eyes, he couldn't help but imagine how such a lady would behave in bed. He wondered if she had a different charm when pleading. At this moment, a tyrannical desire arose in his heart. He wanted to shatter that holiness and destroy that restraint. Don't tell me she's a demoness. Klein instinctively bared his teeth as the corners of his mouth twitched. The beautiful and holy woman also noticed Wraith Senor. She was first taken aback before she revealed a smile and said with a clear, pleasant voice, "That's right, Wraith." She said with a clear and pleasant voice, "Senor, when were you made into a puppet? If it wasn't for you being corrupted by the powers of Evernight, I wouldn't have been able to tell." She appeared to be speaking to Senor, but in fact, she was communicating with the mastermind through her marionette. Sigh, there's no way to hide that cold and dead aura. It can't fool beyond us of a higher level. I was still thinking of hiding somewhere without anyone noticing and using Admiral of Blood Senor to make contact with her. That way, I can ensure my own safety to the greatest extent. This place isolates the Grey Fog's powers. If I were to really die, I probably won't be able to revive. Klein hid inside the grayish-white mill as he made his marionette speak in a hoarse voice. If you can get out, you can easily know that I began serving Master more than a month ago. He replied with Admiral of Blood's tone and experience, as though he was still alive. This was the acting principle of a marionettist. It allowed a marionette to have its own independent identity and setting. At the same time, Klein buried the keyword "get out" in preparation for the subsequent topic. In such a strange and mysterious town, he didn't have any thoughts of killing demonesses on sight. Ignoring the question of whether there were any good demonesses or if he had the strength to do so, just the fact that everyone was trapped here and needed to exchange relevant information to find a way out was enough for him to temporarily choose to coexist peacefully. The woman in the plain white robe chuckled. "Not forgetting to act at all times. From the looks of it, you will soon digest the marionettist potion. A member of the secret order? She's very familiar with the seer pathway. The Demonis sect is a secret organization that was active in the Fourth Epoch. Even if she doesn't have close ties with the Zaratul and Antigonus families, she's definitely rather familiar with them. It's very normal for her to know about the seer pathway. Of course, that's on the premise that this lady is a demoness." Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately asked, "Is there no other possibility?" He wanted to get information from the other organizations and people who had grasped the seer pathway. The beautiful and holy woman slowly walked forward. As she approached Admiral of Blood Senor, she smiled. "It doesn't matter which organization you're a member of. We've been exiled here and imprisoned for almost all of eternity. The past is no longer important. What's important is the future. It's whether we can cooperate and find a way to leave this place." Failed. Klein made the Wraith reply, "That's right. That's exactly what I was thinking. How should I address you?" As the lady approached Senor, he could already smell a fresh and elegant fragrance with his marionette's sense of smell. And because of her words, he had a baffling image of them helping each other in such a perilous situation, abandoning their morals and using their bodies to warm their hearts. She really does sound like a demoness. After listening to her for some time, I find her voice somewhat familiar, but I can't recall it. Unfortunately, there's no way to use dream divination in such a situation. She'll be able to seize the moment when I'm in a daze. It's hard to predict the outcome. Klein frowned slightly. The beautiful and somewhat languid woman raised her hand to tuck her hair, making her petite and exquisite ears stand out. "Panatia. What about you?" Klein originally wanted to find a random identity to impersonate, such as the Aurora Order's Mr. X or the Death Announcer's second mate, Kerchase. After all, he could use creeping hunger to mimic their powers. However, he eventually gave up on the disguise and directly said, "German Sparrow." He didn't know when the Beyonder suspected to be a demoness had entered the foggy town, so he couldn't eliminate the possibility that she knew about Admiral of Blood's disappearance. Panatia nodded and changed the subject. "How did you get in?" Klein didn't hide anything as he used his marionette's mouth to say, "That's right. I met a lady of unknown origin. She wore a hood, and her eyes seemed to hide the dark night, but she lacked spirituality." Panatia was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Her hair, she didn't go into detail. Instead, she smiled. "What did you do? To actually make the Church of Evernight send him to deal with you?" Panatia quietly changed her pronoun. "He." Was the lady an angel or an ascetic from the church? Panatia seems to have a deep understanding of him. Klein's thoughts raced as he said vaguely, "That's right. I infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral in an attempt to steal a sealed artifact, but he did not go into the details because he did not know why he had met that lady." Klein believed that as an angel, it was impossible for the lady to always live behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chinese gate. There was nothing there that was worth an important figure at her level guarding it day and night. Is that so? He is indeed in the basement of Samuel Cathedral. Panatia seemed to have confirmed something. In the secret organization, St. Samuel Cathedral will remove the word holy. I have to pay attention to this detail in the future. Klein pondered over the other party's words. Panatia didn't continue the topic as she said with a faint smile, "Of course. All right, don't worry about the past. Just like I said, what's important is the future, how to escape." Klein took the opportunity to make Wraith Senor ask, "What do you know about this place?" Panatia glanced at the pitch-black steepled cathedral at the center of the town. "This isn't reality, the spirit realm, or the astral realm. It's in some sort of hidden state. I've explored most of the places here, including the outskirts of the town, but I still haven't found any clues to leave. The only thing left is the church. Perhaps all the secrets are hidden there. Why don't you explore that place?" Klein asked through his marionette's mouth. Panatia tugged at her pure white robe, which seemed to be torn in many places. "My intuition tells me that there is great danger inside." At this point, she changed the topic. "And now, there's a solution. Your marionette can help us scout ahead. Even if it's lost, it won't cause you any harm. Don't worry. As long as I can figure out the situation inside, I'll find you a better marionette. After all, it doesn't look like it can last much longer." "You're right, but I don't trust you. After all, you're most likely a witch." Klein neither agreed nor refused. He took the opportunity to ask Senor, "What else do I need to pay attention to here?" Panatia pursed her lips. "There are still many people who came here for various reasons, but they are all gone now." "They're all gone?" Klein's heart palpitated as he said, "What happened?" Panatia sighed faintly. "I'm not sure about some of them. Some entered those houses due to hunger and ate a portion of the food. Then, they evaporated, instantly evaporating. And this time, the divination results indicate that they have lost their lives and have fallen into a deep slumber. In this foggy town, there's such a thing as being wiped and evaporated. Furthermore, it's no longer alive." Klein was alarmed as he thought of something else. He nearly blurted out, "That's right. Don't you feel hunger?" Afraid that it would cause an anomaly, he forcefully held back his mouth and made Senor ask from the side. "How long have you been here?" Panatia said with a smile and a sigh. "Perhaps half a year. I've witnessed many people treat their own kind as food to continue living on. Thankfully, I need very little. Just a bit of food can allow me to survive for a very long time. And humans still have some food that won't harm their bodies." Having said that, she raised her hand and pointed at the crimson moon in the fog. "Another thing to take note of is that when the crimson moon turns clear, this place will change and become extremely dangerous. I've been severely injured because of this." Having said that, she pointed at a tear in her pure white robe. Klein subconsciously made Senor cast his gaze over and saw that the tear was at the collarbone. He could see the white skin and a bone-deep wound beneath. At that moment, the skin underwent a change as dense mysterious patterns and dark, sinister colors appeared. Klein's thoughts exploded as ravings and screams resounded in his mind. At the same time, his breathing became difficult as his body rapidly weakened. He couldn't help but collapse to the ground as he coughed violently. Then, he saw a pure white robe and two straight female legs. He saw Panatia. The lady had already entered the grayish-white mill. Looking at the struggling German sparrow, the corners of her mouth widened bit by bit, revealing her neat, snow-white teeth and the blood-colored tendrils of flesh hanging in the gaps. She whispered, "Got you. P.S. Update first before making changes." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 852. That was why some books had a full set of avatars, but we didn't. We had to wait for Chidyen to do it. I was mainly responsible for this. Also, Mysteries had 2 promotional events in the early stages. One was on the 3rd or 5th of April, when the book was just released, and it gave me 50,000 bookmarks. The other was on the 2nd or 3rd day of the book's release. There was an promotional event that added the book list, tipped the book, and unlocked recommendations. So, please don't say anything about suppressing me. As a platinum author, I still had some face. Also, the physical book was from the publishing company. It had nothing to do with Chidyen. Of course, after the Starlight points were earned, the related benefits would take so long. How long could a book be written? How long could a book have a lifespan? Mysteries would last at most 2 years. It had already been more than a year. If I waited another 6 months, it would almost be over. What was the point? As for the product side, the character ranking list, the Starlight points, all kinds of pay-to-win activities, and the 100 Rivers plan, didn't they think about whether they had the ability to complete it? Chapter 853. Got you. Invisible threads extended forward as Panatia spoke, quickly wrapping around German Sparrow's body as though she was trying to bind him into a cocoon. At this moment, the figure in the black clergyman's robe suddenly shrank, turning into a paper figurine covered in rust. Klein's figure appeared outside the greyish-white mill as he ran deep into the town. He was someone who had survived the eternal blazing sun's true form. He naturally had a certain level of resistance against the spirit-body impact and the tendency of losing control brought about by his mythical creature form. Furthermore, Panatia wasn't a complete mythical creature. Therefore, even without the grey fog's help, Klein quickly extricated himself from his chaotic thoughts. As he repressed the mutation that was about to erupt in his body, he collapsed after realizing that he had unknowingly contracted a disease. He used a violent cough as a cover to use paper figurine substitute. Paper figurines weren't mystical items. They didn't even have any spirituality, therefore, Klein wasn't worried that they would trigger a reaction from the core seal behind Channy's gate. Therefore, he carried quite a number of them with him. And before Klein began sprinting, he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger, igniting the flour piled up in the mill. Boom! The flames lit up as the dust exploded, throwing the millstone out and overturning the windmill outside. Panatia's figure also shattered inch by inch amidst the strong winds and countless crimson splashes. It was as though she was only a mirror. Almost at the same time, her figure in a pure white robe appeared behind Klein. Her loosely tied-up hair flared up as it extended forward in a frenzy. Pa! As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite the leaves by the side of the road, he controlled Admiral of Blood Seigneur to use Mirror Leap to appear on the window of the 2-story residential building beside Panatia. Then, he attempted to make his figure appear in the beautiful but terrifying woman's eyes to complete the wraith possession. With a leap, scarlet flames surged upwards and enveloped Klein's body, causing him to vanish from the spot and reappear in the flames dozens of meters away. As for Panatia's gem-like eyes, it was as though there were mirrors hidden in them, reflecting figures wearing old triangular hats and dark red coats. They overlapped each other and fell into chaos. Klein had Seigneur break away from the window without hesitation. He transformed into his werewolf form and charged toward the demoness at high speed. Yes, Klein had already confirmed that Panatia was a witch, a demigod level witch at that. The strands of black hair, together with the invisible thin threads, rose up and formed an exaggerated spiderweb, suddenly enveloping Seigneur, whose body was covered with thick short hair. However, the moment they made contact, Admiral of Blood's figure instantly turned transparent and faded away. He allowed the abnormally long black hair and the illusory demoness threads to pass through him, making it difficult for him to attach to him, much less bind him. Resentment soul transformation. Me. Panatia's expression didn't change at all as she let out a snort. Suddenly, the thick hair and illusory threads that made contact with Seigneur burst into a deep and silent black flame. They used their spirituality as fuel, turning the wraith into a torch. Pa! 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 Admiral of Blood Seigneur was burned back into his werewolf form. He was burned to pieces as his limbs and flesh fell to the ground. A Sequence 5 wraith had completely vanished just like that. And at this moment, Klein had already snapped his fingers and jumped into different fire pillars. With the marionette's sacrifice, he fled deep into the town. In just a few blinks, he had opened up a distance of several hundred meters from Panatia. Suddenly, Klein realized that his forehead was churning. His lungs seemed to turn into a blacksmith's bellows. Every breath he took produced a clear sound as well as hot air. Due to the impact of his incomplete mythical creature form, he had used paper figurine substitutes rather late. He wasn't able to swap out the infected ailment, and all he did was share a certain amount of damage. Klein originally believed that he could forcefully escape Panatia's influence, but to his surprise, his condition worsened faster than he expected. Furthermore, despite having fled several hundred meters away, he didn't show any signs of escaping the source of the infection. Plop! Just as Klein was about to continue using Flaming Jump, his legs suddenly went limp. Without successfully snapping his fingers, he collapsed to the ground. Right on the heels of that, he heard Panatia's gentle and pleasant laughter. Even if you escape to the other side of this town, you won't be able to escape my plague. You have to know that back in Beekland, the entire East Borough was enveloped by the plague fog I created. And apart from the farthest Empress Borough and West Borough, other places were affected. She's that Lady Despair who worked together with Mr. A. She's one of the true murderers of the Great Smog of Beekland. Klein was enlightened as he realized that his condition was rather serious. Although it wasn't fatal, the uncontrollable coughing prevented him from using many of his Beyonder powers. Panatia walked over step by step as her beautiful eyes were dyed with an indescribable layer of blood. It was as though a wanderer who had been starving for days had finally seen a piece of steak that was sizzling with oil. In her hand was what remained of Señor's body and 2 severed limbs. This seemed to be her food reserves. Your snapping wasn't bad. I believe those 2 fingers must have tasted pretty good. Panatia looked at the distant German sparrow who was coughing on the ground as she spoke with a maniacal tone. Just as she said that, she raised her hand and stuffed Señor's index finger into her mouth. She bit down on it until it cracked, bit by bit. Klein's vision blurred as he saw this scene. It was as though he felt a similar intense pain in his finger. At that moment, he knew that Lady Despair Panatia was already half mad. This was because she had eaten too much Beyonder flesh. Although with her mysticism knowledge, she would definitely wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear before eating it, the dead were imprisoned here without any food. They could only target each other, so they would definitely become more and more abnormal and crazy. How could there not be any problems after eating so much of such food? Just as Klein was feeling a little desperate as he thought of a way to save himself, the crimson moonlight in front of him suddenly brightened. He saw a look of horror on Panatia's face. Without any hesitation, she changed directions and rushed into a nearby house, slamming the door. Klein felt his condition weaken significantly as he hurriedly looked up into the sky. He saw that the crimson moon had penetrated the fog and was illuminating the town in a clear and tranquil manner. His heart stirred as he recalled Panatia's words. He immediately struggled and staggered to the other side of the house, not forgetting to lock the door. When the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. P.S. Thank you, loyal Silver Alliance servant, Wang Cai. Also, I spent quite a bit of time communicating with Chidyen about the character's peripherals. This chapter is rather short on words, so I hope everyone can understand. I'll update first before making any changes. Yes, the product said that there was a problem with the outsourcing. They are too lazy and only know how to draw Oriental styles. Anyway, just listen to it. My suggestion is to either bring it out in June or switch to outsourcing. They said that they will communicate with me about the exact date. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 854. After rushing into the house and closing the door, Klein realized that the curtains behind the windows had been tightly shut the entire time. Only the crimson moonlight seeped in weakly, illuminating the room. He couldn't be bothered to make further observations as he found a wooden chair and sat down. He attempted to enter cogitation to calm his repressed inclination towards his body's mutation. Since he had witnessed a Saint Beyonder's incomplete mythical creature form, how could he withstand it so easily? This wasn't the mysterious space above the grey fog that had its own recovery effect. As Klein's mental resistance was relatively high in this aspect, he was able to extricate himself from the chaos of his thoughts and barely control his inclination towards losing control, allowing him to complete his escape. However, this didn't mean that the problem had been resolved. He sat there, relying on cogitation and his control over his emotions to resist the waves of crazed thoughts. During this process, he heard his facial bones emit cracking sounds. He saw his black hair grow and thicken uncontrollably as his chest protruded from his clothes. Granules that resembled granulation protruded from the surface of his skin. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally exhaled and relaxed a little. He had completely extricated himself from the influence of Panatea's incomplete mythical creature form. He had even gained some knowledge that she was at a level that had despair as its core. She was good at creating and spreading plagues. As a result of witnessing a mythical creature, one's inclination towards madness and body mutation will not only show signs of losing control of one's own pathway, but it will also come with the characteristics of the other party's sequence. Back then, I was nearly roasted by the eternal blazing sun, and this time, I nearly became a demoness. Klein looked down at his present state, allowing his skin, chest, and hair to return to their original state. If he wasn't a faceless, apart from the granules slowly shrinking back into his body, he would have to rely on external forces to resolve the rest. Without the time to sigh or analyze the situation, Klein slowly stood up and cast his gaze at the tightly shut dark-colored curtains in a bid to figure out his present situation. His expression suddenly changed because he heard a clamor of murmurs on the streets outside. At that instant, he felt that apart from him and Lady Despair Panatea, the empty town suddenly had many residents. They walked through the streets and alleys, greeting each other and discussing whether to only buy bread or to be extravagant and buy a pound of beef. The foggy town suddenly came to life. However, the indistinct figures did not attempt to enter the houses on both sides of the street. They seemed to be walking back and forth on the street. It was hard to believe that they were speaking. It was closer to the low growls of beasts. Klein could not imagine what the scene outside was like. He only knew that this was a danger that even a demigod-level demoness had to avoid. He retracted his gaze and pondered for a few seconds. I can't go out, but I can't stay here either. Who knows when the crimson moon in the sky will be covered by the fog again, allowing Panatea to regain her freedom of movement. When that happens, I won't be able to escape at such a close distance. But if we don't go out, how are we going to move? In the silence, Klein slowly turned around and faced the pitch-black, ancient steepled church. According to Lady Despair Panatea, the church was the only area she didn't dare explore. It was as though entering it was the only way to escape her hunt. Of course, Panatea wasn't necessarily telling the truth, but Klein believed that she wouldn't lie about such matters. This was because in her eyes, he was a prey, a delicacy. Furthermore, Panatea had already used her verbal skills and her charm to lure him in, designing a trap and preparing to hunt him. With a demigod's confidence, it was unlikely for her to divulge any more information. In addition, telling the truth was the safest and most worrisome choice. There was no need to worry that her prey would sense a lie and escape ahead of time. Unless her half-mad state causes her to habitually lie, there shouldn't be any problems. With no other choice, Klein quickly made up his mind. He immediately lowered his left hand, turning creeping hunger transparent. Although he knew that traveling was useless, he still held on to a sliver of hope. This was because the crimson moon was in its clearest state. Without any concealment, it was as round as a silver plate. Every time this happened, Mr. Daw would be able to transmit his cries for help from the spot he was lost to the ears of his descendants. It wasn't impossible for traveling to be enhanced and for an anomaly to happen. Klein's figure rapidly faded away and vanished. A few seconds later, he appeared where he originally was. I can't enter the spirit world, and I can't even sense it. The beyonder power of traveling is only a third of its effectiveness. It can barely be used as invisibility. Klein mumbled to himself as he summarized the experience and lessons he had learned. He found a question in it. However, the body's fading and transparency brought about by traveling is based on the uniqueness of the spirit world. Why is it effective? Klein pondered for about 10 seconds and had a vague guess. Everyone must have a connection with the spirit world. This is because an astral projection is always inside, allowing them to obtain all kinds of abstract information. This is the principle behind divination and revelation. So, when we are transformed into a state of concealment, our connection with the spirit world is also included. This can explain why we can still use the uniqueness of the spirit world, but we can't enter it. It's because the former is already part of concealment. Yes, I didn't have the time to think before attempting flaming jump and succeeded. This also requires the use of the uniqueness of the spirit world. After confirming this point, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in an attempt to light the remaining half of the candle in the neighboring house. He wanted to use flaming jump to shuttle through the neighboring houses and approach the steepled cathedral step by step. When the crimson moon was covered by the fog, he would decide if he wanted to take the risk and hide in it based on the situation. With a whoosh, the candle in the neighboring house lit up with a scarlet flame. It slowly expanded and illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, the street outside suddenly became abnormally quiet. The beast-like growls had all vanished. The figures pacing back and forth on the street seemed to have all turned towards him, casting their gazes at the window where the candlelight shone through. Klein's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to leap over. He instinctively snapped his fingers again and extinguished the candle flame. After a brief silence, the noisy murmurs reappeared as the indistinct figures continued pacing back and forth. Only then did Klein heave a sigh of relief. He raised his right hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He realized that he had unknowingly made a few mistakes after entering the foggy town. In such a dangerous and bizarre environment, he hadn't divined if he should light the candle in the neighboring house. My spiritual intuition should have warned me, but it didn't happen. From the looks of it, my spiritual intuition and danger premonition aren't able to be enhanced after the grey fog is screened. Now, I'm only slightly stronger than a marionettist of the same level, but I'm far from being a freak. And it's because of this that I was led by Panatia's instigator powers. When I looked at her wound, I didn't have any premonitions of danger. Instead, I subconsciously felt that it wasn't a big problem with a marionette in between us. Klein temporarily didn't have the time to review the battle from before. He placed his attention back on the matter of approaching the steepled cathedral without leaving the house. He examined the beyonder powers of himself and the mystical items. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found a solution. This solution stemmed from a traveler's door opening that he thought was the most useless. Under normal circumstances, this beyonder power would be completely overpowered by teleportation, but in this mysterious and bizarre foggy town, it was even more useful by relying on the uniqueness of the spirit world. Klein wasn't in a rush to take action. He took out the gold coin that Wraith Senior originally resided in and used divination to inquire about his spirituality. He received the answer that he needed to pass through the wall. And without being able to directly obtain a revelation from the spirit world, he could only choose to believe in himself. He immediately walked to the wall that was shared with the neighboring house and pressed his hands on it. Silently, Klein passed through the stone wall and entered the neighboring house. He followed the row of houses until he came to the last one. And according to his initial impression of the town, he wasn't far from the steepled cathedral. He needed at most 2 flaming jumps to reach it. At this moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains hadn't weakened. He could vaguely see figures coming and going like they were leading a normal life. With no way to move, all Klein could do was sit down on a wooden chair that was a distance away from the window. It was nearly pitch black with deep shadows. Only at this moment did he have the time to recall the various details of his encounter with the demoness, Panatia. She's actually the murderer who single-handedly created the Great Smog of Beekland. Tens of thousands of people died because of her, and even more people suffered the pain of losing their loved ones. Old Cola, who worked hard to stay alive, Mrs. Liv, who did her best to raise her 2 daughters. Klein closed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He forced himself to extricate himself from the sudden surge of anger and hatred as he calmly examined the matter from before. It's a pity that I didn't get Senor to wear the flower of blood ring, otherwise, he would have been able to struggle a little more. However, there's nothing I can do about it. While possessing me, wearing the Rose Bishop's corresponding ring and entering Channy's gate is equivalent to self-destructing. The only mystical item I can use now is Creeping Hunger. Inside it are Zombie, Baron of Corruption, Desire Apostle, and Traveler. Right, I should try to see if I can contact the grey fog while the crimson moon is clear and pray. No, I can confirm that even through a marionette, I'll still be affected by the demoness bewitchment and instigation powers. Since Panatia can spread the plague on a large scale, why didn't she do a blanket attack? Why did she wait until I lost control of her incomplete mythical creature form and exposed my location before spreading the plague? Yes, she definitely can do it. The Great Smog of Beekland is proof. There are two explanations. First, it's because I was personally sent here by that angel, making her place a high priority on me. She's worried that spreading the plague ahead of time will trigger my spiritual premonition. Second, she's afraid of something and doesn't dare to spread the plague on a large scale. If it's the latter, there are other dangers here. Amidst his thoughts, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered as he felt a chill run down his spine. Almost at the same time, he saw the deep shadows that blanketed his body and the surroundings suddenly shrink inwards, drilling into his nostrils, mouth, and ears. P.S. First update, then make changes. Also, the single chapter from before was deleted normally. This is my habit. I only keep the summary of each novel, so that friends who aren't following the novel won't end up with a single chapter after a few chapters. That would be too out of character. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 855. At that moment, the shadow seemed corporeal. It was cold and moist, instantly binding Klein inside, turning him into a mosquito in amber. Klein's figure was immediately flattened and squeezed, degenerating into a soft piece of paper that quickly rotted into mud. Paper figurine substitutes. Having sensed the danger ahead of time, he had used paper figurine substitutes in time. His figure in a black clergyman's robe appeared at the other end of the dining table. He opened his mouth, about to let out a bang. At that moment, Klein's mind suddenly went into a trance. He felt everything around him turn blurry and unclear. He instantly understood that he had been forcefully pulled into a dream, and he also used this to confirm one point. His ability to maintain lucidity and rationality in an abnormal dream had long solidified into a characteristic of himself. He no longer needed the grey fog. After a slight struggle, Klein immediately woke up. He saw the shadows in the room slowly surging towards him like a tidal wave. Bang! He opened his mouth and created an air bullet with extremely strong penetrative power. When the bullet hit the shadow, it blasted open a huge empty space. The shadows around the empty space immediately surged over like water, filling it up and restoring everything to its original state. Klein took this opportunity to roll to the side. He made the glove on his left hand turn pale and dyed it a dark green. With a smack, the spot where he had been was struck by a blob of flesh and blood that flew out of the shadow. It was covered in a dark red carpet that was covered in strange mold. Vaguely, Klein felt that he had been weakened. Without thinking too deeply about it, he immediately made the soles of his feet emit a layer of ice that emanated a cold aura. White frost condensed and quickly froze the shadow. Beneath the translucent crystal, the pitch-black distorted and squirmed as though it was oil with a life of its own. Zombie's ice seal. Klein rolled again and changed his position. At the same time, he made his glove protrude black particles that were deep and dark. Right on the heels of that, he straightened his body and faced the shadow under the layer of ice. He spat out a word in the devil language that was filled with filth. Slow down. Suddenly, Klein saw that the movement of the shadow had slowed down, appearing extremely stiff. However, his own thoughts had also become sluggish, and he was unable to follow up with a follow-up attack. His language of foulness had been distorted. It was clearly targeted at the shadow, but it had been distorted to the entire living room, affecting him. In just a breath's time, Klein broke free from the slow state. Without thinking, he rushed to the dining table, picked up a plate with half a steak, and threw it at the shadow. During this process, although the glove on his left hand remained dark, it gave off an evil and noble feeling. Bribe. He was using the steak to bribe the enemy, weakening their attack, defense, and control abilities. At this moment, The shadow suddenly retreated to the corner of the wall, causing the plate to smash into the melting ice and shatter into many pieces. Then, the shadow surged upwards and transformed into a pitch-black figure wearing a hooded robe. In the palm of this figure, there was already a transparent and blurry book, accompanied by a distant and ethereal chant: "I came, I saw, and I recorded." Just as the chant sounded, the book quickly flipped, producing a blazing white flaming spear in front of it. Mr. A. Has he gone completely mad? In such an environment, he actually dares to use fire-type Beyonder powers? Klein's heart tightened as his thoughts raced. He hurriedly rushed towards the other party and dragged his left hand behind him. Creeping hunger was quickly dyed with a dark and deep color that was filled with the aura of depravity. Then, it condensed into an exaggerated gigantic sword formed from scarlet magma and light blue flames. Dong! Klein took a heavy step forward, pulled his back, and moved his shoulder as he ferociously struck out with his left arm. The muscles on his arm bulged up as he brandished the sword of magma from the bottom up. Fart! The gorgeous giant sword struck the flaming spear. Dazzling white, light blue, and scarlet light scattered in all directions at the same time, igniting the chairs and the curtains. The noisy murmurs on the streets outside had long disappeared. The indistinct figures had all turned towards him, and it was extremely quiet. After shattering the flaming spear, Klein bent his knee, knelt down on one leg, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Pa! All the flames in the room were extinguished. Klein didn't move again. He had a nagging feeling that there were countless gazes trying to penetrate the curtains in search of abnormalities. The hooded man formed from the shadows similarly didn't move. He, who had been in a frenzy a moment ago, seemed to sense an indescribable horror slowly approaching. In the dark room that only had some crimson moonlight, Klein and the other party were kneeling on one knee, while the other was standing against the wall. They looked like two stone statues. In the extreme and unbearable silence, time passed abnormally slowly. Klein had only silently counted 10 seconds before he had the illusion that an hour had passed. Finally, the beast-like growl sounded once again. It was intermittent, and the indistinct figures outside the window began walking again as they paced back and forth on the streets. Almost at the same time, Klein completed his initial control over his target's spirit body threads. The hooded man's actions of pouncing forward instantly turned sluggish. Without any hesitation, Klein bent his body and circled around. He planned on using his opponent's high delay to interrupt his subsequent counterattack and slowly turn him into a puppet. At this moment, his nose suddenly felt itchy as he couldn't help but open his mouth. Achoo! Klein sneezed heavily as he lost control of his spirit body threads. Furthermore, his throat began to hurt as his snot gradually formed. He had caught a cold. He had caught a cold during the intense battle. After suspecting that the other party was Mr. A, Klein had already been taking precautions against a demoness illness. This was because he had previously fought with Mr. A and suffered greatly from this ability. However, in the battle where he didn't have the time to think, he had miscalculated something. His physique had already deteriorated significantly from the true demoness Panatea's plague. He wasn't able to last until the puppet's transformation was complete, and he didn't even have the chance to deepen his initial control and launch a lethal attack with air bullet. Achoo! As Klein sneezed, he rolled around. At the same time, he switched creeping hunger to the Baron of Corruption state. He attempted to use his distortion powers on himself to see if he could reduce the effects of his cold. Of course, thanks to his bribe, his illness wasn't considered serious. It only affected his control of his spirit body threads, but it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't fight. While rolling, Klein saw from the corner of his eye that the enemy had extricated himself from his shadow state. The hood slid down, revealing a beautiful female face. It was none other than Mr. A. This oracle of the Aurora Order had actually survived to this day in such a harsh environment. However, his eyes were already blood red. He looked at Klein as though he was looking at a sumptuous delicacy. He didn't hide the hunger that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Klein didn't feel depressed at all. This was because he still had the strength to fight. He wasn't most worried about Mr. A, but that the increasingly intense battle between the two parties would create flames that would attract the dangerous existences outside. When that happened, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape death. Hunger. The intense hunger has already made Mr. A lose his rationality. He no longer cares about the figures on the streets. If he can alleviate his hunger a little, he'll likely stop attacking and patiently wait for the crimson moon to be covered by the fog again. Give him some food. As his thoughts raced, Klein nearly cut off a piece of his flesh and threw it at him. Thankfully, he thought of something in time. He had food on him. It was a dried mushroom made by Frank Lee. It was said to be a hybrid of beef and a bit of Rose Bishop's flesh. As long as there was fish and water, it could continue to reproduce. As this was already a new species on a microscopic level, it no longer had any substantial relationship with a Rose Bishop. Therefore, Klein had placed it together with common herbal powders such as slumber flowers. He didn't take it out because he wasn't worried that it would cause any changes to the core seal behind Channy's gate. Achoo! Another sneeze and another roll. Klein had already taken out a dried mushroom and thrown it at Mr. A. Perhaps the smell of beef had attracted him, or perhaps the Rose Bishop had sensed something, but Mr. A immediately stopped flipping through the illusory book. He caught the mushroom, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. The hunger in his eyes gradually lessened, but the way he looked at Klein remained unchanged. With two whooshing sounds, Klein threw the remaining dried mushrooms over. Mr. A caught them one by one and ate them all without hesitation. His gaze finally eased as he looked at the indistinct figures pacing outside the window. Step by step, he retreated to a corner and melted into the shadows. Phew! Klein silently exhaled and retreated to another corner of the wall. Mr. A actually isn't dead. I have to say that in such an environment, a Rose Bishop's powers are indeed of great help. Just the flesh and blood stored in advance and eating myself can last for a very long time. Of course, Mr. A hasn't been killed by Lady of Despair Panatia. That's enough to indicate his strength. However, the demigod beyonder powers he recorded must have been used up. As Klein thought, he deliberated over his words, hoping to get some information from Mr. A. Did you find any clues to leave? There was silence. Mr. A didn't respond at all. He's so crazy that he can't communicate. Klein pondered for 2 seconds before saying a name. Leo Master. This was the name of the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness with a split personality. After a brief silence, Mr. A's slightly hoarse voice finally sounded. Was he sent in as well? Indeed, only matters regarding the Aurora Order can garner a response. Klein said frankly, no. He's trapped in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Without waiting for Mr. A to say a word, he continued, why didn't you enter that cathedral? Mr. A said in a hoarse and muffled voice, that place is very dangerous, it's the same outside. It's equally dangerous. It's the same outside. It's equally dangerous. All the dangers originate from there. All the people who disappeared will reappear under the bloody moon. Before he finished his sentence, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains suddenly turned extremely dim. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 856. As the crimson moonlight suddenly dimmed, a corresponding thought surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon has been concealed by the fog again. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the moving figures outside the dark-colored curtains vanished as though they had evaporated. The beast-like growls also came to a halt. The environment here has been restored to its previous state. Demoness of Despair Panatia can move normally again. Mr. A also doesn't need to worry about the dangers outside. He can attack crazily and hunt for prey. Klein instantly made a judgment as he raised his right index finger and ignited the leaves of a tree dozens of meters away. He wanted to distance himself from Mr. A to prevent the disease from infecting him further. At the same time, he could decide if he wanted to take the risk of entering the ancient cathedral based on the situation. With regards to the present situation, Klein already had a preliminary plan. It was to attempt to use Mr. A, who had various powers and extraordinary strength, to divert the attention of the terrifying Demoness Panatia. After all, to the latter, a shepherd and a nimble right master were essentially the same in terms of meat quality. They could both fill her stomach, so she would definitely target the easier prey. When the time came, a battle between the two would erupt. Klein would seek an opportunity to snipe Panatia. Just as the crimson flames surged and enveloped Klein's figure, he saw Mr. A transform into a shadow once again and blend into the surroundings. It was unknown where he had gone. He ran. He ran. Aren't you the crazy Mr. A? Shouldn't you continue pursuing your prey? Why did he run? Klein's gaze turned cold as he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His figure then disappeared in the flow of flames and appeared in the flames dozens of meters away. Just as Klein leaped out of the flames, his forehead burned once again. His lungs turned heavy as he found it difficult to breathe. Plague. Demoness of despair. Panatia's plague had spread over. In Klein's eyes, the beautiful woman in a pure white robe had floated in midair at some point in time as she walked towards him. Beneath Panatia's feet were countless transparent threads that formed a spiderweb. They were connected to the surrounding houses and trees, covering half the street. In the eyes of this demigod demoness, the intense hunger had receded. There was no longer any obvious redness in her eyes. She looked at German Sparrow with a look of madness and mockery, as though she wanted to make him lose the ability to resist bit by bit, making him experience the deepest and most painful despair. Klein held back his coughing and snapped his fingers again, causing a tree near the steepled cathedral to burst into scarlet flames. His figure was immediately engulfed by the flames and quickly faded. He flashed to the tree and appeared in the gorgeous fireworks that were swaying in and out of the tree. Right on the heels, Klein leaped to the ground and quickly rolled to the side of the ancient cathedral. At this moment, his body suddenly turned cold. He saw that a thick layer of ice had formed on his legs, thighs, and abdomen. The surrounding area was covered in white frost, and the temperature dropped sharply. Klein gritted his teeth and controlled the horror in his heart. According to the plan, he calmly extended his hands and pressed them against the wall. The creeping hunger on his left palm had already turned transparent. Silently, Klein passed through the pitch-black, thick wall and entered the steepled cathedral. At the spot he was originally at, a black fireball was a little slower and struck the corner of the wall. It rippled out like water, burning the nearby frost and weeds clean. At this moment, the crows flying around the steeple of the ancient cathedral opened their beaks. Wah! 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 Panatia stopped in her tracks as she looked at the dark cathedral in front of her. Bit by bit, she revealed a look of fear. Inside the cathedral, Klein, who had passed through the wall, was first blinded by the environment that was slightly darker than the outside world. Then, as the frost melted, he adapted to the faint light and was able to see the scene in front of him clearly. As far as his eyes could see, there were figures hanging in the air one after another. They were all humans. Some of them wore classic black robes, while others wore brown jackets. Some wore fluffy skirts, while others wore tattered clothes, making them look like beggars. Some of them had boorish looks, while others were handsome and masculine. Some had exquisite and beautiful facial features, while others were young and adorable. They didn't look alike at all. No, they still had something in common. They were like meat being air-dried. They hung from a height with their heads drooped and their eyes rolled back as they swayed. Klein's scalp tingled as he no longer doubted Panatia and Mr. A's description of how dangerous this place was. He pressed his back against the wall, planning on immediately opening the door to escape if there were any changes to avoid danger. Once he was discovered by the demoness of despair, he would pass through the wall again to avoid her attacks. He would repeat this to ensure his safety. Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the cathedral as the figures and corpses that were hanging in midair turned to face Klein. Their collars seemed to be attached to ropes as their heads remained drooped. Klein drew a cold gasp as he pressed his left palm against the wall. At this moment, the figures began swaying like wind chimes. They opened their mouths and let out sounds that sounded like ravings. Hornasis. Phlegria, Hornasis. Phlegria, Hornasis. Phlegria. These voices reverberated and merged into one, drilling into Klein's ears. It gave him an abnormally familiar feeling. These were the ravings he had heard after his previous advancement. They actually came from here, from the foggy town, from the corpses hanging in midair inside the ancient cathedral. At that moment, not only did Klein's scalp tingle, but his entire body was trembling. Could the source of this foggy town really be the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the evaporated nation of the Evernite? Don't tell me I really went up the mountain. However, why doesn't the same ravings bring about a stabbing pain in the head or a tendency to lose control in this cathedral? Klein hissed as he opened and clenched his fists, clenched and opened them again, resisting the urge to pass through the wall. Since he was already here and had already seen the source of the ravings, he believed that escaping wasn't the solution. Regardless, a simple probe was necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was happening if something abnormal happened to his body. After quickly divining with a gold coin, Klein tapped his molars and activated his spirit vision. He looked at the dense number of figures hanging in midair and saw that their spirituality was converged. The aura colors seemed normal, but they exuded a dull feeling. Aura colors. They aren't dead yet. Klein frowned slightly as he deactivated his spirit vision. Right on the heels of that, he pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb in preparation to observe his spirit body threads. At a glance, Klein's pupils dilated. This was because the spirit body threads of the swaying figures hanging from high above were extremely special. Their respective illusory black threads extended out from their bodies, but they gathered in the same direction, the highest point of the ancient cathedral. There was no exception. In Klein's vision, they were like corpses being hung up by spirit body thread. Before Klein had the time to consider what this meant, he suddenly saw a scene from the corner of his eye. His spirit body threads were floating upwards on their own, extending towards the highest point of the cathedral, extending towards the source of the hanging figures. This was the first time Klein was seeing spirit body threads take action without anyone controlling them. They were like metal that had encountered a magnet as they floated upwards uncontrollably. The fastest thread was already reaching its destination. Klein didn't dare imagine the outcome after all his spirit body threads gathered there. He suspected that he would turn into bacon that was waiting to be dried up. He would be hung up in midair and let out the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. With the wind. If it were most beyond us, they would only consider leaving the cathedral and see if they could interrupt the process of their spirit body threads being absorbed. However, Klein was different. He was a marionettist. With a thought, he directly controlled his spirit body threads and pulled them back one by one. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally completed this matter. However, his spirit body threads still had a tendency to drift upwards. He had to constantly pay attention and resist it. This is one of the dangers lurking in this ancient cathedral. Klein slowly took a deep breath and stopped sticking close to the wall. Step by step, he walked deeper into the cathedral. Above him, the figures swayed as though they were looking down at him. After walking about 20 to 30 meters, Klein finally saw something else. It was the pitch-black altar that belonged to the cathedral. On top of the altar stood a stone statue. After taking a few steps forward, Klein clearly saw the statue's appearance. It was in the form of a female human, but there were two beast legs growing out from her ribs and waist. They were covered in short, thick, and hard black fur. In addition, the stone sculpture was surrounded by thin black ribbons that extended out like tentacles. At the feet of the stone sculpture, there were souls slumbering, as though they were stars that clustered around it. Klein moved his gaze and looked at the head of the stone statue. He saw a beautiful face. This. Klein's gaze froze. He wasn't unfamiliar with that face because he had been sent here by her. This stone sculpture's face was identical to the eraser angel beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. She is actually related to this place. That's right. Her erasure is to send people here. It would be abnormal if it's unrelated. What does she have to do with the Fourth Epoch's nation of the Evernite located in the Hornacis mountain range? That mother of the sky. But if that's the case, why would she work for the church? Furthermore, this image is somewhat similar to the demonic wolf described by Little Sun. Many questions instantly flashed through Klein's mind. During this process, he slowly shifted his gaze to other places, searching for other possible clues. A few seconds later, Klein discovered a figure. It wasn't hanging in midair, but sitting diagonally behind the sculpture. P.S. It's the last 2 days of May. Requesting for monthly votes. It'll be a waste if you don't vote tilde. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 857. Sitting diagonally behind the statue was an elder in a black robe. He wore a hood, and his head was hung low. His eyes were tightly shut, and the white beard by his mouth was long and dense. It was as though it hadn't been trimmed in years, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. And in Klein's eyes, the bearded elder was even stranger than the figures hanging in midair. After his spirit body threads extended out from his body, they didn't float high into the sky to gather at the spot that seemed to hide a magnet. Instead, they circled around his body and returned to where they came from. The source and destination combined into one. Ordinary spirit body threads originated from a living being's body, and they extended in different directions until they reached infinity. The source of the spirit body threads of the figures hanging from above didn't change, but the destination of the spirit body threads was concentrated at the top of the ancient cathedral. It was obvious that there was a problem. Is this the reason why he isn't hung up? Or could it be that this is his way of avoiding the danger inside the cathedral? As Klein controlled his spirit body threads to resist the inclination to float upwards, he muttered to himself and guessed at the reason. Suddenly, he saw a pair of eyes. The eyes were pitch black like a lusterless water surface. The elder sitting diagonally behind the statue opened his eyes. He's still alive. Klein subconsciously took a step back and arched his body slightly, raising his left palm to block in front of him. In the indescribable silence and tension that made one's heart palpitate, the eyes of the old man with a pale beard moved slightly. His mouth was half closed as he spoke in a muffled voice. He half closed his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Finally, another seer has come here, again? Other Beyonders of the seer pathway have once entered this cathedral?" That's right. Apart from the people who were erased by the eraser angel, the creatures that disappeared at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods would also appear here. Among them might be a few Beyonders of the seer pathway who are attempting to find mermaids in those waters or have successfully advanced and are preparing to leave. Seeing that the other party didn't immediately attack him and had the inclination to communicate, Klein forcefully calmed his emotions and asked in thought, "Why do you say that?" The black-eyed, white-bearded, hooded old man did not respond directly. Instead, he asked in a muffled voice, "Do you wish to escape this place? I can tell you the method." Klein wasn't moved as he immediately asked, "Then why are you still here?" Since he knew the way to escape from this foggy town, why would he still stay in this dangerous church? The old man lowered his head and let out a laugh. "Because I died a long time ago." Klein's hair stood on end. He was speechless. In his eyes, this old man was not an existence in the form of a spirit. Seeing that there was no response, the elder slowly raised his head and glanced at Klein, who was dressed as a German sparrow. "I used my special Beyonder powers to find the void of this world's history and fate. I sliced out my image and fixed it here, maintaining it until now. As for my body and spirit, they have long died and dissipated. This ability is incredible." Klein couldn't verify its authenticity, so he could only change the topic. "Then why did you guide the seers who entered this place on how to escape?" The elder's voice was still muffled. "After you open the door, the history and fate of this place will change. The image I sliced out will also disappear. When that happens, you will see a jar of ashes. I only wish that they will be scattered into the Srenzo River near the capital of Intis, Trier. That's my hometown, where I was born. Do you understand the name of this place? I don't know how much time has passed in the real world. I've been imprisoned here for at least 100 years. Klein replied frankly, "They still exist." "Very good." The elder nodded as though there was phlegm in his throat. Although Klein didn't really trust the person in front of him, he held on to the idea that knowing more would help him make a comprehensive judgment. He decided not to waste time, lest he was interrupted again. "Then how should I escape?" The elder remained sitting in his spot without any obvious movements. "Do you see the wall behind this statue? Is there a depression on it?" In fact, Klein didn't wish to do as he said. This was because he had previously been lured by Demonis Panatia and seen her incomplete mythical creature form, resulting in him being shocked and injured. However, He had planned on observing his surroundings to search for clues. Therefore, he carefully shifted his gaze and looked at the wall behind the stone statue. There were short and crude symbols engraved there, but there was an empty space in the middle. It wasn't connected to form a complete shape. The empty space was about the size of 2 palms. It was clearly sunken in, as though someone had dug away the stone bricks on the surface. As long as you can find the corresponding obsidian stone and place it here, you will be able to extricate this wall from its concealed state and reveal an illusory color. When the time comes, I'll tell you a complicated and special symbol. It's the key to opening the door on the wall. The bearded elder didn't turn his head as he looked straight ahead and explained in detail. Complicated and special symbol. Key to opening the door. As Klein listened to the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. Behind him, a symbol suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a vertical eye formed from many concealed symbols. It was the information that the Antigonus family's notebook had transmitted to him through the infected misfortune cloth puppet. And the Antigonus family seemed to have a close relationship with the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Could this be the so-called key to opening the door? Klein retracted his gaze without batting an eyelid. He asked, why did all the seers from before fail? Sitting diagonally behind the statue, the hooded elder chuckled and said, some of them were as naggy as you. Some of them were as long-winded as you. They didn't have time to leave the church before the bloody moon became clear and were hung up there. The guy who made himself a handsome face was one of them. And the girl with flawless facial features was also one of them. Klein was nearly rendered speechless by the other party's teasing. However, he also learned something from this. When the crimson moon turned clear, the danger inside the cathedral would increase exponentially. Even a nimble rite master wouldn't be able to control their spirit-body thread. I have to constantly pay attention to the changes in light. Once the crimson moon turns clear, I'll pass through the wall. Klein looked around and confirmed that he was about 6 to 7 meters away from the pitch-black altar's outer wall. Then, he quickly came up with an emergency plan. The hooded elder didn't look up at him as he continued. The remaining ones weren't too lucky. The rest were unlucky. They encountered enemies who had lost their minds and only wanted food. They were eaten by them. As you know, there aren't many beyond us of the seer pathway to begin with. There are even fewer who can become nimble rite masters. Due to various reasons, the number of people who come here can be counted on one hand. Of course, there are many more who are lured here, but it's very difficult to enter. They are all. He didn't finish his sentence as he slowly raised his head and looked at the highest point of the ancient cathedral. Then, he said in a muffled voice, the outcome is equally tragic. What do you mean? If I didn't steal the notebook and had to follow the ravings of the corpses hanging in this cathedral, climbing the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range in search of the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family, wouldn't I be one of those who were lured here? It's very difficult to enter here, and the outcome is equally tragic. Klein's thoughts raced as he combined it with the dilapidated palace and translucent maggots he had seen with his divination. He began to suspect that the so-called treasure of the Antigonus family was a trap. He didn't bother to ask about the matter in detail as he first probed for more important information. Do you know where that obsidian rock is? The elder chuckled. It's in the hands of that demoness of despair. Demoness of despair. So Panatia is really the demoness of despair. Klein had previously addressed Panatia as such in secret, but that was because he knew that she was respectfully addressed as Lady Despair, and that she was definitely a demoness. Therefore, he had simply pieced the two situations together into a nickname. He never expected that a sequence 4 of the demoness pathway might really be called Demoness of Despair. Then it'll be very difficult for me to obtain that obsidian rock. She's a true demigod. Klein didn't hide his dilemma as he waited for the elder to give him a suggestion. The old man shook his head and said, I am a person who has died long ago, and the help I can provide is very little. Didn't you have a marionette when you entered? Yes, but it has already been eaten by the demoness of despair, Klein replied in a seemingly calm manner. The elder sighed and laughed. I'll help you summon him from this world's history. Just as he said that, Klein saw lines rapidly outline beside him, depicting Admiral of Blood Seigneur in his triangular hat and dark red coat. As for the spirit body threads, they were still under his control. Klein's pupils instantly shrank, and he heard the hooded old man's words. "It can only last for half an hour. You must make good use of the time. I'll help you strengthen your connection a little and increase your control over your marionette. This way, you can make your marionette use your Beyonder powers and instantly swap places with him. Heh, the distance you can control and the characteristics of being alive will also be enhanced. Let my marionette use my Beyonder powers. This way, wouldn't I be able to use the powers of a faceless to make my marionette become another me? The perfect substitute. This is a demigod of the seer pathway. This is one of the powers of a Bizarro sorcerer. The enemy would never know if they killed a real Bizarro sorcerer. Also, to summon a marionette from history, that's completely unimaginable." Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he found it difficult to calm down. The old man looked up at him and continued, "Give me a paper, man." Klein frowned slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took out a paper doll and handed it to the other party. The old man stretched out his withered hand, took the paper doll, and casually wiped it. Klein's headache, fever, nasal congestion, and swollen throat suddenly disappeared. The paper doll was stained with red rust and quickly became brittle and cracked. "You used my paper doll to help me transfer the disease." Klein thought for a moment and finally asked, "Please forgive my rudeness just now. How should I address you?" The old man did not answer immediately. He sighed and said, "This is all I can offer." He paused and smiled vaguely. "You can call me, Zaratul. P.S. May is almost over, looking for monthly votes tilde. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 858. F***CK. At that instant, upon hearing the elder's answer, Klein's mind was filled with vulgarities. Apart from that, there were no other thoughts that could appear. Zaratul, the leader of the Secret Order, a descendant of a powerful noble of the Fourth Epoch Solomon Empire, the previous owner of the Antigonus family's notebook, a Beyonder navigator of Roselle the Great, a true high-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway, a hidden existence of a miracle invoker a century or two ago, an angel that Rhodes believed had lost control and turned into a monster during his advancement to sequence one attendant of mystery. Regardless of the description, it was an unbearable weight for Klein at present. This made him feel as though a character from a history textbook had jumped out of the textbook and walked right in front of him. He also felt that the surrounding air seemed to turn corporeal, piling up on him in layers, pressing down on his body and preventing him from breathing. Klein had once imagined that everything he had encountered, including his transmigration, stemmed from Zaratul's machinations. He suspected that he was the final boss he would eventually face, and now, he had met him ahead of time. "I'm only a sequence 5. Klein couldn't help but shout inwardly. At the same time, he began to suspect if the other party was really Zaratul. Zaratul is a surname that represents a powerful noble of the Fourth Epoch Solomon Empire. In theory, in the past 2,000 years of history, there should be many Zaratuls. Perhaps he's the grandfather, father, brother, or son of the Secret Order's leader mentioned in Roselle's notebook. Also, he just said that he has been dead for many years, and a Rhodes and Snake of Mercury will or Septin have confirmed that the leader of the Secret Order, Zaratul, is still alive. He has only lost control and turned into a monster, becoming extremely crazy. Klein first tried to convince himself that the situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. This quickly calmed him down and gave him the ability to think more carefully. The Beyonder powers that Zaratul displayed didn't seem to be much, but every single one of them exceeded common sense. The parts related to history and fate were even more so. He's definitely not just a Bizarro sorcerer. He might even be a sequence 3 or even a sequence 2. And there are never many angels of a pathway. This place is closely related to the nation of the Evernight that has vanished from the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Furthermore, there are ravings that can reach the ears of low and mid-sequence Beyonders of the seer pathway. Back then, after the leader of the Secret Order, Zaratul, obtained the Antigonus family's notebook through Roselle the Great, he appeared less and less. It's unknown what he was plotting. Could it be that he came to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range based on the notebook in search of the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and obtained the sequence 1 attendant of Mystery's potion formula and corresponding ingredients? In the mysticism world, consecutive coincidences often meant that there was a problem, that there was a certainty. If it's really that Zaratul is the reason why he ultimately lost control and went crazy after being separated from himself and existing in the foggy town? As for the matter of long dead, there was a more reasonable explanation. The leader of the secret order, Zaratul, had said it himself. What is a miracle? Reviving from the dead is a miracle, and he is already a miracle invoker. As Klein's thoughts churned, the white-bearded elder who claimed to be Zaratul chuckled. From your reaction, do you know me? Klein's thoughts raced as he probed. I've heard of this surname before. I've once met Queen Mystic. I once met Queen Mystic and learned about the secret order and its leader from her, Meng Chao said. The old man nodded slightly. He did not give a definite answer, nor did he deny it. He smiled and asked vaguely, what other help do you need? Help. Klein recalled the Beyonder powers he had displayed and hesitated. Can you summon a fish from the outside world from the history of this hidden world? You can also summon one that has already become food. From his point of view, this wasn't impossible. After all, most of the foreigners who entered the town came from the easternmost side of the Sonya Sea, where the ruins of the Battle of Gods were. Perhaps some fish had been reared there, both as food reserves and to observe the changes in the environment. They would disappear at night because they didn't fall asleep. It was also possible that some explorer had just eaten a bellyful of fish when they encountered night and didn't fall asleep in time. If that was the case, it wouldn't be inexplicable for the existence of fish from the outside world in the history of the foggy town. Zaratul looked up and glanced at Klein, who was dressed as a German sparrow. He didn't give an answer for a short period of time. A few seconds later, he leveled his gaze and said with a muffled voice, yes. Yes. Just as he said that, Admiral of Blood Senor produced a ball of crushed fish meat in his hand. It can only last for 45 minutes. When it's over, it'll be as if it had never been eaten, Zaratul added. It actually works. Klein increasingly felt that the powers of a high-sequence Beyonder of the Seer pathway were bizarre and terrifying. He originally wanted to say that there was nothing else he needed help with, but recalling how Zaratul was known to be a crafty existence and that everything he said and did was a question mark, he felt that he needed to prepare something. Amidst his thoughts, Klein decided to show a certain degree of greed to make Zaratul lower his evaluation of him, believing that he could easily be lured. After getting his marionette to put away the fish meat, his eyes darted around as he drew an indiscernible breath. I still need the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. Zaratul's attitude didn't change as he fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. No problem, as long as you're willing to believe that I'm giving you the real formula. When you get back that obsidian rock, I'll give you the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, as well as the symbol to open the door. Sigh, to me, this isn't something I need to care about. As long as you can scatter my ashes back into the river of my homeworld. Klein listened in silence and couldn't help but ask, your level is definitely very high. Your status must be very high. If you scatter your ashes like this, it will pollute the entire river and create countless monsters. Zaratul laughed when he heard that. Very detailed. However, there's nothing special in my ashes. I've long lost them. As he spoke, he raised his head again and glanced at the top of the ancient cathedral. His hinting that his Beyonder characteristic and the uniqueness that his body possesses due to its changes have been sucked away by the magnet at the top. Klein guessed at what he was getting at and asked about his Beyonder pathway. What's the name of the sequence 3 potion after Bizarro Sorcerer? Zaratul's beard moved slightly. Scholar of Yore. Scholar of Yore. Although this sounds like a relic dug out from a dead grave, Zaratul had repeatedly mentioned history. The corresponding Beyonder powers are simply inconceivable. Klein asked again in delight, what's the matter? Then what's the corresponding sequence 0? Zaratul raised his head again and glanced at him before chuckling. You should have known when you opened the door to escape. I hate people like you the most. You only say half a sentence, always smiling without saying a word. Klein immediately had a similar feeling as Emperor Roselle. He shifted his gaze to the stone statue beside him and asked, "What's the matter? Who is this?" Zaratul didn't turn his head as he said in a muffled voice, "He is a descendant of an ancient god. A descendant of an ancient god, a descendant of annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria. This ancient god seems to wield the authority of Evernite. His descendants established the nation of the Evernite?" Before Klein could ask, he heard Zaratul chuckle. "He has a brother. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with him." "Who?" Klein tried hard to recall, but he couldn't find the answer. Zaratul let out a chuckle. "He gave himself a new surname. Antigonus. Antigonus. Nation of the Evernite. Hornacis. Phlegria." Klein's eyes lit up as he connected the pieces of information together. It was easy to understand why the Church of Evernite destroyed the nation of the Evernite. It stemmed from the struggle for authority. It didn't make sense for them to deal with the Antigonus family, which inherited the Seer Beyonder pathway, with a stance of annihilation. There was no need to go that far. After all, the ones that could be exchanged with the Sleepless pathway were Death and Giant. Furthermore, Klein had never understood why the Antigonus family had to place their treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and why they trusted the people of the nation of the Evernite. Now, he finally understood a little. Klein was just about to ask again when he suddenly saw the crimson moonlight shining in from the cathedral's windows turn bright, casting shadows on the corpses hanging in midair. The crimson moon was clear. Klein's heart tightened. Without any thought, he followed the emergency plan and raised his right hand. With a snap of his fingers, he lit a candle near another wall that was far away from him. At the same time, he possessed Wraith Seigneur and leaped forward. He continued rolling and arrived at the nearest outer wall. And at this moment, the entire cathedral turned abnormally silent. There were no longer any reverberating ravings. Klein's spiritual intuition didn't give him any warning of danger, but through the shadows on the ground, he discovered that the corpses hanging in midair were all turning towards the side where the candles were shining. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed down with his left palm and tore through the wall, arriving outside the cathedral. Then, without daring to raise his head, he used the Wraith's internal propulsion to rush towards the nearest building. The distance between the two was only about 10 meters. During this process, he didn't hear any beast-like growls, nor did he sense any figures coming and going around him. However, he felt a prickling sensation on his back, as though he was being watched by countless eyes. In just a second, Klein flipped to the outside of the building, pressed down with his palms, and tore through it. Then, he snapped his fingers and remotely controlled the flames, extinguishing the candles in the cathedral. After a brief moment of silence and tension, the feeling of being watched vanished. Outside the tightly shut curtains, figures began to appear as they came and went. PS1, recommended book, Creating the Game World. It seems that it's quite popular to write about gamers these days. PS2, seeking monthly votes on the last day tilde. Chapter 859. With the abnormality gone, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He observed the environment in the room and chose a spot with some moonlight illuminating it. The shadows weren't too thick, so as to avoid any sudden attacks. And the few seconds of experience he had made him have a guess about the figures and the beast-like growls outside the curtains. They were the corpses that had been hanging inside the cathedral, producing the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. When Klein passed through the wall and left the cathedral, the corpses that were hanging from above had all turned towards the lit candle. There weren't any figures coming or going on the streets. By the time Klein remotely controlled the flames and extinguished the candle, everything would be the same as before. When the crimson moon turns clear and the spirituality is enhanced, the magnet at the top of the cathedral will have a deeper influence on Fogworld Town. It can control the corpses to walk around and pretend to be normal. If that's the case, the light might attract the attention of the controller. Under such circumstances, if the flames aren't extinguished in time and the source is locked onto, something extremely terrifying might happen. Yes, I can't rely on my control of flames to frequently divert the gaze of those figures. Klein reminded himself as he used his spirit body thread's vision to size up the bread, potato-stewed beef, and dark red wine on the dining table. He suspected that the food here was a part of the magnet at the top of the cathedral. If they were to be ingested, Their spirit body threads would be corrupted, causing them to drift towards the cathedral uncontrollably. This would also explain why eating the food here would cause them to evaporate into thin air. This was because they had been hung inside the cathedral to dry. And when the crimson moon turned clear, they could come out to walk. It matched Mr. A's description of vanished people appearing again under the bright moonlight. At a glance, Klein discovered that the food was like a living creature. There were spirit body threads growing out from within as they extended towards the ancient cathedral. The most special thing about them was that each of them only had one spirit body thread. It was clearly different from ordinary living beings who had countless spirit body threads. Indeed, it's about the same as what I guessed. Having his theory verified, Klein retracted his gaze and began considering how to deal with Demoness of Despair Panatia. Beside him, Wraith Senor, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, appeared. The marionette's bones cracked as his face squirmed. Soon, he took on the appearance of German Sparrow. This was a marionette using the powers of a faceless. Klein scrutinized the substitute for a while and realized that there were still some flaws. The clothes couldn't be changed, and if he were to use an illusion to conceal it, he wouldn't be able to fool the demigod-level Demoness of Despair. Even Mr. A might not fall for it. After some consideration, he got Wraith Senor, who was in the form of German Sparrow, to take off his clothes. He also took off his clergyman's black robe and swapped clothes. During the process of putting on his clothes and hat, Klein's expression turned odd bit by bit. This was because in the past 2 months, his marionette had been dressed in such a manner. He had been to the sores and suffered an explosion. All sorts of smells were mixed together, making it unpleasant. Sigh, all the suffering I'm suffering now is a result of my past laziness. Klein sighed silently as he completed his disguise and transformed into the German Sparrow who looked like a pirate captain. At this moment, Senor had also changed into a black clergyman's robe. His aura was spirited and no longer cold. He looked no different from a living person. Klein deliberated for a moment before taking off Creeping Hunger and getting Admiral of Blood to wear it on his left palm. This way, the marionette would be a standard German Sparrow. I have to go all the way if I'm putting on an act. Besides, if Creeping Hunger were to suffer a backlash during this process, the marionette would be the one eating it. Heh, will it feel cheated when the effects are over? It'll be like eating a placebo. As Klein got Senor to adapt to his state and took away the fish and other items, he seriously formulated a plan. With a marionette that can use my Beyonder powers, it's nearly impossible to steal the obsidian stone from her, much less defeat the Demoness of Despair. She's a genuine demigod. Even if I were to rely on this extremely deceptive marionette to obtain tactical success, such as getting him to attract her attention while I complete a sudden sneak attack while constantly switching positions to confuse Panatia, making it difficult for her to make accurate judgments, I wouldn't be able to make up for the disadvantage in my level and strength, preventing me from achieving my strategic goals. I can consider getting the marionette to engage in close combat and attempt to control Panatia's spirit body threads. He's already a corpse, so he won't be affected by the plague. This will allow me to catch her off guard. There are 2 problems. First, the mysticism viruses and bacteria created by the Demoness of Despair are getting stronger and stronger. Will they be able to affect zombies? Second, does she have any other Beyonder powers that I don't know of? There's a high chance of that. I'll first make a list in my mind. I'll write down the areas where I have the advantage or am on par with the Demoness of Despair. I'll see what revelations I can get. A marionette that can disguise as me and use its own Beyonder powers is considered at the level of a demigod. It's the same for instantly switching positions. Apart from them, there's nothing else. Considering the present state of the Demoness of Despair, I seem to have another aspect that's stronger than her. She's in a half-mad state, and her rationality comes and goes at times. She does things in an extreme manner and is easily driven by her instincts. Yes, although she's still good at instigating and inducing, it's considered a hunting instinct. As for me, I'm in a normal state. My intelligence hasn't shown any problems, and my thinking and analytical abilities are still online. Could it be that I have to use my intelligence to win? Klein had a flash of inspiration as he gradually came up with a new train of thought and plan. Why do I have to engage Demoness of Despair Panatia in a life-and-death battle now? She definitely yearns to escape the foggy town. In her heart, this is an instinct that trumps eating. Furthermore, she's still full. I can totally attempt to cooperate with her. She'll provide that obsidian rock, and I'll draw that special and secretive symbol, thus fulfilling the conditions to open the door. Besides, I don't feel at ease with that Zaratul. Who knows if he has any nefarious intentions or is secretly plotting something. By luring the Demoness of Despair in, I can effectively muddle the situation and restrain him to a certain extent. Cooperation is a play of words, not a fight. A perfect stand-in at the demigod level can definitely be of greater use than direct combat. This is equivalent to a combination of my two strengths. Klein quickly made a decision. As he pondered over the details of the cooperation negotiations, he patiently waited for the crimson moon to return to the fog. After a while, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the dark-colored curtains finally dimmed. Klein immediately made his marionette pass through the wall to open the door and leave the room he was hiding in. Then, Senor, who looked like German Sparrow, walked onto the street and headed for the pitch-black cathedral. In just about 10 seconds, Klein, who was controlling the marionette, discovered that Senor had been infected by a disease. This had no effect on the dead, but Klein could vaguely foresee that with the passage of time, the disease would become more serious and bizarre. It could even directly affect the body's nerves and spirituality. This would cause the zombie's actions to turn stiff. In the end, it might not even be able to bend its knees, and it would need to jump to move. Thankfully, I didn't choose the marionette to control the spirit body threads. Klein immediately made Senor say loudly, "I've been in the cathedral for a while. I stayed in the church for a while. I didn't die. I found a way to escape this place." After saying that, German Sparrow sniffled. Apparently affected by the decline in his physique, his resistance to the disease was weakening. And at this moment, Panatia, who was dressed in a pure white robe, suddenly appeared at the cathedral's entrance. Her hair was tied up again, making her look clean and tidy. She looked at the German Sparrow with her beautiful, slightly crazy eyes, and took out a piece of dark and strange obsidian from the inside of her clothes. The outline of the obsidian was exactly the same as the depression on the wall behind the statue. "You need it?" Panatia calmly asked. When Klein realized that the Demoness of Despair had already dispelled the plague and diseases, he hurriedly made Wraith Senor nod slightly. "Yes, as long as you place it in the right place inside the cathedral and match it with a special symbol, you will be able to open a door to escape from here. I know that the cathedral's interior is very dangerous for you, but it's mainly because of the spirit body threads. As for me, I'm a marionettist. I can control the spirit body threads to prevent you from being hung up." Panatia fell silent for a few seconds as the corners of her mouth curled up. "Then, I became your marionette. Or will you give up on helping me at the critical moment and let me become a shadow wandering under the moon?" Klein was already prepared as he immediately made his marionette say sincerely, "That's right." He immediately made his marionette sincerely say, "What can I do to make you feel at ease?" Panatia didn't immediately reply as she carefully thought for a moment. "Give me your hair and flesh. A Demoness is good at cursing. Using Senor's hair and flesh to curse the German Sparrow? If it succeeds, count it as my loss." Klein's heart calmed down as he made his marionette appear stumped. "Then wouldn't you be able to kill me at any time?" Panatia replied with a smile, "Thank you. You can only give me your hair and flesh when you enter the cathedral. Once inside, if I show any signs of cursing you, give up on controlling my spirit body threads. It's the same the other way around. If I show any abnormalities, I'll immediately curse you. Once the door of escape is opened, I'll leave first. And at the same time, I'll return your flesh and hair to you." German Sparrow deliberated for a long while as he discussed the details with the Demoness of Despair. Finally, he nodded. "All right, let's do that." Panatia was just about to speak when she suddenly narrowed her eyes. She slowly said, "For some reason, I'm still a little worried. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last half day. Also, due to technical reasons, Audrey's birthday begins on June 6th. It's good that everyone knows that." Chapter 860. What a terrifying intuition. He clearly didn't realize that the German sparrow in front of him was just a substitute, but he still felt that something was wrong. Klein, who was hiding in the house far away, hissed in his heart. His mind raced as he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He controlled Wraith Senor and made the marionette say in a deep voice, "I'm a little worried too. After opening the door, if you leave first, you can ambush me outside when I go out. You don't even have to ambush me, you can just wait. But before that, you need to return my flesh, blood, and hair to me. When the time comes, you can be closer to the door. This way, you will have enough time to pass through the escape door before the spirit body threads float to the top of the cathedral." Panatia listened in silence before returning with a question. "Then how should I prevent you from destroying the escape door after you get out?" "That's also my problem. When I obtain that special symbol, I'll show it to you. That way, even if I close the door of escape, you can open it again." Panatia shut her mouth again, as though she was pondering over the details. However, she appeared rather irascible and unable to calm down, as though her mind was filled with maniacal tendencies. After about 10 seconds, she spoke again. "I feel that a pure curse might not be able to harm you. Seers have no lack of ways to avoid harm, just like the paper figurine substitutes you used previously. You really don't leave any loopholes. Fortunately, the person in front of you is completely fake." As Klein lampooned, he got Wraith Senor to take out paper figurines from his pocket and burned them all in front of the Demoness of Despair. "I can't be sure if you're hiding another one." Panatia was still somewhat skeptical. German Sparrow expressionlessly twitched the corners of his mouth. "You can do divination. Aren't witches good at that?" Panatia smiled impatiently. "There's no way to communicate with the spirit realm here, and my spirituality." She didn't finish her sentence, and her eyes became dangerous. Klein knew very well what the Demoness of Despair meant. He knew that her spirituality had been corrupted due to the past 6 months of eating. She was a little chaotic and crazy, unable to give a sufficiently reliable answer, especially when facing a Beyonder who was best at divination. The two of them stood there in a deadlock, unable to solve the problem of how to build trust. At this moment, a hoarse and muffled voice came from the roof on the left. "I can be a witness for you." German Sparrow and Panatia turned their heads at the same time and saw Mr. A grow out of the shadows. His hooded robe was blood red. "How do you witness it?" Klein made Wraith Senor ask. Mr. A pulled down his hood and chuckled. "I'll use flesh and blood magic to drill into your body and monitor your condition. Once you no longer control your spirit body threads or wish to use paper figurine substitutes, I'll immediately give a warning or attempt to stop you. Once the door of escape you mentioned opens, I'll leave your body and enter the door before my spirit body threads are affected. Do you think German Sparrow is a fool?" Klein made his marionette curl the corners of his mouth. "According to what I know, rose bishops can indeed hide in the bodies of others, but when they drill out, the host will die on the spot. No, using such a method is to avoid detection. Therefore, I have to fuse with the host's flesh and blood. And there's no need for that this time. I'll quietly stay in your stomach," Mr. A explained in detail. "No, it's not my stomach pouch. It's my marionette Senor's stomach pouch." Klein made German Sparrow take out a gold coin and pretended to attempt a divination. This crazy adventurer kept muttering as the gold coin in between his fingers began to jump. With a clang, the gold coin flew into midair and landed in his palm. German Sparrow took a careful look and said, "From the looks of it, I'm not lying. However, you have to leave my body before I show that special symbol to Lady Despair. Otherwise, German Sparrow might very well be murdered by the duo." If Panatia obtained the door-opening symbol and had the obsidian stone, and had plenty of time, she wouldn't need to worry about the mutation of her spirit body threads. Then, she could completely ignore German Sparrow's help. Mr. A's existence would prevent the use of paper figurine substitutes. If Mr. A were to come out ahead of time, German Sparrow wouldn't have to worry about this. He didn't even need to be afraid that Panatia would turn hostile after learning of the door-opening symbol. When the time came, he could rely on paper figurine substitutes to avoid the fate of certain death. As for Panatia, she wouldn't pursue him in the cathedral. This was because, With the passage of time, she would definitely be hung up. She had to seize the opportunity to escape immediately. On the other hand, the obsidian stone couldn't be taken away. This meant that German Sparrow had a chance of subsequent escape. Although this plan had some flaws in the details, it had considered the situation of all three parties. Panatia raised her hand to grab at the strands of hair that had fallen to her temples. She suddenly asked, "If I were to escape first, aren't you afraid of being ambushed?" This was also a problem that German Sparrow was worried about. Klein immediately made his marionette curl the corners of his mouth. "I'm afraid. But I still have a way to escape. I can take a gamble." Panatia paced around in frustration before finally saying, "Let's do it then. Let's do it then." After making up her mind, her smile became extremely relaxed. "You really are a special man, a man who makes me see hope. Once we leave this place, if you aren't afraid, I don't mind letting you experience what's called extreme pleasure." German Sparrow moved his eyes away with great difficulty and turned his head to look at Mr. A. "I have no more questions." With a gust of wind, Mr. A flew down and landed not far from German Sparrow. His body, along with his clothes, rapidly melted, turning into a sticky blob of flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the flesh and blood constantly overlapped and compressed, turning into a stream the thickness of an arm that flowed towards German Sparrow. In a distant building, Klein retched in disgust before making German Sparrow open his mouth. The flesh and blood stream climbed up the marionette's body and drilled into his mouth. The slightly warm but slippery feeling passed through his esophagus and into his stomach. "It's heavy." However, Mr. A's flesh and blood are helping to hold up the stomach pouch, preventing it from sagging too much. Klein checked his marionette and made him look up at the crimson moon that was obscured by the fog in midair. He then said to Panatia, "That's right." He said to Panatia, "Let's begin now." "All right." Panatia, who had long been unable to hold back her urges, eagerly walked to the cathedral's entrance. Klein made German Sparrow follow by her side. First, he casually pulled out a handful of hair before making 2 flesh sprouts grow out of his arm. He then pulled them off, leaving them dripping with blood. "If someone who knows me very well is here, they'll definitely notice a problem. This is because I can't so decisively harm my body. The crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, should be able to easily do such a thing in the eyes of others." As Klein discovered the problem and summarized his experience, he made his marionette pass the hair and flesh to Panatia when he crossed the ancient cathedral's ajar door. Panatia slowed down and took out an ugly palm-sized puppet. She smeared the flesh and blood over it and wrapped the hair around its thin neck. With the cursed puppet in one hand, she finally crossed the cathedral's door. Klein immediately made German Sparrow control their spirit body threads. As for Mr. A's, it wasn't that troublesome since it overlapped with the marionettes. Even I can do it. With Zaratal's abilities, he can completely help Beyonders who aren't of the seer pathway resolve the problem of losing control of their spirit body threads inside the cathedral. This way, as long as he thinks of a way to let the demoness of despair enter, he could have long opened the door. Why didn't he do so? He can't communicate with the cathedral's exterior, and even his powers are limited to the vicinity of the pitch-black altar. Therefore, Beyonders who aren't marionettist or above of the seer pathway can't come in front of him at all. Klein used his marionette senses to analyze the situation from afar. And inside the cathedral, the corpses were still hanging in midair. Their heads were hung low, and their eyes were rolled back. From time to time, they would sway gently in the wind, producing the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. Upon seeing this scene, Panatia's body immediately stiffened, but she quickly adjusted herself. Together with German Sparrow, they walked through the overlook of the hanging corpses. Before long, they saw the pitch-black altar and the statue of the ancient god's descendant. Zaratal remained sitting diagonally behind the stone statue. He wore a hood and had a white beard. When German Sparrow and Panatia approached, he slowly raised his head and chuckled. "Very good. Beyonders of the seer pathway need to know how to use their brains and not always think about combat." He seemed to have foreseen that German Sparrow's paper figurine would be nearly completely destroyed. He extended his withered palm and grabbed forward, grabbing a yellowish-brown goatskin, a quill covered in ink, and a bottle of ink. This made Panatia's brows twitch involuntarily. Zaratul picked up the quill and scribbled words and symbols on the goatskin. Then, he rolled it up and handed it to German Sparrow. That door-opening symbol, as well as the bizarro sorcerer potion formula that you want. They can only last for 45 minutes. There's no way to take them to the outside world. Klein avoided the demoness of despair and unfurled the goatskin, allowing the potion formula and door-opening symbol to appear in his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he froze. The door-opening symbol was similar to the complicated symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook through the misfortune cloth puppet. It was a vertical eye formed from many mysterious patterns and hidden symbols. However, there was a slight difference in the details. A crescent pattern and a folded line symbol had swapped places. P.S. Updated in advance, requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 861. While I was writing this summary, I had just finished typing the words that I didn't finish because I was working out in the afternoon. I casually looked at the monthly votes ranking and the book review section. Then, I glanced at the red packets section and shivered in fear. Why did they send out red packets? Every time someone was about to catch up to us, they sent out 2,000 monthly votes in red packets. They didn't send too much so that the distance between us wouldn't increase. Wasn't this just luring us to chase after them and luring us to spend money? This kind of thing could be seen at a glance. That was why I didn't bother with it and just followed the usual practice of asking for monthly votes. Really, there was no need to fight for such things. There was no need to waste money. In the end, why couldn't you all control yourself? I always felt that one shouldn't be too greedy. There shouldn't be such a thing as making people who spend money on you spend more money. Everyone could subscribe to me, give me monthly votes, and occasionally tip me. They were already my bread and butter. If I wanted more, it wouldn't make sense. Back to the main topic, let's first summarize the writing in May. Although there were many things to do, I only took a day off. There were some chapters with fewer words. There were some flaws in this month's writing. It was a bit abrupt. I wasn't referring to little Kuz's schizophrenia. It was inevitable that accidents would happen during the process of stealing the notes. If there wasn't a sudden feeling, it wouldn't be good. Also, many of the descriptions at the beginning had problems with the author's mental state. The main problem was the part before stealing the notes. I directly skipped to the part about the preparations for the upcoming operation. It wasn't gentle enough. I should have mentioned it at the end when I met up with Bernadette. I should have said that I only needed to figure out the rules of the servants. The other preparations were already done. After that, it would be more natural to talk about the upcoming operation. At that time, I also had a headache writing about the daily life of a tycoon. On one hand, I had to maintain the tension of the plot. Daily life wasn't flowing. On the other hand, it was impossible for Dawn Dantes to enter all kinds of circles in a short period of time. When it came to matters related to extraordinary people, it would take a long time. Therefore, I had to coordinate on this side while not skipping over the plots of other characters. I had no choice but to skip over some tedious and boring plots. In the field of online literature, I had to write every day. It was inevitable that my condition wasn't good enough. Other than that, the abrupt feeling came from the fact that everyone thought that stealing the notebook would be the final highlight of this volume, but in my heart, there were still many more plots to come. This was just a normal progression of the story, which was a bit of a misplaced experience. Also, in the previous movie, I realized that as the number of tarot members increases, the difficulty of controlling them increases. Just like Miss Magician's, her image wasn't fully developed until the number of scenes in this movie increased. So, I'm consciously controlling the number of tarot members. Some might not join, but in my heart, I'll give them a card. Of course, there will definitely be more tarot members in the future, but not too many. At the moment, I don't have the ability to control nearly 20 characters at the same time. After concluding the writing for May, I said that the next month would be June. I'm a little embarrassed to say, I'll be going on a trip this month. Before I got married, I promised my wife that I'd go on a trip with her once a year. Last year, before the start of the book, we went to Chaos Han, Guangzhou, and Shund for a trip. This year, the mysteries would definitely not be finished, so it was impossible to push it to the end of the year. This time, I'm going to Italy. Yes, I'm going to Rome, Vatican City, visit the churches, visit various historical sites, and enhance the description of the environment, so that I won't have to imagine it or look at the pictures on the internet. I guess this is also a trip to collect materials. Originally, I was planning to go to England, but due to various reasons, I didn't choose it. The trip would be from June 3rd to the 16th. During this period, I would write one chapter every day, at 12:30 in the afternoon. After that, everything would return to normal. Fortunately, the plot of The Foggy Town would end in 2 days, so it wouldn't make everyone feel bad. In the end, I wrote the summary until 12 o'clock. No matter what, thank you to the friends who tipped on the 31st, and thank you to the friends who voted every day. Chapter 862. At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Klein's mind was Zaratul really has a scheme. Right on the heels of that, he was very thankful that he had obtained the correct door-opening symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook. He was now confident and didn't panic. Zaratul made the quill and ink bottle in his hand return to history. He looked up and swept his gaze at German Sparrow and Demonis of Despair Panatia before sighing. All the conditions are in place. You can open the door of escape. Having said that, his gaze was fixed on German Sparrow's face as he chuckled. Don't forget to take my urn. Just as he said that, his body suddenly cracked into countless tiny points of light that spread out in every direction, fusing into the void. It was as though he had long rotted and turned to ash. And where he was sitting, there was a tin can. Its surface was simple and unadorned, with nothing special about it. Klein made German Sparrow take 2 steps forward and bend down to pick up the tin can. He found it heavy, and it didn't seem fake. He used the hand holding the goatskin to open the lid and saw that it was filled with grayish-white dust and particles. There was no light shimmering inside. Is it really just ordinary ashes? Then, who helped Zaratul cremate him? He cremated himself. After German Sparrow closed the lid, he casually used the hand holding the goatskin to take out a piece of meat from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth before swallowing it. Panatia noticed his actions as she narrowed her eyes and swept them over, as though she was asking, "What do you want to do?" Klein quickly stuffed the meat into his marionette's mouth as he deliberately adjusted his breathing. "I'm a little nervous. I wonder if this door-opening symbol is of any use." Panatia had already confirmed that he was eating ordinary fish meat. It just looked disgusting, and in her half-crazed state, she didn't have the patience to make further distinctions. She moved her gaze away and looked at the urn, smiling without saying a word. Without saying a word, she said with a smile, "If it's useless, we can share it. I only use 1 spoonful a day. It can last me for a long time. This Demonis mental state is really abnormal." Klein sighed inwardly as he walked past the Eraser Angel statue that he suspected to be Mother Sky and walked to the wall behind him. Then, he turned his body and pointed at the crater. "Embed the obsidian slab into it," Panatia said with a bright smile and indifferent eyes. "Show me the door-opening symbol first. There's no need to be so wary of me. If I really wanted to harm you, I would have directly abandoned my marionette at that moment. And you wouldn't be able to escape this cathedral in time. You would definitely be hung up. When the time comes, I'll slowly enter and pick up the obsidian stone slab. I can still open the door and leave. However, there's really something wrong with the symbol given by Zaratul. I still need to find someone to bear the burden." With a thought, Klein made German Sparrow raise his palm and pat his stomach before opening his mouth. A blurry blob of flesh and blood quickly surged out as it piled forward, turning into a beautiful Mr. A. Upon seeing this scene, German Sparrow shook the goatskin and unfurled it. The special symbol and the bizarro sorcerer potion formula were reflected in the eyes of Panatia, and Mr. A. Panatia's eyes darted around slightly as she suddenly smiled sweetly. "Go open the door. You go out first." She was certain that German Sparrow was still helping her control the spirit body threads, therefore, she still had plenty of time to wait. As she spoke, she threw the ugly puppet that was covered in blood and had its hair entwined around it to the other party. "She's also afraid of an accident." As Klein made German Sparrow take the puppet, He watched as the Demoness of Despair took a few steps forward and placed the obsidian slab into the depression. The two fit perfectly without any extraneous elements. The wall rapidly emitted light and gradually turned transparent. One could see the stone slabs outside, the hole in the wall, and the clouds floating in midair. As Demoness of Despair Panatia retreated to the side, German Sparrow held the puppet, goatskin, and urn with his left hand. He extended his right palm and used his fingers as a pen. On the transparent wall, he drew the vertical eye formed from many hidden symbols. During this process, Klein was in a dilemma. He wasn't sure if he should draw Zaratul's symbol or the Antigonus family's symbol. Although he had thought that there was something wrong with Zaratul and that he was up to something, after calming down, he felt that he had belittled this important figure. If Zaratul was only trying to harm him and everyone here, he wouldn't have mentioned the matter of opening the door. All he had to do was wait patiently to achieve his goal. Furthermore, Klein's grey fog aura was completely shielded from the foggy town. He really couldn't think of any possibility that Zaratul was targeting him. Therefore, his final judgment was that Zaratul's goal was to coax someone to open the door. This would allow him to obtain something or escape from something. As for whether there was any danger after opening the door, it wasn't in his consideration. If the dumping of the ashes was true and rather important, then it should be relatively safe after leaving. Otherwise, it would be fraught with danger. This also meant that Zaratul's door-opening symbol was correct. Furthermore, there was a 50% chance that it wouldn't bring any danger. And on the other side, the Antigonus family's notebook wasn't that kind. From the scenes he had seen above the grey fog and the information revealed from Zaratul's words, as well as the situation of Zaratul losing control in the outside world, Klein could make a preliminary judgment that the Antigonus family's treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range was very likely a trap with delicious bait. Then, it was debatable if there were any hidden problems with the complicated symbol provided by the notebook. Tiger on the left, wolf on the right. It's a choice between the two. Also, the Antigonus family's symbol is used to enter the treasure trove, but it doesn't mean that it can be used to leave. As Klein pondered, he didn't stop drawing. He was about to reach the part that was different. At this moment, he glanced at Panatia and discovered that the Demoness eyes were glowing. She had a smile on her lips, giving him a feeling of eagerness. If she's in her normal state, as a senior instigator, she should be able to control her expression. Besides, she just saw the door-opening symbol. Klein's heart stirred as he made his marionette follow the one given by Zaratul. Soon, he finished drawing the complicated vertical eye. Beams of pure light blanketed it as they flowed along the runes and finally gathered together. Amidst the bright light, an illusory door that exuded a sense of mystery appeared on the wall. Due to German Sparrow's push, it slowly opened. Behind the door was the ancient stone slabs and tattered wall. Everything was silent without any abnormalities. At this moment, Demoness of Despair Panatia's figure suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of mirror. At the same time, the beautiful woman in a pure white robe appeared in front of German Sparrow, passing through the door of escape in one step. And in her hand was an ugly puppet. Its surface was smeared with flesh and blood, and its neck was wrapped with hair. As for the one in German Sparrow's palm, it had suddenly degenerated into a glass fragment. In terms of mirror illusions, the Demoness of Despair was many times better than Klein. After Panatia passed through the door first, she half-turned her body and revealed a maniacal and teasing smile at German Sparrow. Black flames rose from her palm as she ignited the puppet. At that moment, she seemed to be saying, "Despair. When hope arrives, fall into the deepest despair." Klein realized that the curse couldn't be diverted or shared by paper figurine substitute. Panatia immediately turned around, preparing to leave the foggy town and the ancient cathedral as soon as possible. She was afraid that an accident would happen. At this moment, her eyes suddenly froze. Her body shattered one after another, turning into one mirror after another. However, she was unable to move more than 10 meters away from the door of escape. In just a second or two, Panatia let out a sharp cry. Invisible threads and thick black hair curled up, wrapping around her. She was covered in black flames and ice, one layer after another. Suddenly, everything disintegrated. Panatia's eyes suffused a clear look of despair and regret. Her expression rapidly turned stiff as her neck seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand. She was lifted into the air and hung there. Her eyes rolled back bit by bit, but she still looked beautiful. Over at the door of escape, German Sparrow's body was enveloped by the black flames as he melted like a candle. As for Mr. A, who was about to fly into the door of light, he retched for some baffling reason. He spat out one bright-colored mushroom after another. More mushrooms grew out of his body like bamboo shoots after a rain. Before German Sparrow completely lost his vision, the scene behind the door of light zoomed in. He saw an empty hall. No, it wasn't empty at all. There were more corpses hanging in midair. There were old and young, men and women. They were dressed in exquisite, gorgeous, ancient, or casual clothing. These corpses floated up together with the people hanging inside the cathedral. They were densely packed as they came and went. It was as though a grand opera was being staged, one that accurately reflected the ecology and details of a small town. Klein saw a transparent and slippery tentacle appear behind the people hanging. The patterns on it were complicated and hidden, as though they could drive a person crazy. The countless tentacles extended deep into the hall. There was an ancient, gigantic stone chair. Its surface was embedded with dim gold and gems. Klein tensed up as he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and sever the connection with his marionette. In his mind, the scene he had seen during his divination surfaced. Countless transparent maggots were huddled together as they sat on the gigantic chair. They slowly squirmed as they grew wantonly, extending out nearly invisible tentacles. And in the final scene that his marionette's vision froze, there was a tarot card lying silently at the bottom of the ancient chair. Its surface was also that of Roselle. This emperor was wearing a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane with luggage hanging on it as though he was about to embark on a long journey. His expression was filled with longing. Beside him was a puppy, and at the top corner, there were resplendent starlight outlining the words Sequence 0, the Fool. P.S. Update before making changes. I've finished updating the 2 chapters for today. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket tilde. Chapter 863. Sequence 0, The Fool. After deciphering the words on the tarot card, Klein once again had the same feeling he had when he heard Zaratul say his name. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of destiny. He felt that everything had been arranged from the very beginning, just like what 0-08 had done. He began to doubt his original judgment, believing that the female beast tamer from the traveling circus in Tingen City who had asked him to do a tarot divination wasn't an ordinary person. As his thoughts raced, Klein cut in from another angle and had a new idea. Gradually, he wasn't as horrified, fearful, and depressed as before. Perhaps it wasn't arranged, but a change that I brought about myself. Due to the ritual that led to my transmigration, I had a connection with the mysterious space above the grey fog. My fate was naturally affected. To be more precise, as a guest from another world, I originally didn't have a fate here. Now, my trajectory is a result of my personality, the encounters of the original Klein, the grey fog's influence, and the surrounding environment. The mysterious space above the grey fog clearly has a strong connection with the seer pathway, and this pathway Sequence 0 is the Fool. In reality, if I were to make a divination, I would definitely flip the Fool card. Similarly, this also led to me using the Fool as my title in the future. Klein's emotions calmed down bit by bit, believing that this was the most likely reason. Using a razor to eliminate all the unknown factors and still obtain a reasonable explanation, that means that the probability isn't small. Klein forced himself to stop thinking about the question that he couldn't obtain a definite answer to. He turned his attention back to what had just happened. That gigantic chair and that cluster of transparent maggots are what I saw when I divined above the grey fog. From the various behaviors that make one's hair stand on end on careful thought, this might very well be an angel of the seer pathway, an angel who had lost control and turned into a monster. Zaratul himself? Or could it be the most powerful member of the Antigonus family during the Fourth Epoch? If it's the former, a Rhodes and Snake of Mercury will or Septin have confirmed that Zaratul has already reached Sequence 1 and has lost control and gone mad, collapsing into a monster. This matches this. This can also explain why Zaratul only requested for the door to be opened. This is because once the door of concealment is opened, the two sides will form a connection, allowing him to escape his current state and slowly recover. The repeated emphasis on the ashes is just a pretense. But the problem is that the environment Zaratul is currently in isn't similar to the ancient palace on the mountain peak. Otherwise, I would have been able to recognize it back then. If it's an angel from the Antigonus family who barely managed to survive, to be able to make Zaratul, who came to the Hornacis mountain range in search of treasures after obtaining the notebook during Roselle's period, suffer a loss. A portion of himself was secretly split off without him realizing it. As a result, he went mad during his advancement. Regardless, this should be a sequence one attendant of mysteries. After all, Zaratul was already a miracle invoker back then. From this angle, Zaratul's goal is very likely to be to open the door, allowing the foggy town's history and fate to connect with the outside world, so as to prevent himself from splitting apart. Regardless, that cluster of transparent maggots is most likely a sequence one that lost control. It's no wonder the demoness of despair was on the brink of collapse the moment she saw him. She was hung up with just a little struggle, becoming a marionette waiting to be dried up. Thankfully, I didn't have many clues back then, and the scenes I saw in my divination weren't clear enough. Otherwise, I would have suffered a serious blow from seeing a complete and crazy mythical creature, losing control and mutating. Wait, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the eternal blazing sun or the true creator? Even if the seer pathway's restraints on the mysterious space above the grey fog are taken into account, he is at most on the same level as them. In other words, as long as he can endure the pain, I'll have a chance to pry into him with sufficient prerequisites. And a complete mythical creature form is mixed with the corresponding knowledge. I might be able to use this to obtain one or two high-sequence formulas, just like how I obtained the unshadowed from the eternal blazing sun back then. With this in mind, a scene involuntarily surfaced in Klein's mind. Above the grey fog, the fool had once again secretly extended his hand. While feeling a sudden sense of joy, Klein also felt a strong sense of heartache. This was because, with his present level, strength, and items, it was impossible for him to head to the ancient chair where the transparent maggots were and pick up the Fool card. Seeing the item one desired the most but not being able to obtain it was always painful. Phew. At least I've obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. I'll still have a chance to pry into it in the future. This risk wasn't wasted. All the gold pounds spent and the marionettes I lost weren't wasted either. Yes, it's unlikely that Zaratul would give a fake formula. To him, it's beneath he to deceive a Sequence 5 who has no chance of leaving alive. Besides, if he were to lie, he would have to be wary of the fact that I already know the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The reason why he asked for it was to confirm if it was trustworthy. I'll do a divination above the grey fog later. Klein exhaled. Seeing that there hadn't been any abnormal changes outside for a long period of time, he decided to immediately approach the pitch-black cathedral and observe what had happened inside. To him, all the problems he had thought about weren't the most important thing at present. What was most important was to leave this world of concealment and leave the foggy town. After leaving the house, Klein, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, cautiously came to the entrance of the ancient cathedral. He carefully passed through the half-closed door and walked in step by step. The corpses that were dressed differently and looked different were still the same as before. They hung in midair and moved with the wind, producing the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria, Klein passed under them as his eyes gradually adapted to the dark environment. The number of things he could see gradually increased. The half-demonic wolf and half-human statue remained standing without any damage. The obsidian stone slab and tin urn had landed diagonally behind the statue, but they didn't crack. Klein heaved a sigh of relief before observing his surroundings. His gaze suddenly froze. In the dark corner stood a gigantic mushroom that was taller than him. The mushroom's top was crimson like blood with white patterns mixed in it. Its body was formed from many identical mushrooms, and their patterns together depicted a face, Mr. A's face. However, Mr. A's eyes were extremely blank. They no longer had a luster that could be considered human. Mushrooms grew out from both sides, connecting to form a slender arm. And on his left palm was a thin human-skinned glove. Both of them seemed to have fused as one. What kind of monster is this? Klein couldn't help but take a step back. He felt that his mysticism knowledge was completely inadequate at that moment. He hadn't turned off his corresponding vision and was doing self-preservation. He also discovered that the terrifying mushroom didn't have spirit body threads, as though it was long dead. Its present activity was only a remnant reaction of its body's nerves. In an instant, Klein suddenly had a guess. Mr. A, who had been planted with a mushroom, didn't manage to escape in time. He witnessed the transparent maggots, a complete mythical creature. His mind died on the spot as his body completely collapsed and underwent a terrifying mutation. Then, it fused with the nearby Wraith Seigneur who had disintegrated from the curse, becoming a mushroom-shaped monster that had never appeared before. Also, creeping hunger has been devoured. This mushroom looks really disgusting. If Franco mentions mushrooms again, I'll throw him into the sea. Klein's eyes darted around as he subconsciously moved closer to the obsidian stone slab. He planned on ignoring the mushroom and escaping first. At this moment, his mind suddenly went adrift as he felt everything around him turn slightly blurry. Suddenly, Klein realized that he had been forcefully pulled into a dream. He immediately broke free and saw the nearly 2-meter-tall mushroom slowly gliding over. In its hand was a gigantic sword formed from crimson magma and light blue flames. It can use Sword of Magma. Without any hesitation, Klein opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! The extremely penetrating air bullet hit the mushroom that had slowed down due to controlling the dream. It drilled into its cap and tore open a huge wound. The wound was filled with human flesh and tiny mycelium. They quickly squirmed and quickly repaired the body. It can actually do this. A strong sense of danger suddenly arose in Klein's mind as he suddenly lunged to the side and rolled continuously. The mushroom suddenly sped up as the sword of magma in its hand dragged along a crimson and light blue flame as it slashed heavily at the spot where Klein had been standing. It split the floor tiles apart as flames splattered in all directions. At this moment, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the tiny mushrooms that formed the monster. Then, he ran diagonally behind the statue in an attempt to obtain the obsidian stone slab. But in a daze, Klein realized that he was heading in the wrong direction. He was rushing towards the door. It can even distort my will. Klein's heart tightened as he saw from the corner of his eye that the surface of the gigantic mushroom was covered in a layer of frost, extinguishing the rising crimson flames. As his thoughts raced, Klein ran towards the door and snapped his fingers again, igniting the leaves of the trees outside. Without understanding the enemy's situation or making too many preparations, he believed that a qualified magician would choose to retreat and avoid the attack. More importantly, his strongest marionettist powers were unable to be used at this moment. This was because the gigantic mushroom didn't have spirit body thread. With a whoosh, the crimson flames surged upwards like water, drowning Klein's figure. He then flashed into the flames outside and leaped to the ground. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the howling of the wind. The gigantic mushroom with the red-white cap chased out of the cathedral under the escort of the strong wind. It can even fly. Klein snapped his fingers and used flaming jump to open up a distance. At the same time, he felt his nose itch as he felt the urge to sneeze. There's also a disease. How am I to fight it? I don't have any mystical items, so I can't use my marionettist powers. What a magical mushroom. Klein, who was hiding in a building, was unsure if he should laugh or cry. Suddenly, he felt his body turn cold as his present appearance was naturally reflected in his mind. His old triangular hat, dark red coat, white pants, and black leather boots had all vanished. All that was left was a pair of boxers that protected the last bit of his dignity. It's been 30 minutes. The seigneur summoned from history can no longer be maintained. Klein instantly understood the reason as he began to think. The Admiral of Blood portion that the mushroom fused with should have vanished as well. Also, in another 15 minutes, the effects of the fish will be gone. It will lack the main constituent elements. The corners of Klein's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He immediately used the flames to jump out. Indeed, as he expected, The gigantic mushroom had a ridiculous hole in its body. Furthermore, it couldn't be repaired, causing it to slow down and slow down. "Come on, let's play hide and seek," Klein silently said as he began circling the various streets of the town. With the help of the flames and houses, he began circling the gigantic mushroom. During this process, the crimson moon didn't penetrate the fog to become clear even once. More than 10 minutes later, the terrifying mushroom finally lost its ability to move as it staggered and collapsed on the street. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly and carefully approached. He saw the mushroom's flesh and blood condense as the points of light contracted. Soon, all that was left was a thin human-skinned glove. This. Because of the mutation brought about by a Sequence 1 angel, Creeping Hunger has fused with Mr. A? An upgraded version of Creeping Hunger? Klein bent down and carefully picked up the human-skinned glove. P.S. Thank you to Verkle, Passerby Forked, Under the Parasol Tree, Windrain Fruit Smoking, and Flying Leaf Tyrant 923 for your generous gifts over the past few days. PS2. I was busy writing yesterday and didn't have the time to say it. Happy Children's Day, everyone. Actually, what I like the most about this chapter and the book review section is that the silly readers are laughing all day long, saying, 666, holy sh**, awesome, awesome, awesome. Just a casual browse will make my mood improve. Yes, it's good to be happy. Everyone should be happy. PS3, 3,600 plus words. Seeking a guaranteed monthly pass. PS4, I suddenly realized that the system has been upgraded. From June 2nd to June 6th, I can't post or comment on this chapter. I can't see the silly readers laughing. Chapter 864. The thin human-skinned glove didn't look any different from before, but Klein didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used divination to do a rough inspection. Apart from the 5 fingers, the palm and back of the palm can each correspond to a grazed sole, and currently, all 7 spots are filled. Some of the similar Beyonder characteristics show signs of fusing. I also seem to have additional abilities related to flesh and blood magic. The speed at which I switch souls has become much faster. I have to eat 1 person a day, otherwise, I'll feed on the owner. Heh, Creeping Hunger, you are getting cocky again. Reflect on yourself above the grey fog. I'm temporarily unable to obtain any revelations. I'll do a more accurate divination above the grey fog after leaving this place. Yes, I'm not too sure if there are any other negative effects. All I know is that it won't cause me any harm in the short term. Also, Mr. X, who has been grazed, isn't affected. The traveler's teleportation and door opening are still normal. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and wore the upgraded Creeping Hunger on his left hand. Then, he ran straight for the cathedral, hoping to leave as soon as possible. And while playing hide-and-seek with the gigantic mushroom, he hadn't forgotten to use his illusion to make himself a formal suit with a trench coat and a top hat. As for the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Klein suspected that it was likely in the hands of Demoness of Despair Panatia. And this demigod was already hanging in the ancient palace, under the watchful eyes of the cluster of transparent maggots. Sigh, after all, flesh and blood can be slowly eaten as reserves for the future, but the Beyonder characteristic will definitely be irreversibly produced. After all this time, it has long taken form. Even if the Demoness of Despair doesn't place much importance on it and casually throws it somewhere, I won't be able to quickly find it without being connected to the spirit world. With divination greatly restricted, I won't be able to quickly find it. And in such an environment, no one knows if there will be any anomalies or if the obsidian stone slab will automatically teleport away. Therefore, I have to seize the time and escape as soon as possible. Klein's mind was very clear as he returned to the outside of the ancient cathedral and passed through the half-closed door. Although he had promised Miss Sharon to sell Wraith Seigneur's Beyonder characteristic to Marek, firstly, the material itself had been corrupted, making it difficult to concoct a potion. Secondly, his safety was more important. It's not like there's no way to resolve it. At most, I'll hunt another wraith or seek the help of Snake of Mercury, Will or Septin, to shatter the blob of Beyonder characteristic in Marek's hand and purify it. Yes, I'll have to wait for a particular fetus to be born. Klein mumbled silently as he passed by the densely packed corpses that shook like wind chimes and arrived at the side of the stone statue. Along the way, he found the iron cigar case that he had placed on his marionette and hadn't been devoured by the mushroom. The Aztec copper whistle and ruined gold coin inside were similarly undamaged. After putting away these items, Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent it from floating to the top of the cathedral as he bent down to pick up the obsidian stone slab. After confirming that this important item wasn't damaged, he calmed down a little and checked Zaratel's tin urn. When he opened the lid and took a careful look, Klein's pupils constricted as they instantly froze. The ashes in the tin urn were all gone, not a single bit was left. Zaratel has already achieved his goal? Should I say as expected? Klein threw away the tin urn in bewilderment. He straightened his body and embedded the obsidian stone slab into the wall behind him. The wall emitted light once again, turning transparent. It allowed him to see the ancient stone bricks, the broken wall, and the floating clouds outside. Thinking of the cluster of terrifying maggots, Klein wasn't in a hurry to draw the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook. He first raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. He ignited the trees outside the cathedral, prepared to immediately use flaming jump to leave the area if anything went wrong. After making his preparations, Klein used his fingers as a pen and quickly outlined the vertical eye formed from many hidden symbols. Compared to before, the crescent moon and lines had switched positions. As he finished his final stroke, pure beams of light shot up and flowed along the complicated vertical eye's runic patterns, gathering and emitting light. The whole church suddenly became illusory. Everything was turned upside down. Klein felt as though he had instantly arrived at the top of the hanging corpses. In front of him was an illusory double door, and behind the door was the familiar ancient palace. There were demonists of despair Panatia and companies gently swaying corpses. Transparent tentacles with strange and mysterious patterns swarmed over and struck the door, but they failed to open it. All they could do was inject a tiny bit of strength in an attempt to grab Klein's spirit body thread. Without any hesitation, Klein snapped his fingers. As he tugged at his spirit body threads, he jumped into the flames outside the cathedral. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers and repeatedly flashed, fleeing to the furthest point of the foggy town. When the pitch-black cathedral's illusory feeling vanished, Klein stopped and frowned. It also leads to the palace with the runaway angel. The symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook is the same as the one provided by Zaratel. However, this symbol seems to only be able to activate the door of escape and not open it. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I wouldn't have been able to escape. It's a symbol for entry. Zaratel's is for exit. What should I do? How do I get out? Klein subconsciously surveyed the shrouded and eerily silent town. He forced himself to calm down and think of a way to escape. Perhaps the wall isn't the only way out, but the possibility isn't high. Over the years, batches of foreigners have come to the foggy town. If there were any clues outside the cathedral, they would have long found them. Should I try using other symbols? What should I try? Klein fell into deep thought as he analyzed the internal connections between various objects to see if he could find any inspiration. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family. And no matter who the monster on the huge throne in the ancient palace is, it's definitely a runaway angel of the seer pathway. Zaratel, who is involved in this matter, is also an angel of the seer pathway. The Antigonus family's notebook, which provided the symbol, is also closely related to this pathway. Therefore, the correct door-opening symbol should be related to the seer pathway. Sequence 0 of the seer pathway is likely called the Fool. This can be confirmed. Otherwise, the owner of the card of blasphemy wouldn't have been attracted to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and become a hanged person. The Fool. The Fool. As he ruminated over the word fool, Klein suddenly thought of himself. He thought of the mysterious symbol behind the high-back chair that represented himself above the grey fog. Perhaps, I can give it a try. Klein deliberated for a few seconds and decided to make a bold attempt. After all, he had no other solutions for the time being. He returned to the steepled cathedral, and under the watchful eyes of the hanged people, he walked to the wall behind the statue and picked up the obsidian stone slab that had fallen once again. After the stone slab was embedded, the door rapidly turned transparent. As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite another tree, he took a deep breath and drew the symbol of the Fool, which was formed from half a pupilless eye and half a contorted line. Soon, he finished the finishing touches as he tensed up. But this time, the transparent door didn't change at all. It's useless. Klein's expression turned bitter bit by bit. He suspected that he would be trapped here forever, fighting the Beyonders that entered later until he starved to death or was eaten. He shook his head and threw away his feelings of despair. He reorganized his thoughts and searched for other clues. This place is related to the nation of the Evernite and the Antigonus family. And they were all destroyed by the Church of Evernite. The eraser angel that sent me in is suspected to be the Mother of the Sky. It's active at the bottom of the Church of Evernite's St. Samuel Cathedral. The reason why people who don't sleep at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods disappear is said to be because of the remnant aura or powers of the Evernite domain. Therefore, this is clearly a place related to the Evernite authority, or even the Evernite goddess, the goddess. The more Klein thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He had originally analyzed the problem from an objective point of view, but he had unknowingly changed the way he addressed the Evernite goddess. And this also gave him a new train of thought. Perhaps I can try the corresponding symbol of the dark sacred emblem, or the symbol that symbolizes the goddess in mysticism. With the mentality that he had nowhere else to go, Klein exhaled and raised his right hand again, drawing the simple symbol of the dark sacred emblem. All of a sudden, the scene behind the transparent door rippled like water, and a change occurred. Although he could still see the ancient palace and the holes in the walls, they were very far away this time. He could only vaguely see them. Behind the door was a bottomless cliff. There were jagged rocks, clouds floating in midair, and the stars and crimson moon that hadn't been obscured by the sunlight. It looked like a part of a mountain top. It really works. Klein gaped at this scene as he subconsciously stretched out his palms and pushed open the door. The wind outside was light and cold as it hummed. Just as Klein was about to take a step out, he fell into thought and paused. Then, he threw out a gold coin and did a divination. He received a revelation that there was no danger outside. Right on the heels of that, he drew a crimson moon on his chest. After doing all of this, Klein took a step forward with his right foot and passed through the illusory door. His vision darkened as he saw the endless night and resplendent stars. Then, he realized that he was on a mountain top. Apart from the snow that hadn't melted yet, jagged rocks, and the morning sun, there was nothing else around him. I'm out, safe. Without further observation, he made creeping hunger turn transparent and attempted to activate his traveling powers. If he succeeded, it meant that he had left the foggy town and returned to the real world. He could then take the opportunity to leave his current location and avoid danger. If he failed, he could quickly understand the situation and be prepared for any possible attacks. Moments later, Klein's body faded and vanished. And in front of him, the redness turned redder and the whiteness turned whiter. Countless indescribable shadows appeared. He had successfully entered the spirit world. P.S. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 865. It's really the spirit world. Klein was delighted as he silently muttered to himself. Without any further confirmation, his spirituality and spiritual perception told him that this was the real spirit world. And this meant that he had returned to the real world, a place with all sorts of delicious food. I nearly burst into tears. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark inwardly as he considered the problem of where he should go next. From the position of the stars, moon, and sun, it's still early in the morning. If there's no time difference between the real world and the foggy town, it's at most 7:30. It might not even be yet. At this point in time, the servants will definitely discover that a companion is missing, but they might not inform the priests and bishops in a timely manner. Even if they have received the corresponding training and will report it to their superiors according to procedure, they will have to eliminate the possibility that someone is slacking off or having diarrhea. They won't be able to come up with a definite conclusion without more than 10 minutes to take effective action. And after the report is made, the priests and bishops definitely won't be able to tell the severity of the problem immediately. They will only believe that a servant has escaped, and they won't be able to quickly link this matter to the keepers. By the time they discover the truth through divination and search, it will take 20 to 30 minutes. That is to say, there's a high chance that they haven't begun searching the surroundings for the infiltrator. Dawn Dantes' identity as a tycoon hasn't been exposed. Yes, if the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula given by Zaratul is correct, then the identity of Dawn Dantes is still worth making use of. Under the premise that I can preserve it, I should try my best not to give it up. Besides, among the items I'm wearing, only my gloves and underwear are real. If I go elsewhere like that, it's like I'm a pervert. Klein had already made up his mind. He took out the iron cigar case that appeared to be in his pocket, but it was actually pinned to an elastic belt. He opened it and took out the gold coin inside. Returning to 160 Beauclund Street is dangerous. Klein muttered 7 times as he flicked out the gold coin. He watched as it slowly floated in the spirit world, going up and down, left and right before finally landing in his palm. This time, the side with the number written on it was facing up, indicating a negative answer. Klein nodded indiscernibly and immediately shuttled toward Beekland. After 3 rounds, his figure appeared inside 160 Beauclund Street. The curtains were tightly shut and the lights were dim. It looked very suitable for sleeping. On the bed, Dawn Dantes was lying on his back, his hands reaching out from the gap near his neck, grabbing the edge of the quilt. From the looks of it, they haven't investigated me yet. This form is so awkward. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Dawn Dantes' figure rapidly dissipate and degenerate into a palm-sized mirror. Water rippled on the surface of the mirror. Silver light rose and condensed into ruin characters one after another. Great Supreme Master, what happened to you? Your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, actually couldn't sense you previously. Nothing, Klein replied perfunctorily. This allowed him to confirm something. It was that Rhodes was unable to pry into the foggy town. After all, this fellow could even present the environment where Zaratul was when he lost control. Is it really related to the authority of a deity? Klein's thoughts raced as he asked, no one came looking for me, right? No, no one came to disturb you. No, no one came to disturb you. On the surface of the mirror, the silver wriggled and evolved into new words. Klein was truly relieved as he said to Rhodes, you can go back now. I'll summon you again if there's anything. All right, Master. Goodbye, Master Tilda. Just like before, Rhodes drew a simple drawing of a hand waving on the mirror's surface to match the words. After the aqueous glow dissipated and the mirror returned to normal, Klein walked to the bed, took out the sleeping robe hidden under the blanket, and wore it. Then, he rummaged through the candles and other items, entered the bathroom, and set up a sacrificial ritual. He planned on moving Creeping Hunger, Azic's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and all sorts of mysticism materials above the grey fog, so as to avoid any investigations that might follow. After doing all of this, Klein didn't delay for a moment. He sat in the fool's seat and conjured the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula in front of him. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredients: Bizarro Bane's main eye, Spirit World Plunderer's true soul. Supplementary ingredients: 200 milliliters of Bizarro Bane's blood, 30 grams of Spirit World Plunderer's dust, 10 grams of red-haired birch bark, a segment of golden grapevine, a self-made rubber mask the size of a finger. Advancement ritual: mainly rely on one's own strength and planning. Under the eyes of an audience, direct a grand play to murder a demigod or a beyonder creature of the same level. Then, consume the potion at the end of the play. Klein didn't have the time to think about what the ritual represented. He wrote the corresponding sentence under the potion formula. Following that, he summoned a spirit pendulum from the junk pile, held it in his left hand, and began a divination. Before long, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula in his hand was correct. Phew. Klein exhaled as he confirmed the changes that had happened to Creeping Hunger and what negative effects it had. After a dream divination and a few direct attempts, he figured out the exact situation in less than 2 minutes. Creeping Hunger can now graze 7 souls. Every grazing will allow it to obtain 2 to 3 beyonder powers. One of them can be decided by the wearer. Now, there are a total of 8 souls in Creeping Hunger. The rest have completely dissipated due to the mutation brought about by the Attendant of Mysteries. And due to the excessive number of souls, it results in a compression, causing a portion of the powers to be unusable. One needs to be released to return to normal. Currently, of the 8 souls, one is Baron of Corruption, also known as Wormtongue Missile. He has fused with the Beyonder characteristic of the same pathway that Mr. A grazed. Apart from distortion and bribe weaken, he has an additional area of effect Beyonder power named Corrosion. It can make the hearts of people within 10 meters turn dark and greedy, making it easy for them to make irrational choices. The second is Desire Apostle Kerchase. He has fused with a devil from Mr. A's side, and with Danger Foresight, a Beyonder power that needs to be activated ahead of time and constantly maintained in the present state of the soul. He has replaced Sulfur Fireball. As for Language of Foulness, Slow and Sword of Magma, they have also received a certain enhancement. The third is Traveler, Mr. X Louis Veen. He has fused with Mr. A's Scribe. While retaining Traveling and Door Opening, he has obtained the Beyonder power of Record. However, there are some anomalies. It can't be used to record ordinary Beyonder powers, and it can only be used against demigod-level targets. Its recording success rate has increased. Although it's still troublesome, as long as one's luck isn't too bad, it can be completed in about 8 tries. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers it records doesn't exceed 2, and none of them are higher than Sequence 3. The fourth is Zombie Mavetti. There aren't any changes. It's still the original zombie powers, Control of Ice, and Zombie Controlling. The fifth is an unknown Demoness of Affliction. She can give the user a rather powerful charm. She can also adjust one's appearance to a certain extent. In addition, she can provide a disease that can cover nearly 50 meters. Creatures within this range will slowly be infected, and the effects will only worsen. In the beginning, it might just be a skin allergy, a cold, or a fever. 20 to 30 seconds later, it might turn into a serious illness like pneumonia. After 2 to 3 minutes, it might lead to a heart attack or cerebral infarction. The sixth is an unknown Wind-Blessed. It has 3 Beyonder powers: short-distance flight, deep diving, and water control. The seventh is an unknown Soul Assurer. It has 2 Beyonder powers: forcefully pulling people into a dream and putting spirit bodies to sleep. The eighth is an unknown Doctor. It has 3 Beyonder powers: discern the timing, treat maladies, and stitch the soul. At the same time, Creeping Hunger itself has Hiding in the Shadows and Flesh Bomb. Furthermore, it has the chance and strength to barely graze a Sequence 4 saint. It's much stronger all of a sudden. While Klein was secretly gratified, he frowned at the negative effects. Now, Creeping Hunger had to eat a living person every day, otherwise, it would devour the wearer. In addition, it would praise the true creator from time to time in the wearer's mind, causing chaos in their thoughts and pain in their heads. Apart from these 2 problems, it was also afraid of mushrooms. If mushrooms appeared within 5 meters of it, it wouldn't be able to use any of its powers. Randomly praising the true creator is very troublesome. It's the same for eating a living person every day. I'll first throw it above the grey fog and let it calm down for a few days to see if there are any changes. If it really doesn't work, I can only write to Mr. Aztec. Klein quickly made a decision and didn't hesitate to release the Soul Assurer's soul. As for the Wind-Blessed and Doctor, he planned on gradually replacing them in the future. The Demoness of Affliction would depend on the situation. To the side of the long bronze table, the Soul Assurer's soul appeared. However, due to the mutation, it was no longer able to maintain itself after losing its possession. It quickly dissipated completely. His Beyonder characteristic appeared as it was entirely black in color. At its core, there was a pure light shimmering, like a night sky dotted with stars. After doing this, Klein didn't delay any further. He threw Creeping Hunger and the other items onto the junk pile and quickly returned to the real world. He ended the ritual and cleaned up the traces. Following that, he washed his face and brushed his teeth as usual, allowing Dawn Dantes to become more spirited. After leaving the bathroom, Klein, who was wearing his pajamas, walked to the door with his usual expression. He opened the door and said to his valet, Richardson, who was waiting outside. He opened the door and said to his valet, Richardson, who was waiting outside, "Help me prepare a set of clothes suitable for staying at home." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't ask why as he immediately walked to the cloakroom beside him. Only at this moment, as he looked at his servant's back, did Klein truly feel like he had escaped from an adventure and returned to normal life. P.S. From today onwards, there will be one update a day. It will resume on the 17th at 12:30. Chapter 866. St. Samuel Cathedral, behind Channy's Gate. The Archbishop of Beekland, St. Anthony, stood at the staircase that connected the first and second floors. He watched as a few Nighthawk deacons bustled back and forth. There was no lack of people wearing red gloves among them. As the spokesperson of the Church of Evernight in the kingdom's capital, St. Anthony's clean, beardless face didn't show any obvious emotions. His deep, black eyes similarly didn't hide any emotions, but everyone who passed by him could feel their souls tremble. An indescribable fear surged from the bottom of their hearts. "Your Grace, after an inventory, none of the mysticism ingredients have been lost, including the main ingredients and beyonder characteristics of the various potions. Your Grace, all the potion formulas are in their original spots. It has been preliminarily confirmed that no one has touched them in the past 8 hours. Your Grace, all the prisoners who were locked up on the first floor are all here. No one escaped, and no one died. Your Grace, all the information and manuals weren't damaged, nor were they moved at all. Your Grace, the grade 3 and 2 sealed artifacts are all here. None of them have been taken away. Your Grace, the 3 grade 1 sealed artifacts are still in a sealed state. There are no signs of them leaving their respective zones. Your Grace, the seal's core is still intact. It hasn't been damaged at all. Your Grace, it has been confirmed that there isn't a single additional item here. There aren't any remnants of dangerous setups. Your Grace, we didn't find the enemy who disguised himself as a keeper. He seems to have evaporated." As the deacons reported in succession, the situation gradually became a little strange. They found it unimaginable that a cunning and powerful beyonder would take an extremely high risk, go through meticulous planning, and use all sorts of methods to finally enter Channy's Gate without taking anything. All he did was stroll around the gate and leave. This made it seem like he was purely trying to prove his abilities, or that he was specifically helping the church find loopholes in the security procedures of Channy's Gate. Deacon Sostel, who was leading a team of red gloves, surveyed the area and deliberated before voicing his guess. "Your Grace, could it be a requirement of a particular sequence's advancement ritual?" Having done the mission to capture a devil, he habitually guessed in this direction. And from sequence 5 onward, different pathways and sequences had different advancement rituals. There were many that the Church of Evernight didn't understand. If that was the case, Sostel seemed to have already seen the infiltrator's mocking smile, saying, "Even if it's the Church of Evernight's Channy's Gate, I can come and go freely. It's no different from going to a department store. Those Nighthawks can only fly into a rage from their incompetence after the matter is over. He must be caught." Sostel quietly clenched his red-gloved hand. St. Anthony was just about to speak when another Nighthawk deacon, Daly Simone, raised a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator was affected by the negative effects when attempting to take away a sealed artifact. He died on the spot and was devoured clean. St. Anthony nodded thoughtfully. "I'll go take a look at the 3rd floor first." With that, he walked steadily into the 2nd level of the underground and opened the path to the 3rd level at a hidden location. As the other deacons' levels weren't high enough, they didn't have the authority, so they could only wait where they were. St. Anthony quickly arrived at the small 3rd level. With a sweep of his gaze, he confirmed that there were no abnormal changes to sealed artifacts 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. He followed the strict procedures and observed the situation inside 1 to 80 through 1 to 29. He discovered that 0 to 17 was lying there with its eyes half open, just like usual. During this process, St. Anthony approached thrice and widened the distance thrice. At times, he would change his position, and at other times, he would shroud himself in a layer of darkness. He didn't dare to be careless. Even as a saint, he did not dare to underestimate every item here. Not to mention 0 to 17, whose power would occasionally break through the container and cause the seal to temporarily fail. Even 1 to 29 and 1 to 80 were rather dangerous items. Anthony did not want to degenerate into an amnesiac who had to relearn how to eat and drink, nor did he want to become a part of the dream between reality and illusion. There's no problem. Anthony silently heaved a sigh of relief and began to restore the two outer sealed artifacts to their original state. A few minutes later, the Nighthawk deacons saw the Archbishop return to his previous state. The infiltrator might have already died from coming into contact with the sealed artifact. Saint Anthony sounded a little vague when he said the word died. He didn't give any explanation and instead instructed, regardless, this matter has to be investigated clearly. No matter what, we have to investigate this matter thoroughly. The infiltrator might have an accomplice. To be able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing a commotion, it means that the target is very familiar with this place. He's very familiar with the recent rotation of the keepers, and is very familiar with the handover process of the Nighthawks. He also has the ability or item to change his appearance. In addition, he has obtained the help of a Beyonder with a Evernight Pathway holy artifact, or perhaps it's something that belongs to him. Combine these conditions and investigate if the servants and priests have encountered any obvious spirit channeling or inducement. Investigate if the bishops have betrayed the goddess. Investigate the believers who have recently come to the cathedral. At the same time, investigate the streets where those believers are. Perhaps they didn't deliberately leak it, but it was stolen. As for you, leave it to me. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues. Yes, Your Grace, Sostel and the other Nighthawk deacons replied in unison. In the office with a tense atmosphere, Leonard Mitchell didn't place his feet on the table like usual. Instead, he sat in a very serious manner with a rather solemn expression. This was the second time he had encountered something that targeted an item behind Channy's gate. It stirred up the memories hidden in his heart. And more importantly, he had once encountered the fake keeper, but he hadn't discovered any problems. If I were stronger and had better observation skills, perhaps it wouldn't have happened. Leonard Mitchell pursed his lips tightly as he stared at the documents in front of him, but he couldn't read a single word until his teammates entered. That keeper has awakened. He didn't see the infiltrator, and he only knows that he has been possessed by a wraith, the red gloves who entered said to everyone in the room. How can a wraith move inside the cathedral? Many red gloves raised the question, but no one could answer it. Perhaps that wraith believes in the goddess. Leonard mumbled inwardly. While no one noticed him in the corner, he suppressed his voice and mumbled to himself. Old man, didn't you notice anything abnormal back then? The slightly aged voice resounded in his mind. It's not like I can observe the outside world all the time, especially when it's near Channy's gate. Leonard didn't dare ask further as he joined his teammates in their discussion. Before long, the Red Gloves captain, Sostel, entered the room and threw a stack of documents on the table. This is the target we need to investigate. The bishops have provided a list of believers who have recently come to the cathedral. Leonard swept his gaze and saw a familiar name at the back of the front page. Dawn Dantes. This old fellow who survived since the Fourth Epoch has only been in the neighborhood for 2 months, and Channy's gate has been infiltrated. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Furthermore, he has been coming to St. Samuel Cathedral often. It's very likely that he's observing the situation and figuring out the pattern. Old man's excuse isn't very convincing, but if the infiltrator is Dawn Dantes, then everything can be explained. He's afraid of exposing himself, so he pretended not to notice anything amiss. Many thoughts flashed through Leonard Mitchell's mind as he deliberated and said, Captain Sostel, what did the infiltrator take away? What clues did he leave behind? Sostel surveyed the area and said, nothing was taken away. Nothing was left behind. It's as though he never entered. His Grace suspects that he has died or evaporated due to coming into contact with some sealed artifact. We are mainly looking for his accomplices. No, it's impossible for Dawn Dantes to die so easily. He's a monster who has lived since the Fourth Epoch. However, why did he infiltrate? Leonard frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Then, he took the initiative to include Dawn Dantes into his and his 2 teammates' scope of investigation. After the Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks began taking action, Leonard found an excuse to head to the washroom and suppressed his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, "What do you have to say about Dawn Dantes?" He didn't expose the lie of the parasite in him. The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, "Didn't I already tell you? I don't know much about him. All I know is that he has something special about him. His aura has an ancient scent. However, a case you previously investigated gave me some inspiration. I suspect that Dawn Dantes might be involved in that matter to a certain extent. He's the agent of a particular existence." "What is it?" "Which existence?" Leonard muttered in surprise. The aged voice in his mind replied with an odd tone, "The fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era." 160 Beauclund Street. Klein finished his breakfast and returned to the half-open room with the balcony. He sat in a reclining chair and rubbed his temples. When his tense state gradually subsided, Klein found himself in a daze. He kept seeing the corpses hanging in the ancient cathedral, as well as the cluster of translucent maggots deep in his memories. An illusory voice kept echoing in his ears, Hornacis. Phlegria. Although I quickly severed my connection with my marionette, I was still affected to a certain extent. My mind was slightly corrupted. As expected of a true mythical creature. After the initial investigations are done, I'll have to resolve the remaining problems in this regard. Klein slowly exhaled and used cogitation to calm himself down. Chapter 867. On a carriage at the intersection of Beauclund Street, Leonard Mitchell was discussing the investigation target, Dawn Dantes, with 2 red gloves. "I haven't made any direct contact with this gentleman for the time being. I've only investigated his servants and neighbors." Cindy, who had long burgundy hair, first introduced his findings. "It's preliminary confirmation that Dwayne Dantes acted as usual from last night to this morning. He went to bed at 11 at night and finished washing up at 7:30 in the morning. He got his valet to prepare his clothes. During this period, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Of course, there are times when he eats supper and ends the day after 12. There are times when he wakes up before 7 and goes out for a stroll, but that's not normal." The other red glove, Bob, nodded. "From this point of view, Dawn Dantes doesn't have any problems." Leonard Mitchell, who was sitting casually, immediately smiled. "But the reverse is also true. According to the current situation, the missing servant should have been replaced between 11:20 and 11:35 last night. The infiltrator entered Channy's gate at 6 o'clock, and we discovered the problem at 7:20, but we didn't find the target. That also means that during the infiltration incident, Dawn Dantes was sleeping. He doesn't have an alibi." "What you said makes sense." Cindy looked at Leonard in surprise. Her impression of this teammate was that although he often had judgments and questions that pointed to the core of a problem, he rarely gave such a long and logical explanation. He was more like an undisciplined poet, only occasionally having an epiphany. Bob, who had a sharp chin, frowned and shook his head. "This way, everyone on this list can't escape suspicion. They didn't sleep under the watchful eyes of others. Even their wives or husbands would have fallen asleep during this period of time. Also, I don't think an infiltrator would be so bold. He has already entered Channy's gate and successfully escaped, completing such an unbelievable feat, yet he still lingered in the vicinity. He didn't abandon his identity and directly left. Is that possible? The risk he has to bear is immeasurable unless he's plotting something or can't bear to part with certain things. But what else can compare to infiltrating Channy's gate? What can compare to those sealed artifacts, ingredients, and formulas? If I hadn't known beforehand that there was something wrong with Dawn Dantes, I would have made the same judgment." Leonard had already thought of an excuse. "I'm just saying that Dawn Dantes can't be ruled out so easily. Besides, Captain Sostel also said that the infiltrator might have died behind Channy's gate. Even if Dawn Dantes is related to this matter, he should be an accomplice." Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? In less than 2 months after he moved in, the church had encountered something that might not happen in centuries. Furthermore, he had come to St. Samuel Cathedral too frequently. He had sufficient opportunities to figure out the corresponding situation. Also, during this period of time, a strange saw explosion happened in Beauclund Street. Cindy combed her burgundy hair. You've convinced me that this is a target that we need to focus on. Bob tugged at the edge of his left red glove. It's true that there are too many coincidences. However, a coincidence doesn't necessarily equate to a problem. Even if Dawn Dantes goes to the cathedral every day and listens to the bishop's sermons, he can only grasp a superficial pattern. He won't be able to obtain any deeper information. For example, when the keepers head to Channy's Gate, or how the Nighthawks deal with each other. Therefore, he's more likely to be one of the accomplices, Leonard said with a shrug. He similarly didn't understand how Dawn Dantes knew the internal processes of the Nighthawks so well. Cindy echoed. Regardless, we have to do a deeper investigation. Wait until noon and directly enter Dawn Dantes's dream to interrogate him? Yes, he has the habit of taking afternoon naps. Leonard raised his right hand and waved it gently. There's no rush. It's not like we haven't done a routine investigation before. It's not like we haven't entered Dawn Dantes's dream, but we didn't discover any problems. If there's really nothing wrong with him, we won't gain anything from entering his dream again. If there's something wrong with him and he didn't expose it previously, it means that he has a way to resist the dream interrogation. We will still be fooled when we enter his dream again. Therefore, we should monitor him and see who he interacts with to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, we should wait for Des's feedback and figure out this tycoon's true identity. Once we discover any clues, we can request for a higher-level investigation method than entering his dream. Cindy was a little stunned once again. He couldn't help but say half-jokingly, she couldn't help but say half-jokingly, it's rare to see you analyze a situation so seriously. Furthermore, his thoughts were extremely clear. Leonard fell silent for a moment before giving a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps it's because I've encountered something similar before. At that instant, Cindy felt that Leonard's green eyes had darkened a little. She didn't speak further. Then, we'll take turns monitoring Dawn Dantes, starting with me. All right. Leonard nodded and turned to Bob. Get the saw explosion case and see if you can discover any problems. I'll go back and read through the corresponding dossiers to see if there were any abnormalities in this street. After splitting the work, the three red gloves busied themselves with their own matters. Leonard returned to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement and obtained all the information regarding Bokelund Street, as well as the dossiers regarding the Aurora Order's active or passive involvement in Beekland for the past 3 years. The latter was a train of thought that came to Leonard from the clues provided by the parasite in him. Since the Fool's existence and the corresponding honorific name were first spread from the Aurora Order, then, certain matters that the Aurora Order is involved in, or the attacks they suffered, might very well have something to do with the organization that believes in the Fool. After returning to his office, Leonard reined in his casual attitude and seriously read through the thick stack of documents. Among the dossiers related to the Aurora Order, he was most familiar with the Enigmas case. In this case, the True Creator's attempt to descend failed miserably due to a baffling report. There was a mysterious person who killed the main criminal, and he was suspected to be related to hero bandit Black Emperor. As they were all targeted at heinous criminals, they would scatter tarot cards on the target's corpse. Only Desire Apostle Jason Berrier hadn't managed to do so because Leonard had rushed over too quickly. Similarly, Leonard once again saw the name Sherlock Moriarty appear at the periphery of the matter. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at a gathering he held. There are remnants of demigod-level powers at the scene. At this moment, Dawn Dantes has already arrived in Beekland, and he happens to be at. The Aurora Order's Mr. A collaborated with the Demonist sect to create the Great Smog of Beekland. As a result, he perished. The Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated Ambassador Intes. Leonard read through them one by one, but he didn't find any useful information. He rubbed his temples and decided to change directions. He began with the cases related to hero bandit Black Emperor. The Enigmas case. The first time a tarot card throwing ritual appeared at a murder scene. And the Fool is the beginning of the tarot cards, Capim's case. With the strength and status displayed by hero bandit Black Emperor, it's impossible for him to imitate others. He also scattered tarot cards on the corpse. The Desire Apostle Jason Berrier case. I saw hero bandit Black Emperor with my own eyes, and at the same time, I didn't allow him to scatter his cards in time. Apart from involving major events and ferocious criminals, what other connection do these three cases have? Leonard had previously thought about the corresponding problem, and he was certain that the great detective Sherlock Moriarty had appeared at the periphery of the Enigmas and Capim cases. Then, what about the Desire Apostle case? Leonard flipped through the attached dossier and began to examine it page by page. Finally, he saw a line of words in an inconspicuous place. The victims include Ikinga Stanton, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's expression became excited, as if he had found a breakthrough. He flipped through the Aurora Orders dossier and didn't let go of any of the names mentioned. He extended his search and applied for all the dossiers related to every name. The Aurora Orders Mr. A assassinated Ambassador Intes. Ambassador Intes is leading the fight for the Difference Engine manuscript. The clue to the Difference Engine manuscript came from a spy. His usual disguise is that of a private detective, a detective. It's reported that another private detective is also involved in this matter and was nearly killed by a gang under the orders of Ambassador Intes. Another private detective. Leonard suddenly stood up, left St. Samuel Cathedral, and headed for the police station where the case had been handled. Although most of the dossiers had been taken away by MI9, Leonard still saw the name of the person who had made the report. Sherlock Moriarty. I now have reason to suspect that this great detective was involved in the Great Smog of Beekland. He's on the contact list of many people involved, and he's at the periphery of the problem. He and Dawn Dantes belong to the secret organization that believes in the fool? The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he thought. He decided to immediately return to seek out the information to verify his theory. 160 Beauclund Street, in the master bedroom. Klein, who was taking an afternoon nap, didn't receive the Nighthawk's entry into his dream, but he once again returned to the foggy town. He saw Demoness of Despair Panatia, who was smiling sweetly with blood-colored tendrils hidden between her teeth. He saw her being hung up bit by bit as her eyes rolled back in despair as her head drooped down. The hanging corpses, the horrifying gigantic mushroom, and the countless contorted transparent maggots appeared one after another, jolting Klein awake from his dream. After rubbing his son acupoint, Klein felt that his mental state wasn't too good. And this wasn't a spirit-body corruption problem that the grey fog could resolve. He pondered for a moment before entering the bathroom and arriving above the grey fog. He conjured German Sparrow and made him pray. Please tell Miss Justice when she'll be free in the near future. I wish to receive psychological treatment. P.S. I'm not sure if the timer is Rome time or domestic time, so don't blame me if the update time for this chapter is abnormal. There won't be any problems in the future. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 868. Beekland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey had just tried on the 3 evening gowns she had chosen for the day. She was sitting on a cushioned chair, thinking about what accessories she should pair with them, which plan she was more inclined toward, and what her mother's opinion would be. At this moment, she suddenly saw an endless grayish-white fog and a blurry figure looking down at everything from high above. Immediately following that, she saw another figure, a praying figure shrouded in grey fog. She heard the corresponding words echoing in her ears. With regards to this, Audrey wasn't alarmed. Instead, she was delighted. Her slightly uneasy and worried heart that there wouldn't be a tarot gathering today instantly calmed down. Indeed, it's nothing. Mr. World really has a psychological problem. He must be under a lot of pressure recently. It's no wonder he made an appointment previously. Audrey sighed and began thinking about when she would be free. As she pondered, her gaze swept across the busy maids in the room and the golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting by the door. The corners of Audrey's mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. She lowered her head and secretly prayed in response. Please tell Mr. World that I'll be free in the near future. He can determine the time and location. Well, as long as it's not at night and doesn't go beyond the few districts west of Beekland. At this moment, Susie, who was observing the maids, seemed to sense an inexplicable gaze. She turned her head suspiciously and looked in the direction of Audrey, but she didn't discover any problems. Above the grey fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence. I'll be free at any time. A time when it's convenient to go out. I won't stray far from familiar areas. Klein rubbed his temples and interpreted Miss Justice's answer. His first reaction was that it was best to let her determine the location today or tomorrow. Then, he could use creeping hunger to directly teleport over. However, he immediately thought of a problem. That was that Dawn Dantes was in the range of the Nighthawk's investigations. It was very likely that he was being monitored, so rashly traveling would easily expose him. Wait a few days, or... Klein thought seriously and made the conjured world German sparrow pray again. Let's wait a few days. Please tell Miss Justice that it will be today, above the grey fog. Huh. Audrey's eyes widened, feeling that Mr. World's answer had completely exceeded her expectations. How was she going to find Susie to be her substitute? Furthermore, in Mr. Fool's palace, there are many details that I can't see or sense. For the treatment of psychological problems, this is a serious lack of conditions. Audrey calmed down from her surprise and raised her doubts from a feasible angle. She asked Mr. Fool to convey them to the world. Not long after, she received another reply. I will get Mr. Fool to remove the restrictions in this regard and use other methods to conceal our true appearances. Was that even possible? Is this the special treatment given to Mr. Fool's blessed? Our continuous communication is equivalent to a direct communication. It's really too troublesome for Mr. Fool, and he nearly condoned it. Audrey's thoughts raced as she didn't find another reason. All right, between 11:30 and 12:30 tonight, she didn't believe that she would have any space to be alone before the birthday ball ended. At the same time, in the house at 39 Beauclund Street, Hazel looked at the evening gown she had picked out in boredom as she listened to her mother's repeated exhortations. She was going to accompany her father and mother to Miss Audrey Hall's birthday ball tonight. Just as Hazel's thoughts wandered and her mind gradually turned blank, she saw a greyish-white rat appear at the door, waving its claws anxiously. Hazel patiently listened to her mother's recount before finding an excuse to return to her bedroom. When she closed and locked the door, the greyish-white rat leaped out of nowhere and came to her feet. It squatted and said in a comical manner, "That's right." It sat there in a comical manner and said, "I noticed something amiss nearby." This rat actually caused the air to tremble and speak human language. Hazel wasn't surprised as she asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" The greyish-white rat raised its right front paw and pointed out the window. "There are beyond us from the Church of Evernight investigating this street. They have rather high standards." "What are they looking for?" Hazel asked with a slight frown. The greyish-white rat slowly drew a breath and said, "How would I know? But it's definitely something very serious. This way, they might very well discover something wrong with you." Hazel asked worriedly and puzzledly, "How did they discover it? Didn't the clues in the saws explode? Weren't the corresponding problems dealt with?" The greyish-white rat was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, it vaguely replied. After a few seconds, it replied vaguely, "Official beyond us have many strange but useful methods of investigation. In short, I need to deal with your dream. That's the easiest place to expose yourself." Hazel looked down at the rat on the ground as her brows furrowed before relaxing. "All right. Don't look like you're unwilling. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate that bit of strength again. Now, it's going to be wasted again. Is this street cursed?" First, there was a Demonis in a very strange state, followed by Hero Bandit Black Emperor. Now, something that the Nighthawks are placing so much importance on has happened for some baffling reason. The greyish-white rat squeaked in frustration. At 7:30 in the evening, Hazel accompanied her father, Marked, and mother, Mar Amriana, to Empress Borough and entered Earl Hall's house. As it was a birthday ball, she didn't directly meet Miss Audrey Hall. All she did was quietly listen to her parents, Earl Hall, Lady Caitlin, Lord Hibbert Hall, and company exchange pleasantries. In her eyes, these nobles were essentially the same as commoners. Therefore, she didn't appear particularly reserved. Her actions and speech were rather generous. If it wasn't for her mother, Mar Amriana, repeatedly emphasizing it, Hazel would even believe that the villa's gorgeous dance floor, murals of great artistic value, and exquisite statues were more worthy of respect. After greeting the people she knew and didn't know with a smile, Hazel finally waited for the ball to begin. She saw the star of the night, Miss Audrey Hall, holding the Earl and Countess' arms as they walked out of the room on the second floor and came to the railing that faced the dance floor. Hazel swept her gaze and habitually ignored her face to observe the style of her gown and accessories. However, she couldn't move her gaze away. On the huge crystal chandelier hanging high above, the whale oil candles scattered their light with dreamy colors. It illuminated Audrey, who had just turned 18, making her emerald-like eyes, pure face, and lustrous golden hair glow. It made the evening gown and all sorts of accessories lose their color. Hazel was a little dazed for a moment and didn't hear what Earl of Hall was saying. It was only when a melodious melody played and Audrey Hall and her Earl father began the opening dance that she snapped out of her daze. She, who had always been proud, suddenly felt a little inferior. She felt that even if such a dazzling lady didn't possess any supernatural powers, she wouldn't be any worse than herself. Hazel pursed her lips and looked around. She realized that everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to her, but they all had different feelings. Phew! Hazel exhaled for some reason. She didn't appear as arrogant at the ball that night, but she wanted to leave every minute and return home to busy herself with her own matters so that she could obtain more magical and powerful powers. Finally, the ball came to an end. Hazel and her family bade farewell to the hosts and walked to the door. Before leaving, Hazel couldn't help but look back. She saw Miss Audrey standing at the edge of the dance floor. She wore a faint and beautiful smile as she greeted the guests who were about to leave. She seemed to still be directly under the lights. After the birthday ball ended, Audrey took off her accessories, changed into a nightgown, and entered the bathroom. Looking at the white fog emanating from the water and the bathrobe beside her, Audrey wasn't in a rush to take a bath. She sat by the side and prayed to Mr. Fool, indicating that she was ready. After about 10 seconds, she saw a crimson light surge out like a tidal wave and drown her. Above the grey fog, Audrey appeared beside the long bronze table. This time, she didn't see Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in the grey fog. She only saw an ancient confessional to the side. It was a brown box that was half the height of a person. There was a door in the front and back, and it was separated by wooden planks. I thought that Mr. World would get Mr. Fool to conjure a wall, and we would be on opposite sides, each leaning against the wall to communicate. Now, although it's essentially the same, the confessional is cramped and dark. He really doesn't consider a lady's feelings at all. If Mr. World were to consider it, I'd find it odd instead. As Audrey smiled, she walked to the door of the confessional that hadn't been closed. She bent down and entered, sitting down with her legs slanted. After closing the wooden door, Audrey, who was truly treating a patient for the first time, suddenly felt a little excited. Being in the darkness, she let go of the many rules she usually abided by due to her environment and emotions. She curled the corners of her mouth, bent her fingers, and tapped the wooden partition. "Hello Tilda, is Mr. World around?" Klein, who was sitting cross-legged opposite her, was infected by Miss Justice's cheerful tone. He relaxed slightly and said, "You can begin." This time, he didn't use the grey fog to conceal himself. Instead, he transformed into the appearance of German Sparrow. Indeed, Mr. World's mental state isn't too good. He's too tense and anxious. Audrey first sensed it before using a psychiatrist's placate. A gentle, invisible wave spread out. Klein immediately felt like he had woken up early on a hot summer day and was being blown by the cool morning wind. The heat and frustration in his heart suddenly vanished. Seeing that Mr. World had clearly recovered, Audrey secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She asked softly, "Have you had any nightmares recently?" Chapter 869. Nightmare? Klein deliberated for 2 seconds. Yes. I would dream of a town shrouded in fog. The crimson moon in the sky would occasionally be clear and blurry. In the middle of the town, there was a black cathedral with corpses hanging inside. They wore clothes from different eras, and as they swayed gently in the wind, they produced strange sounds. Apart from these, there was also a beautiful woman with blood-colored human flesh hanging from the gaps of her teeth, a mushroom man formed from countless tiny mushrooms. In order to treat his psychological problems, Klein restored his dream in a relatively complete manner, but he didn't mention that it was something he had really encountered. He didn't reveal that he knew the beautiful woman's identity and the origins of the strange mushrooms. At the same time, he hid the existence of the transparent maggots and Zaratal. Audrey listened attentively and, based on her beyonder intuition and her knowledge of mysticism and psychology, she said while thinking, "Mr. World, I can imagine the horror and evil of these dream scenes, and I can also experience the immense horror that will jolt you awake." Seeing that he didn't retort despite being separated by a wooden plank, Audrey became more confident. She secretly did another round of placating and began to guide him. The fear in a dream often comes from the emotions hidden in one's heart. And most of the time, the fear hidden in one's heart only comes from two sources. One is the unknown, and the other is irresistible. The terrifying things you see in your dream are just the surface. What you're really afraid of is what they represent, symbolize, and what's hidden behind the scenes. As she spoke, Audrey suddenly asked, "Then what is it?" Klein was listening to Miss Justice's gentle and sweet voice as he relaxed bit by bit and scrutinized his inner self when he suddenly heard the question. He subconsciously replied, "That's right." He subconsciously answered, "It's the existence that created all of this." He paused for a second and hesitantly added, "They are both unknown and irresistible." He paused for a second and hesitantly added, "They are both unknown and irresistible." At this moment, Klein already understood the true reason for his nightmares and his poor mental state. He was instinctively afraid of certain things, and he instinctively had hidden negative emotions. The former included the terrifying performance of the transparent maggots and Zaratal, as well as the inexplicable actions of the Eraser Angel and the fact that he had used the dark sacred emblem to successfully open the door. They respectively created the feeling of despair that there was no way to block the path ahead, and the unknown feeling of who was friend and foe, or who was plotting something. Yes, I'm afraid of the transparent maggot that's suspected to be a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries of the seer pathway. I'm afraid of Zaratal, who has used the door to achieve an unknown goal. I'm afraid of the goddess whose thoughts are unknown, as well as the Eraser Angel. Klein slowly exhaled as he admitted to his fear. Audrey used placate once again and discovered that Mr. World's tense nerves had been relieved. Delighted, she boldly said, "Don't worry. One of the biggest sources of fear is a lack of self-confidence. Think back, have you ever been negligent or made a mistake? This caused your spirit to keep reminding you, hinting at you, gradually becoming a part of your nightmare. I've been negligent, made a mistake, and spirit's reminder." Klein ruminated over Miss Justice's words as he seriously combed through the details of his fears. Soon, his expression sank bit by bit as he discovered a problem. "Through the holy sword, under the witness of the goddess, I made the oath. Although I had yet to become a clown, and the grey fog's power had yet to enter the real world, preventing me from being detected by special deities, demigods, and spirit world creatures, it was difficult for me to hide from fate, which is also a beyonder of the monster pathway. And the goddess has another title, Empress of Misfortune and Horror. She wields misfortune and is one of the deities in the domain of fate. So, did I begin to be watched back then?" Klein's mind settled down bit by bit as the fear that came from the unknown seemed to be greatly alleviated. He didn't answer, nor did he wait for Miss Justice to speak again. He asked, "If you were to face one or more enemies that are difficult to challenge, what would you do?" Audrey wasn't vexed by the patient's question. Instead, she believed that it was a good sign. After some deliberation, she said, "I'll hide and hide first. I'll work hard to improve myself." She deliberated and said, "What if the time gained by hiding and hiding isn't enough for you to grow to the point where you can face the enemy?" Klein pressed. "What if the gap between the two parties is difficult to bridge?" Audrey replied in a half-consoling and half-serious manner, "Find enough helpers." Helpers. Many names flashed across Klein's mind as his heart settled down. Helper. Many names flashed through Klein's mind as his heart sank. He continued asking, "What's the matter? What if there are helpers plotting something, and they might be beneficial to you or harmful to you? What if some helpers are plotting something, and they might be beneficial to you or harmful to you?" After a few seconds, she replied in thought, "You can pray to the deities. You can pray to the deities." She was just short of saying, "The world, you can seek Mr. Fool's help." And the question and answer from before made Audrey confirm one thing. Mr. World's mental problems mainly stemmed from a powerful and terrifying enemy, but deep down, there was a worry about the unknown stance of the helper. Pray to the deities. Klein didn't dare to directly say that it was even harder to guess the thoughts of the deities if they couldn't resolve it. After all, this was the kingdom of the fool, and he was a blessed. He organized his words and said, the deities can only provide help in certain aspects. Gods can only help in certain areas, and what if that is not enough? Audrey originally wanted to say that there would always be a way and that justice would prevail over evil, but she found it difficult to convince herself. She couldn't find a corresponding example to use as a reference. Finally, she pursed her lips and said, I don't know. Inside the confessional, it was dark and silent. The two of them didn't speak for a short period of time, as though they had fallen into different inner struggles. Finally, Audrey broke the silence and looked at the wooden board that separated them. No matter what, I have to do something. I have to work hard at something. I can't just give up and not resist. That's right. At least I still have quite a number of secrets and something to rely on. Klein closed his eyes and leaned against the wooden board. His thoughts gradually turned back to recent matters, and he was no longer as tense and anxious as before. Audrey sensed the changes in this aspect and immediately added a placate. With that, Klein's mental state was completely restored. I feel much better. Thank you for your treatment. How much do you need for the consultation fee? Klein took the initiative to ask. Actually, I should be the one thanking you for providing me with the case. Audrey didn't really wish to collect the consultation fee. Looking at the wooden board that separated them in the deep darkness, she couldn't help but recall Mr. World's usual gloomy, cold, experienced, and ruthless behavior. His mental problems should also be a result of his personality. Audrey suddenly had an idea as the corners of her mouth curled up. The consultation fee I need is very little. Yes, wish me happiness. What's going on? Klein was taken aback, nearly forgetting that he was wearing the persona of the German sparrow. He had never heard of such a request before. Klein hesitated for a moment before he finally used his identity as the World and pretended to speak coldly. Since you've made such a request, I wish you happiness. Audrey's smile widened. I wish you happiness as well. Mr. World, don't keep things bottled up in your heart. Smile more and be happier. That can eliminate many latent problems. All right, your mental problems have been resolved, but you will have to do a follow-up in a few days or next week. Klein didn't know how to respond, so he could only give a simple terse grunt. Then, he heard the door opposite him creak open. From the fool's point of view, he saw Miss Justice exit the confessional and straighten her body. After making her return to the real world, Klein didn't dare to stay above the grey fog for too long. He quickly left and lay in his bed. At this moment, with his mental state restored, his body and mind relaxed. Only then did he realize something. He had digested quite a bit of his marionettist potion. His progress had far exceeded his expectations. This is because I've relied on a marionette to fool the demigod Panatia in the foggy town, controlling her and Mr. A to complete the performance according to my expectations. Therefore, apart from trying to stay behind the scenes and making every marionette have their own persona to make it more realistic, the marionettist principles also include using one's marionette as a guide to control the enemy and put on a puppet show in reality. Klein muttered inwardly in thought, believing that he might be able to finish digesting the potion within the year. He exhaled with mixed emotions and turned his head to look at the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains. He silently said, that missing servant should have been found. The clues I left behind should have been discovered. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, Cindy, Bob, and company looked at Captain Sostel, who had just returned from a meeting. They patiently waited for him to introduce new clues. Sostel drank a mouthful of fragrant coffee and said, the missing servant has been found. The missing servant has been found. And in the room he was placed in, there were some clothes left behind by the infiltrator. It has been confirmed that it belongs to the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who was previously active at sea. Why is there another crazy adventurer involved? Leonard was somewhat surprised as he directly asked, when did he come to Beekland? The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and has hunted some pirates. No one knows. The only thing we can be sure of is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and killed some pirates. No one knows. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and has hunted some pirates. Just as Sostel finished giving his instructions, a telegram was sent in. It came from the Nighthawks in Dessie County. The decoded content was, Dawn Dantes' current identity is fake. He has been in the southern continent for the past 10 years, and he has amassed quite a bit of wealth through adventuring. Further confirmation will take time because it's very chaotic there. There are often wars, and the regions frequently change. Chapter 870. It sounds like a cliché story. Ever since the discovery of the new sea route, there have been stories of people getting rich from taking risks. Sostel casually evaluated the contents of the telegram and looked at a particular red glove in thought. I remember that we previously investigated Dawn Dantes and communicated with him in his dreams. Yes. The red glove in charge of this matter previously nodded and replied, I didn't directly ask about this, but I can tell that Dawn Dantes is very familiar with the southern continent. He has quite a lot of experience there. That might be something Dawn Dantes took the initiative to reveal to you. Leonard didn't believe the contents of the telegram. He suspected that it was another layer of camouflage by the undying monster that had survived from the Fourth Epoch. However, he didn't raise his speculations because he couldn't tell his teammates the basis of his speculations. Sostel didn't place much importance on this matter as he changed the subject. Do you have any problems with the clue of German Sparrow? Since this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks, when did he come to Beekland? As a nightmare, Cindy repeated his previous doubts. What I'm concerned about isn't the exact time, but if he could reach Beekland in time. This place is rather far from the sea. Sostel nodded slightly. In the meeting just now, a deacon raised this question. According to the time and location of German Sparrow's last appearance, it's normal for him to arrive in Beekland last night and complete his infiltration. Of course, I'm talking about normal. The missing servant told us that he was cleaning the square outside when he suddenly lost control of his body. He froze on the spot, unable to call for help. Following that, he saw a colorful abstract oil painting and felt his body float upwards. After that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in a room in East Borough. The former matches the description of a keeper being possessed by a wraith. The latter is suspected to be a traveler's teleportation. If it's really teleportation, then German Sparrow could appear in Beekland at any time. As elites of the Nighthawks, the Red Gloves' understanding of the Beyonder pathways far exceeded their colleagues of the same level. They were no strangers to wraith and traveler. After hearing the captain's explanation, the other Red Glove thoughtfully added, "That's right. Rumor has it that Admiral of Blood, who was killed by German Sparrow, was a wraith." The details were starting to match. As for the theory that German Sparrow had obtained the power of wraith transformation, it wasn't too unacceptable. Among them, the simplest method was to find an artisan and use prey to create a mystical item. Cindy used this opportunity to recall more information. It said that German Sparrow can change his appearance. And the infiltrator disguised himself as the keeper. Another detail matched up. What an excellent connection. Sostel raised his hand to rub his temples and said, based on these details, we can preliminarily determine that the infiltrator is German Sparrow. And this way, some of our previous guesses and the investigation list we came up with might be wrong. German Sparrow doesn't need a companion to come to the cathedral to pray and gather intelligence. He can change his appearance every day and enter here to figure out the situation. This will make him less noticeable than relying on a companion. As the largest and most sacred cathedral of the Church of Evernight in Beekland, there were countless believers who came to St. Samuel to pray or make a pilgrimage every day. No bishop could remember unfamiliar faces that they had only met once. In other words, the investigation list we have might be meaningless. Leonard raised his hand to push away his brows as he said in an exaggerated tone. Clearly, our current focus should be on German Sparrow. We'll put the other targets aside and only do the most basic surveillance. With that said, Sostel clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's get busy." Leonard didn't have any objections to this. He happened to be heading to the machinery hivemind, mandated punishers, and MI9 to obtain some information. On Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally. He felt relaxed and calm as a sense of joy slowly grew in him. The beyonder powers of a psychiatrist are still very useful. This matches the extremely infectious optimism and sunshine that Miss Justice has. Klein suddenly got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. He leisurely enjoyed the scenery outside and the golden sun. He regained his motivation and began to plan for the next few months or even a year. First, find a new marionette. Second, use the identity of Dawn Dantes and his control over his marionette to direct a play to speed up the digestion of the potion. Third, during this process, slowly gather the ingredients needed for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion. Among them, I can ask Little Sun about the Bizarro Bane and see if there are any clues. The Spirit World Plunderer can seek Mr. Aztec's help. After all, the underworld is a part of the spirit world. Fourth, continue investigating the Great Smog of Beekland and find the true culprit behind it. This includes Zangwill, as well as the demigod who killed Crazy Captain. There's no one more suitable as a target for the advancement ritual than them. However, I have to be careful of 0-08. I have to constantly pay attention to any coincidences that are too deliberate. Yes, I'll make normal contact and provide support. I'll leave any dangerous investigations to Demonis Trissy. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit. Although he was still worried and afraid, it no longer affected his mental state and ability to take action. Withdrawing his gaze from the balcony, Klein walked into the bathroom and began cleaning himself. Soon, he opened the door in high spirits and saw that other than his valet, Richardson, the butler, Walter, was waiting outside. The gentleman wore white gloves and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, sir. You only have one appointment today. That is to head to the East Balam Military Veterans Mess with Member of Parliament marked at 3 in the afternoon to participate in an event. He's a member of the new party. Accepting his invitation means that you've made a preliminary statement of your political preference. You still have a chance to hesitate." Klein thought for a moment. "No need, this is my choice." He paused and spoke in the tone of a consultant. "Today is my first visit to the East Balam Military Veterans Mess. What should I take note of? Praise them for their contributions in East Balam and use this opportunity to provide a donation. It doesn't need to be too much, nor can it be too little. £500 is a rather suitable amount." Walter provided his opinion. £500? Seriously, no matter which circle I want to enter, I'll need to spend a huge sum of money. Sigh, this is also because Dawn Dantes doesn't have any background. He can only use money to pave the way. Klein nodded gently and agreed to the butler's suggestion. At the same time, he quickly did a count of his present assets. The artisan hasn't completed the production of the Ocean Songster, but the money exchanged for the Mentor of Confusion and Druid Beyonder characteristics has already been credited. It's a total of £16,000, together with the cash I originally had, subtracting the £13,000 I spent to buy 3% of the Coin Company's shares, as well as the daily expenses of a tycoon's family and donations to the cathedral. I'm left with £23,985 and 5 gold coins. In addition, I've returned Miss Messenger a sum of money. I still owe her 3,413 gold coins. £500 is more than 2% of all my cash. Klein didn't say anything else as he walked out of the bedroom and went to the second floor. He entered the dining room and enjoyed his breakfast. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell returned to the office earlier than his other teammates. He had already obtained the corresponding information and learned of an inconspicuous matter. Prince Edisac, who had passed away during the Great Smog of Beekland, had once commissioned a private detective to investigate the cause of the death of equestrian teacher, Talim Dumont. And the private detective's name was Sherlock Moriarty. Indeed, his figure had also appeared at the periphery of the Great Smog of Beekland. Leonard happily and excitedly raised his hand to stroke his hair. Right on the heels of that, he clenched his fist and struck the documents on the table, preparing to search for more clues. However, he suddenly fell silent for 7 to 8 seconds. Then, he awkwardly picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of coffee. He mumbled inwardly, "What did I want to do just now? I forgot." After striking it, after some careful thought, Leonard finally remembered. He pulled open the drawer and took out a deck of tarot cards. Then, he found the Fool card and placed it on a piece of white paper. Below it, he wrote 3 names: Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, Dawn Dantes. After hesitating for a moment, Leonard drew a line from each of the 3 names and connected it to the Fool card, indicating that they were likely members of the secret organization that believed in the Fool. Among them, he wasn't too sure about German Sparrow's identity, so he added a question mark to the side. Then, Leonard pulled out the Emperor card and stuck it beside the name Sherlock Moriarty, labeling it suspected. German Sparrow and Dawn Dantes also correspond to a tarot card. Leonard muttered silently to himself as he took the information on the crazy adventurer and seriously flipped through it. Suddenly, he found a date very familiar: early January. German Sparrow first appeared in early January. Hiss. Leonard took a deep breath and flipped to another piece of information. At the end of it, it was written. At the end of it, it wrote, "At the end of December, Sherlock Moriarty left Beekland for a vacation in the south and never returned." End of December. Early January. Beekland. Pritz Harbor. German Sparrow will change his appearance. No way. As Leonard muttered inwardly, he drew a dotted equals sign between Sherlock Moriarty and German Sparrow. This great detective is the key. Leonard took out Sherlock Moriarty's ritual portrait again and looked at it carefully. Considering the element of changing appearance, he made different disguises for the great detective in his mind. As he changed, Leonard's gaze froze bit by bit, and he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 871. Also, thank you to everyone. I originally thought that the subscriptions would drop at 1 update a day, but not only did it not drop, it increased instead. It has officially broken through 5. It has reached the 10,000 mark. In the entire history of Chijien, only Brother Dong's Holy Ground was stronger than this at its peak. Yes, don't forget to send your blessings for Miss Justice's birthday party. It's free. Tomorrow's update of Lord of the Mysteries has been delayed to 7 in the evening. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 872. Leonard stared intently at the portrait of Sherlock Moriarty on the table, his mind replaying the image of the man without his glasses and beard. Although there was a certain gap between this and the actual situation, and it was a product of conjecture and imagination, Leonard found Sherlock Moriarty more and more familiar, like someone he once knew. How is that possible? He's long dead. And I buried him myself. Leonard couldn't help but shake his head as he muttered with a chuckle. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. This was because the person in his memories wasn't simple. He hid a huge secret. This person was able to miraculously escape the influence of Tuj 049 without the help of others. This person used the uniqueness of Tuj 049 to kill a Sequence 7 Beyonder, and back then, he was just a seer who wasn't good at combat. This person used a very short period of time to conclude their acting method and advanced to Sequence 8 at an extraordinary speed. This person possessed a high Sequence Sun domain charm, and together with Captain Dunn Smith, who used Holy Ashes, they managed to kill Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god's spawn. This person's Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic was taken away by Int Zangwill, while Captain Dunn Smith's Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic was left in place. Perhaps, it wasn't that Int Zangwill had casually taken away a Beyonder characteristic that had just appeared, causing the scene to be missing, but that the corresponding item hadn't taken form at all. Leonard Mitchell snapped back to his senses and examined Sherlock Moriarty's portrait again. More than 10 seconds later, he spat out a name from between his teeth. Klein Moretti. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty, resembled his former teammate, the hero who had saved Tingen, Klein Moretti. And this was under the circumstances where they had 2 distinct features, glasses and a beard. Leonard's fingers were clenched tightly, and every joint was white. After a while, he let out an obvious gasp and picked up Sherlock Moriarty's information again. This time, with a clear goal in mind, he flipped to the approximate time when the man first arrived in Beekland. Early September. It hadn't been long since Klein Moretti was buried. Leonard Mitchell's green eyes grew darker. He instinctively continued to flip through the documents. Then he saw a name, Enigmas. He was one of the masterminds behind the evil god's descent in Tingen City. He was the main culprit behind the deaths of Dunn Smith, Klein Moretti, and other Nighthawks. And the second matter in which Sherlock Moriarty was recorded in Beekland was that he had gone to the dock to investigate a serial murder case and happened to come into contact with Enigmas, who was hiding his identity. After that, the true creator's attempt to descend was foiled, and Enigmas died in the sores. His body was covered in tarot cards, which was similar to the style of hero bandit Black Emperor. At least he hasn't forgotten the damage caused by this swindler. Leonard silently muttered to himself, his expression easing up. He quickly flipped through the information again and sat in his chair. He didn't move for a long time, as if he had fallen asleep in the shadows brought by the light. After a few minutes, Leonard finally made a change in his posture. He leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Old man, do you think this detective, Sherlock Moriarty, is similar to my teammate from Tingen City, Klein Moretti?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice spoke hesitantly. "What are you talking about? The one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family's notebook?" "Yes," Leonard replied in a deep voice. After 2 seconds, the parasite in his body said, "A little." After receiving the answer, Leonard fell silent once again. After a long while, he took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open. He confirmed that it was still morning. Leonard immediately closed the watch and stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over the stack of documents on the table. He hurriedly reached out and held the documents. Then, he left a note saying that he had discovered a clue and planned on investigating it. He might only be back very late. Let me see if someone is pretending to be a hero of Tingen City, or if you've been wearing a mask all this while, a member of a secret organization that has infiltrated the Nighthawks, and your true goal isn't as noble as in Sangwill's. You're also eyeing the items behind Channy's gate. Leonard no longer had his usual nonchalant expression. He narrowed his eyes and quickly left the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Hillston Borough, outside a very distinctive building. Dawn Dantes alighted from the carriage and saw a house that was mainly built in the style of the late 4th period. The house was made of huge stones and had 4 floors. Each window on each floor was like a door that corresponded to a small balcony. The entire structure was a sandy yellow color due to the wear and tear of time. The stone pillars and arches together propped up an elegant porch, looking quite dignified. This was where the East Balam Military Veterans Club was located. Klein waved his cane, pointed at the building in front of him, and smiled. "It has a sense of history." Mark nodded in response. "It's actually an antique building, but it has more than 100 years of history." As he spoke, he led Dwayne Dantes into the club and said to the lady at the front desk, Dawn Dantes, an unofficial member, "I'm the one who recommended you." After saying that, he turned his head and explained to the tycoon, "Not only have you never served in East Balam, you haven't even participated in the battles that happened there. You don't even have a military background, so there's no way for you to become an official member. However, even if you're an unofficial member, you can freely enter and exit this place. You can use the various facilities of the club, enjoy delicious food and alcohol, and get to know different friends. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to." Klein smiled and nodded. After the beautiful lady with Southern Continent blood completed the registration, Mark added, "There's no membership fee. It's an annual fee of £60. With that said, he chuckled and said, "That's not expensive. It's even more so for you. Here, you can come into contact with all kinds of weapons. There are plenty of shooting ranges for you to shoot at. Furthermore, you can learn horsemanship. At this level of a club, £60 really isn't expensive. After all, there are often generals appearing here. Furthermore, there are many famous chefs." Klein didn't speak further as he took out his wallet and counted £60 for the lady at the front desk. He received a badge with the emblem of a forest, ocean, and sword. "This is a place filled with glory. I'm deeply impressed by your efforts in East Balam." As Klein wore the badge with a number on its back, he looked at Mark and said, "If I wish to contribute to this place, Who should I look for? Mark pointed at the receptionist and said, "That's right. Just give it to her. She'll record it and post it on the bulletin board over there." Klein nodded slightly. "All right." He then turned his head and got his valet, Richardson, to take out the £500 he had prepared. After the donation, Klein followed Mark through the beautifully decorated hall and came to a room that looked like an activity room. As for his valet, Richardson, he was left in the lounge outside. There were snacks, black tea, and coffee there. In the tiny room, under Mark's introduction, Klein got to know 5 retired or active military officers. Apart from a particular member of parliament, the one with the highest standing was Calvin, who had an epaulet of the army's colonel. He was currently working in Rowan's Ministry of Defense, but his exact position was unknown. And according to what Klein knew, a quasi-high-ranking military official with the rank of colonel in the military was likely a beyonder. It was very likely that they were mid-sequence beyonders. Mark, Calvin, and company quickly began chatting. Klein didn't forcefully interject as he seriously listened to their conversation, occasionally chiming in. In this relaxed and leisurely atmosphere, Calvin suddenly turned his head and looked at Dawn Dantes. "I heard that you were often active in West Balam." This colonel had a long face, but he didn't look comical at all. His eyes were rather deep. Klein replied with a smile, "Yes. It's even more chaotic than East Balam." Calvin smiled when he heard that. "Of course, people with intis commit too many mistakes there." He paused for a moment before continuing. "How's your relationship with the people with intis there?" Klein didn't quite understand his motives as he bit the bullet and said, "It's all right. They're all very greedy." In fact, he didn't know a single one of them. He had only heard Anderson mention a few names and the corresponding incidents. Calvin nodded and raised another question. "Are you familiar with the tribes and the resistance there?" "I know a few of them," Klein answered vaguely. He only knew one military leader who resisted intis, and that was the former Princess of Intis, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Calvin smiled, raised his glass of red wine, and took a sip. During this process, no one, including Mark, said a word. Putting down his wine glass, Calvin looked at Dawn Dantes again and said, "Here's the thing. We eliminate many guns and cannons every year, and directly destroying them or using other methods is either too wasteful or too costly. It's not a good solution. I wonder if you're interested in buying a batch and selling them to West Balam, to the region ruled by intis, to the tribes and the resistance. Believe me, this is definitely a very profitable business. Of course, it's also very dangerous. If you were to be captured by intis in West Balam, we wouldn't admit that you're working for us. This. Are you getting me to be an arms dealer? This is one of the most profitable businesses. Although I'm not familiar with West Balam and don't have any connections there, I can sell them to Queen Mystic or the Resistance in the Rorsted Archipelago." Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately expressed mixed and conflicting emotions. "I've never done anything like that, but it's indeed tempting." Calvin laughed and said, "There's no rush to make a decision. There's no need to rush to make a decision. This is a very important matter that deserves serious consideration. You just need to tell Mark your answer within this week." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he nodded with a smile. "All right. Tingen City, inside Raphael Cemetery." Although the afternoon sun was rather bright, there were many places that remained dark and cold. Leonard was standing in front of a grave, silently staring at the stone monument. P.S. The ferry arrives at 6 in the morning, which is 12 noon Beijing time. Let's skip it. Sleepy. Chapter 873. The sun was shining brightly in midair, and in a silent and cool corner of the cemetery, Leonard Mitchell suddenly picked up the shovel that was stabbed into the ground beside him. The 2 piles of soil gradually increased in height as the tomb was slowly revealed. Occasionally, people would pass by, but they didn't notice it at all. It was as though what was happening was just a dream. Finally, Leonard abandoned the shovel and leaned down. He reached out his hands and grabbed the edge of the coffin lid. With a sudden force, he pulled open the heavy wooden lid and discovered that the thick nails had fallen off at some point in time. There was nothing inside the pitch-black coffin. There was nothing. Leonard maintained his half-hunched body as he silently watched this scene. He didn't make any additional movements for a long time, as though he had turned into a stone statue. In a blurry dream, Klein saw a stone monument. It was a stone monument with inscriptions written on it. It stood silently among its peers as it was dyed crimson by the moonlight. This scene immediately shattered as Klein jolted awake. He confirmed that he was still Dawn Dantes and that he was still in the master bedroom at 160 Beauclund Street. The dream from before seems to indicate something. As a seer, Klein placed great importance on every dream. It was no exception at this moment. He converged his thoughts and cast aside his sleepiness as he attempted to interpret it. That should be a tombstone. This represents a particular deceased person or something related to resurrection. The crimson moonlight represents the goddess, corresponding to the concepts of the Church of Evernight and the Nighthawks. If I directly see the moon, it might involve the primordial moon, vampire ancestor Lilith, and the mother tree of desire. The tombstone is dyed in a color that's close to blood. This means that it's not a good thing. As Klein interpreted it, he connected the dots in an attempt to come up with an effective and meaningful conclusion. After serious consideration, he began to believe that the revelation given by the dream was related to his past and the Church of Evernight. Then, thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, Klein slowly came up with an answer. As Dawn Dantes frequently heads to St. Samuel Cathedral, he will definitely be placed on the investigation list. If Leonard hasn't left Beekland, this will definitely attract his attention. After all, he knows that Dawn Dantes isn't a simple person. His origins are mysterious. As an angel of the Marauder pathway, the grandpa in Leonard's body has a high chance of discovering the close connection between the grey fog and the seer pathway. He also knows that the corresponding sequence 0 is called the Fool. This way, they'll naturally be able to link the previously circulated honorific name of the Fool to this matter. They'll believe that I'm a member of the secret organization that worships the Fool. And from this line of thought, they can also implicate the person who killed Lenivus, hero bandit Dark Emperor, who also used tarot cards, together with the German Sparrow clues that I deliberately left behind, as well as the fact that Leonard had previously been investigating Sherlock Moriarty. It's not impossible for him to connect all of this to the main suspect. And in the early days, Sherlock Moriarty's disguise wasn't too good. As long as Leonard investigates deeper, it won't be difficult for him to discover that the great detective resembles his former colleague. So, he went to Tingen to dig up the grave to confirm it. As he thought about it, Klein took a pillow and sat up. He felt that he had already found the answer to the dream. He began to carefully analyze what would happen next, considering if he should give up on the identity of Dawn Dantes. Leonard has no way of informing the other Nighthawks of his inference and results because he can't explain the key parts. This will expose his own secrets. According to my experience and understanding of him, he will use other methods to guide me. It will be more complicated and troublesome, and it will take more time. Before that, I should find him and give him another warning. That should be enough to dispel his thoughts. After all, the church didn't suffer any substantial losses this time, and no one died. Yes, I paid attention to the timing of the identity of Dawn Dantes. I specially falsified the trajectory of my activities in the southern continent a few months ago, and I made it a little different from the date when German Sparrow's appearances decreased. And this involves the Intis colony, so it's rather difficult to verify. That is to say, Leonard is at most at the level where German Sparrow is equivalent to Sherlock Moriarty is equivalent to Klein Moretti. At most, he will believe that I'm in cahoots with them, and that I belong to the secret organization that believes in the Fool. In his eyes, Dawn Dantes is likely a mysterious powerhouse who can directly sense the existence of the grandpa in his body, a demigod. That's clearly different from other identities. Klein quickly came up with a countermeasure as he began thinking about the matter he had encountered at the East Balam Military Veterans Clubhouse in the afternoon. Why would such an arms smuggling business come to me directly? I just established a friendship with Member of Parliament Marked. I haven't experienced any trials, so I'm not that trustworthy. Perhaps this is a test in itself. The firearms and cannons in the beginning likely won't be in large quantities, nor will they involve any good products. Furthermore, they'll have to pay first before the goods are delivered. If anything really happens to me, they won't suffer any losses. All they need to do is suffer the repercussions of a small batch of weapons entering their territory. To them, a tycoon like me who has a complicated history and a deep understanding of West Balam is a very good candidate. First, I have money. Second, I have guts. Third, I have resources and connections. I can sell the arms to suitable people. Fourth, I have no background in the kingdom's upper echelons. I can be thrown out as a scapegoat at any time. They will likely send someone to supervise me in secret. As long as this business is completed successfully, I'll be a close partner of the military in the future. This will be beneficial to the investigation of the truth behind the Great Smog of Beekland. The problem now is that I don't have any actual understanding of the West Balam resistance and the various tribes. I have no idea where Anderson is, and I don't have any means of contacting him. Danny's might have a grasp of the situation in West Balam. Same for Maram Hermit. It's the same for Queen Mystic behind her. I'll first gather information from these channels. Having made up his mind, Klein's thoughts gradually calmed down as he felt sleepy again. Hence, he slid down bit by bit and burrowed into bed. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, who had just returned from Tingen, caught up with the team's internal meeting. Sostel first reported the Archbishop's conclusion and the spoils of the local Nighthawk teams. With the help of the Holy Cathedral, His Excellency St. Anthony confirmed that the intruder was the German Sparrow, and gave the conclusion that the mad criminal was still alive, but not in this world. What a contradiction. I don't understand what it means, and His Excellency the Archbishop didn't explain. In short, our focus will be on the investigation of the German Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, the German Sparrow was a fake identity, and he was originally from Beekland. After summarizing the clues, Sostel asked casually, "Do you have anything to add?" Leonard opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his eyes flickered twice before he became silent again. Sostel turned his head to look at him and called out his name. "Leonard, didn't you discover some clues?" Leonard fell silent for a second before shrugging his shoulders. "That clue has already been eliminated." Sostel didn't ask any further as he turned to look at the other team members. After a round of supplementation and analysis, he began assigning the missions of his Red Gloves team. After everything was assigned, Leonard Mitchell returned to the upper lounge with a list of names that needed to be cross-checked. He threw his body onto the bed. After sitting in silence for a while, Leonard raised his hand to tidy up his hair and prepared to take action. However, the first dream he came to didn't belong to any of the names on the list. His target was Dawn Dantes. After repeated consideration, he decided to have a face-to-face conversation with this secret organization member, the Undying Monster from the Fourth Epoch, to see if he could obtain the corresponding information. This seemed a little rash, but in a situation where both sides knew that the other had problems and secrets, it was a good solution. 160 Beauclund Street. Klein's dazed mind suddenly jolted awake. He knew that someone had entered his dream. He pondered for a moment before sitting in a reclining chair. He turned his head to look at the balcony and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man in a white shirt and black vest nimbly leap in. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. "I didn't even go looking for you, but you came knocking on my door yourself. The other Nighthawks politely knock on the door to enter, but you are the only one who leaped onto the balcony." As Klein lampooned, he watched his poet approach. At that moment, in Leonard's eyes, the Dawn Dantes in his dream was still dressed in a formal suit. His hair was white, and he had distinct facial features, making him look extremely charming. At that moment, the tycoon's lips curled up slightly with a smile. He didn't hide the fact that he was maintaining his lucidity and wasn't affected by the nightmare powers. "Didn't Palez Zoroast tell you what manners are?" Klein said in a tone that matched the image in his mind. Palez Zoroast. He's warning me again. Leonard was taken aback as he memorized the name. He quickly reined in his thoughts and bowed in a rather standard manner. "Please forgive me for disturbing you. You are on our list of suspects. This infiltration was done by you? Is this your goal for coming to Beekland?" "No." The Dawn Dantes. Klein picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. "It wasn't us. It was him alone." He took on a stance as though he wasn't afraid of Klein knowing. "German Sparrow?" Leonard asked in a deep voice. Klein's blue eyes that hid the vicissitudes of life glanced at him. Isn't it obvious? What does he want? He didn't take anything, Leonard asked in passing. Klein raised his hand to touch his white sideburns and chuckled. What do you think? Chapter 874. What I think. If I knew the answer, why would I be here? I would have thought of a way to submit the information indirectly. Leonard silently mumbled as he deliberated over his words. During this process, he realized that although he was standing straight and looking down at Dawn Dantes, the tycoon sitting leisurely in the reclining chair had the upper hand. He was like a high-ranking person casually listening to his subordinate's report. This made Leonard feel a little uncomfortable. He subconsciously surveyed the area, pulled a chair over, and leaned back out of habit. I think that he, or should I say, you, are searching for an item. Back in Tingen, he infiltrated the Nighthawks in search of an item. In Beekland, he infiltrated Channy's gate in search of that item. The first time, he didn't find anything, so he used Zangwell's attack to fake his death and escape. The second time, he still didn't find anything. Therefore, he didn't take anything and left Channy's gate. In these few sentences, Leonard used a certain tone to reveal that he already knew that German Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty and Klein Moretti. He wanted to use this to exert pressure on Dawn Dantes so that he wouldn't be as calm and have any thoughts of quibbling. Indeed, he went to dig my grave. Klein sighed inwardly. He picked up the glass of red wine and swirled it gently. Do you think that we would rashly probe him twice without any concrete information? After all, there's only one chance for such matters. Once we fail, it means that there's no chance of success. So, who would rely on actions to verify their guesses when the target isn't clear? He's tacitly agreeing with what I said. Klein Moretti is German Sparrow, a member of the secret organization that believes in the fool, hero bandit Dark Emperor. Leonard tried his best not to frown as he crossed his right leg over his left. So, it's not that they couldn't find it, but that they failed because of other factors. In these two stages, St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City and St. Samuel Cathedral in Beekland only have two things in common: sealed artifact 2049 and the Antigonus family's notebook. The Antigonus family's notebook. Is that it? Klein Moretti joined the Nighthawks because of it. Although the reasoning process is wrong, the answer is correct. Klein chuckled. Our minds are not for show. If his goal is the Antigonus family's notebook, there's no need for him to join the Nighthawks. He had plenty of opportunities before you obtained it. And even after you obtained it, there was still a chance that he would obtain it. You should know the situation better than I do. Also, since his target is the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't he take it this time? After being mocked by Dwayne Dantes, Leonard Mitchell realized that the thoughts he had at the last minute were filled with logical contradictions. He felt ashamed and a little angry. He took a deep breath and said, then why did he use different methods to infiltrate Channy's gate twice? But this time, not only did he not take anything, he did not leave anything behind. He even entered a strange state. Right after Leonard finished speaking, he saw Dawn Dantes, who had white sideburns, reveal a meaningful smile. I don't know what happened after that either. Perhaps you should ask the Evernight goddess. Goddess, what did he mean by that? Leonard was immediately alarmed and puzzled. He found it hard to imagine what had happened behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's gate. Right on the heels of that, he heard Dawn Dantes chuckle. As for your first question, I think you probably misunderstood something. The members of our organization come from different places and join for different reasons. They choose to change their faith, and before that, their lives still belong to them. Just like me, I have a past and a present. The reason why I'm here is because of the surname I gave myself. Dantes. The Count's return. He joined a secret organization that believes in the fool for revenge and came to Beekland. Leonard nodded in thought. Klein paused for a few seconds and casually took a sip of red wine. With a smile, he continued, similarly, he, who was cursed by the Antigonus family's notebook, came back to life for revenge. Klein had deliberately mentioned his current surname, Dantes. By mentioning revenge, he was trying to differentiate himself from the German Sparrow Klein Moretti. It was to prevent Leonard from thinking that the two of them had similar goals and similarities, making him guess that there might be a deeper connection. By taking the initiative to mention this matter, it could form a stereotype in the listener's mind. They would subconsciously follow the logic of the words, treating Dawn Dantes and Klein Moretti as two completely different people. The only thing they had in common was their desire for revenge. And in this world, there were definitely more than two Avengers. Leonard subconsciously lowered his right leg and leaned forward slightly. Revenge? Who does he want revenge on? After asking the question, the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman in his eyes curled up the corners of his mouth. Lenivus, as well as, Insangwil. Insangwil. Leonard repeated as his expression changed uncontrollably a few times before finally returning to silence. His dark green eyes stared straight ahead and momentarily lost focus. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Phew. After a long period of silence, Leonard exhaled and unclenched his fists. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Did he really kill Lenivus?" "Of course." Klein sighed inwardly and replied calmly. Leonard opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he tightly pursed his lips. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Klein immediately changed the topic and chuckled. "If you have a similar purpose, or if you need help, you can also chant his honorific name. Maybe you will get a response." That hidden existence, the fool? Leonard thought that Dawn Dantes was habitually preaching and trying to develop him into the secret organization, so he didn't think too much and responded with silence. Klein smiled. "By the way, tell Palez Zoroast that a member of our organization has met blasphemer Amorn in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." This sentence contained so much information that Leonard didn't know how to react for a moment. His mind was filled with related thoughts. The Forsaken Land of the Gods. The Forsaken Land of the Gods that the 7 major churches could not find. Their secret organization actually had members who could enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Blasphemer Amorn. Old Man said that he was hiding from a high-sequence beyonder with the surname Amorn. He was severely injured by him, so he had no choice but to parasitize my body. The way Dawn Dantes speaks and acts really make him seem like an undying monster that has survived from the 4th epoch. He's at the same level or even close to the old man. In front of him, I really don't feel any sense of superiority at all. I even lack confidence. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Leonard forced himself to regain his senses. "I'll pass the message to him." Yes, after Leonard entered someone else's dream, that Grandpa was unable to accurately grasp his senses. Otherwise, he would have had some abnormal reaction when he heard about blasphemer Amorn. Previously, Snake of Fate Will or Septin's words can also prove this point. Only when my dear poet is in danger did that Grandpa notice it and take action. Very good, he isn't a complete parasitic. As Klein deciphered the hidden information, he smiled and said, "You can return now. Don't worry. My goal isn't the Church of Evernight. It's referring to my next goal, not the past." Klein silently added. Leonard had already obtained enough information. He didn't dare stay any longer as he left his chair and bowed. Then, he left Dawn Dantes's dream. In a room behind St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard woke up. He heard the parasite's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. What did he say? Leonard deliberated over his words. He directly admitted that he's a member of the secret organization that believes in the Fool. It's the same for Klein Moretti, who went by the alias of German Sparrow. Their goal is revenge, their own revenge. Palez Zoroast fell silent for a second before saying, "Did he say why Klein Moretti could be revived? Or how he managed to fake his death to that extent?" Leonard thought for a moment and said, "Did he say why Klein Moretti could be revived? Or how he managed to fake his death to that extent?" Leonard recalled and said, his explanation was that it was a curse given by the Antigonus family's notebook. Curse. Only at this moment did Leonard realize that Dawn Dantes's choice of words was rather odd. A power that could revive the dead was actually called a curse. Palez Zoroast didn't seem to have any doubts about this. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "What else did he say?" Leonard didn't hide anything as he said frankly, he mentioned blasphemer Amorn. He mentioned blasphemer Amorn and said that a member of their organization encountered him in the forsaken land of the gods. Old man, is this the Amorn you mentioned before? After a while, the slightly aged voice replied, it should be. He paused for a moment before continuing. I'm thinking that Dawn Dantes, no, the fool behind him might really be an old friend of mine. The old man thought that he was a level higher than Dawn Dantes, maybe even more. Was he an angel on earth? Leonard pondered for a moment. Which old friend? Palez Zoroast didn't answer and instead asked, what's the matter? Are you still looking for an opportunity to leak the information about Dawn Dantes and Klein Moretti? Leonard suddenly fell silent. 10 seconds later, he said in a low voice, not at the moment. Maybe it's possible for me and him to cooperate with them, and the church did not suffer any substantial losses this time. The parasite in his body did not speak again. It seemed to have gone back to sleep. Leonard slowly raised his head and looked at the information in front of him. His green eyes were dark as he muttered, don't worry. He left me in the dust. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 875. Early in the morning, 160 Boklund Street. Klein woke up and washed up, but he wasn't in a rush to leave. He first took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. He then conjured the world, German Sparrow, and made the fake person pray piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, please pass 2 words to Danny's. I need him to provide information on West Balam. It's best if he has connections. Also, tell him to be careful of the Church of Evernight for the time being. On the Golden Dream, Danny's, who had seen the sun earlier than Beekland, was holding a cup of malt beer as he sat in the shadows, hiding from the scorching light. In 15 minutes, class will begin again. Captain said that a qualified treasure hunter has to grasp sufficient mathematical knowledge. Sigh, this really gives me a headache, but I'm also a little looking forward to it. T. Danny's placed one hand on his knee as he gulped down a mouthful of beer. At this moment, the grey fog in front of him emanated as a blurry figure that overlooked everything appeared. He heard German Sparrow's voice. Information on West Balam? Although we've gone there in search of lost ancient treasures and got to know a few natives from a few tribes, that's all. We can't say anything else. How troublesome. I have to be on the move again. Why does German Sparrow have so many things to do? Danny's grumbled silently as he warily looked around, afraid that the madman would suddenly appear. After taking a deep breath, he thought of how he had to work hard to become stronger so that he wouldn't be of no help when Captain was in danger. All he could do was shamelessly hide in the back. Danny's slapped his face a few times with the hand that wasn't holding a beer cup. He suddenly stood up. He immediately left the shadows and found Iron Skin, Bucket, and his other companions. He asked them who he could consult to gain a deeper understanding of West Balam's situation. He received a nearly unanimous answer: Captain Edwina Edwards, or Anderson Hood, who participated in the bonfire party on the ship. If I ask the captain directly, will she suspect me? She will think that I have secrets and am secretly working for someone else. But, I don't know where Anderson ran off to. Bullshit. Danny's was caught in a dilemma. He could not help but think about the German Sparrow's reminder. Be careful of the Church of Evernight. Danny's wasn't a fool. He knew that something that the crazy adventurer had specially emphasized couldn't be simple. This also meant that he believed that there was a high chance that he would become a target of the Church of Evernight's pursuit. He would be pursued crazily by the Red Gloves. Apart from the Church of Evernight, the Church of the Storm and the military are also targeting me. It's said that they have each sent an entire team. Danny's thought as his heart trembled. He quickly revealed a puzzled and bitter expression as he whispered to himself, but I didn't do anything. After informing Admiral of Stars Catlear of his request to gather information on West Balam, Klein left the world above the grey fog and returned to the real world. As usual, he had breakfast and attended his tutoring lessons. When he woke up in the afternoon, he changed into his formal attire with the help of his valet, Richardson, and boarded the carriage that had long been parked at the door. To St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein leaned against the wall and instructed the carriage driver. Considering that he still retained his identity as Dawn Dantes, he believed that it was best not to easily change his previous persona. Therefore, The frequency of his visits to St. Samuel Cathedral couldn't be reduced, nor could his donations decrease. Furthermore, this would effectively remove a certain degree of suspicion. After all, it would be hard for anyone to imagine that the criminal who had infiltrated Channy's gate hadn't escaped. Instead, he had swaggered back into the cathedral as though nothing had happened. "Thank you, Roselle the Great. Thank you for not plagiarizing criminal psychology and for not pointing out that many highly intelligent criminals like to return to the place where they commit their crimes to admire their work and the helpless expressions of others." Klein mumbled inwardly as he picked up the black tea that Richardson had prepared and took a sip. After moistening his throat, he glanced at his valet and asked casually, "What's the matter? What's your deepest impression of East and West Balaam?" Richardson, who was sitting at the side, did not ask for the reason. After some thought, he said, "East Balaam is more stable, while West Balaam is more chaotic." After giving a simple answer, Richardson turned his head to look at his employer and realized that Dawn Dantes had half closed his eyes, as though he was waiting for him to continue. Richardson scratched the back of his ear and deliberated over his words. "Also, poverty, hunger, and whipping. The people of East Balaam and West Balaam used to worship death. Later, because they believed in the goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and other orthodox deities, they received preferential treatment. They were able to receive a raise in status and protection from the cathedral. This resulted in a large-scale conversion of faith. However, as the number of converts increased, that special status was quickly lost. Many people at the bottom began secretly worshipping death. This is even more obvious in the more chaotic West Balaam. The descendants of death always receive a lot of support. These are all things that my father, would occasionally mention when he was drunk." Klein listened quietly. He didn't interrupt his valet's recount, nor did he probe further. Soon, the carriage arrived outside St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein first watched the white pigeons flutter in the square before entering the prayer hall. He took off his hat and handed it to his valet, Richardson, along with his cane. He randomly found a seat and sat down. In the dark environment, he looked at the altar and at the specks of stars and the dark sacred emblem. He suddenly felt uneasy, awkward, and lacking in confidence. If his guess wasn't wrong, ever since he made contact with the holy sword and swore an oath, he had been watched by the goddess. Every time he entered the cathedral and pretended to pray, he felt like he was parading the streets in the emperor's new clothes. "I wonder what the goddess's attitude is. What stance does the church have? I'll probe first." Klein clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose as he prayed in a seemingly serious manner. After 7 or 8 minutes, he slowly got up and walked to the donation box. He took out a £50 note and devoutly threw it in. After doing all of this, Klein turned to the confessional by the side and pushed open the door. Unlike the earliest confessional, which was a huge wooden box with 2 doors, the modern confessional was an independent room. It was relatively spacious, and the confessor and the listening bishop were separated by a wooden partition. They each had their own seats. With the help of the weak light, Klein sat on the chair. Then, he heard the bishop's mellow voice from behind the wooden partition. "What do you have to say? The goddess cares for every believer of her." Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. "Praise the goddess. I want to repent. 2 days ago, the military came to me, hoping to sell a batch of guns and cannons to West Balaam to add fuel to the chaos there. After he said that, the bishop behind the partition didn't immediately respond. It was as though he was alarmed by the smuggling of firearms. He was momentarily at a loss for words. There was an awkward silence in the confessional. "You're frightened just like that? Have you never met a penitent as frank and direct as me? If I were to say that I'm plotting the murder of a demigod and am avoiding the attention of the mother tree of desire and the true creator, wouldn't you jump up?" Klein lampooned inwardly before continuing, "Don't worry. When I was young, I really enjoyed the adventurous life, seeking wealth from iron, blood, and fire. But now, I'm tired of it. I hope for a peaceful future. I should have refused, but I couldn't overcome the greed in my heart. This was a tempting enough business, and it would help me gain a foothold in the upper class of Beekland. I confess. In the end, I still chose noise and chaos. The bishop behind the wooden partition finally responded. He said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. There's no need to feel guilty for a certain level of greed. As long as you don't harm the innocent and don't commit any of the crimes recorded in the Holy Bible, you will not be punished. Do it. Follow your heart and make the choice you want the most. Only in this way can you truly understand the teaching step by step and understand the true meaning of those words. There's no need to feel troubled. Remember this. No matter when, sincerely admitting one's mistakes and repenting is worthy of praise and forgiveness. May the goddess bless you. Praise the lady." Klein once again drew the crimson moon clockwise in front of his chest. He had come to St. Samuel Cathedral to use the opportunity of confession to inform the church of his plans to do an alms business. He wanted to see how they would react, so as to pry into the goddess's attitude towards him. Without another word, Klein slowly got up and left the confessional. He walked down the aisle and walked towards his valet, Richardson. At this moment, he saw a lady sitting in the corner of the prayer hall. She was wearing a hooded black robe and had blue eyeshadow and blush. She had a bewitching beauty to her. She was none other than the former spirit medium, Daly Simone. Daly looked up and similarly noticed Dawn Dantes. Her expression immediately turned a little dazed, as though she had fallen asleep while praying and had entered a dream. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly as a polite greeting. Then, he took the hat and cane from his valet, Richardson, and walked out of the prayer hall at an unhurried pace. Daly retracted her gaze and looked down at the back of the chair in front of her before slowly closing her eyes. After walking out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein stood at the edge of the stairs and paused for 2 seconds. In the square in front of him, the white pigeons flew up, blocking the view of the spectators. Less than half an hour later, the underground Leonard heard that Dawn Dantes, whom he had previously investigated, was about to become a merchant who was working with the officials to smuggle arms to West Balam. What does he want to do? Leonard frowned again, unable to understand the undying monster's thoughts. P.S. Thank you, loyal servant, for tipping the Gold Alliance. It's just too expensive. When I return from my travels and adjust for a few days, I'll add another chapter to express my gratitude. Chapter 876. When he returned to 160 Beauclund Street from St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein saw the white-gloved butler, Walter, welcome him. "Sir, someone just sent a name card and said that his employer wishes to visit you between 4 and 5, Walter said with a calm expression. Klein thought about who the visitor might be, but he couldn't find a clue. He nodded slightly and said, "Who is his employer?" Walter looked around and saw that the serving men and maids were rather far away before replying, "That's right. Baron Sindras. Baron Sindras. That multimillionaire who relied on the Conservative Party and the Duke of Negan to obtain his title, one of the most famous bankers and business owners in the kingdom? When I helped Madame Mary purchase the coin company's shares, my competitors were him and his friends. He visited me personally for this matter. That's a deal of about £13,000. There's no need for him at all." Klein's thoughts raced as he walked to the stairs leading to the second floor. Walter was half a step behind as he followed from the side. "Sir, if you don't wish to meet Baron Sindras, I'll tell him later that you were delayed listening to the bishop's sermon at St. Samuel Cathedral. You might return very late." The butler was implying that Sindras was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was impossible for him to directly head to St. Samuel Cathedral to find someone. Klein thought for a moment, smiled, and warmly said, "This is a very influential aristocrat in the banking industry. We will definitely have to meet him again in the future. I'll arrange for you to be in the small living room on the second floor with the most sunlight." Based on what Klein knew, Baron Sindras was the third largest shareholder of Beekland Bank and the largest shareholder of Southwell Bank. He was definitely one of the most influential people in the banking industry of the Ruin Kingdom. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't waste any more time. At 4:10 in the afternoon, Klein met the visitor who often appeared in the newspaper in the small living room. The only thing that was different from what he had imagined was that after 3 o'clock, the clouds in Beekland thickened. The sky gradually darkened, and it began to drizzle. There was no longer the cheerful and warm sunshine. Baron Sindras looked exactly the same as the photos published in the newspapers. His black hair was neatly combed back, revealing his broad forehead and slightly high hairline. His face was round, but it lacked enough flesh to support it. His cheekbones were high, and his wrinkles were distinct. Unlike most Ruan men his age, Baron Sindras didn't have a beard. His face was clean-shaven, and his blue eyes were so light that they were almost colorless. He was accompanied by a valet and a bodyguard, both of whom did not look very eye-catching. The former's biggest feature was that his hair was a little sparse, while the latter had a short buzz cut and a thick beard that extended from his ears to his chin. "Good afternoon, Honorable Baron. It's an honor to have you as a guest." Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Typically, when a host faced a visitor, they would lean forward, extend their right hand, and shake hands. But at that moment in time, the person in front of him was a noble, so he had to be more polite. Sindras nodded slightly and smiled in greeting. "No, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I should have visited you long ago, a gentleman who has experienced many things and understands the southern continent very well." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two took their seats. The valet and bodyguard stood by the side. Klein was just about to speak when Sindras said in a calm and intimate manner, "Dantes, I'm very impressed by a person like you. Dantes, I admire a person like you. Not just anyone can plunder wealth from the chaotic southern continent. This requires sufficient courage to face difficulties head-on, and astonishing judgment. Back when I was on the brink of bankruptcy, I also wished to start afresh in the southern continent. Unfortunately, I'm not a courageous person. Although Sindras became a noble later on, he wasn't a commoner in the truest sense of the word. His great-grandfather and grandfather had benefited from the development of the colonies and earned quite a bit of money from the maritime trade. They were rather successful merchants. His father invested in the industry, accumulating enough fame and owning quite a number of factories. In his generation, he relied on his rich family fortune to rush into the booming banking industry, becoming one of the earliest multimillionaires in Ruan. During this process, Sindras suffered 3 failures, but he managed to walk out of each one. The most dangerous one was when the Southvale Bank he founded faced a serious crisis of credibility. It suffered a run on the bank and nearly went bankrupt. He always revolves around my experiences in the southern continent. Is he trying to tell me that he has already discovered a problem with my background and is using this as a warning? He probably never imagined that the experiences he repeatedly mentioned in the southern continent are all fake. Klein scoffed inwardly as he replied in a very normal manner, "That's not bravery, but recklessness. That's not bravery, but recklessness. Most people who go to the southern continent do have an adventurous spirit, but that's all they have." Without waiting for Sindras to speak, he smiled and said, "I nearly hired Mr. Ribark as my butler. I almost hired Mr. Ribark as my butler. He said that you are a good employer." Sindras listened in silence and sighed. "This is something that I find regrettable. I sincerely hope that Ribark can continue being my butler, but he can't overcome the conflict between his standpoints." Having said that, Sindras looked at the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman, Don Dantes. He picked up the black tea his servant brought and took a sip. "I also sincerely hope that we can become friends. I hope that you can transfer the 3% of the coin company's shares to me. I will give you conditions you can't refuse. Here it comes. But I have a contract with Maram Mary." Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before sighing and smiling. "I place great importance on my reputation." Upon hearing such an answer, Sindras didn't show any anger on his face. He smiled in a half-surprised and half-curious manner. "Aren't you going to listen to my conditions?" In his Dawn Dante's form, Klein deliberately spread his hands with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid that I can't refuse." "Ha ha." Sindras immediately laughed as he slowly stood up. "You are as humorous as the rumors say. At the same time, you have a firm will that the rumors don't mention." He glanced at his bodyguard and valet and said to Dawn Dantes with a smile, "Being your partner is definitely better than being your competitor. Being your partner is definitely better than being your competitor. All right, it's time for me to leave. There are still many things waiting for me to handle." "Is this a sincere compliment, Or is there a hidden threat? Klein wasn't a spectator, so he couldn't decipher the subtle meaning. All he could do was thicken his skin and reply, I share the same feelings. I look forward to working with you in other areas. Cindras, who was dressed in a formal suit with a bow tie, nodded with a smile. Without another word, he was sent out by Dawn Dantes with his butler and valet. As he watched the magnificently decorated carriage gradually depart, Walter suddenly said, That's right. Sir, do you need to hire a few bodyguards? Klein almost didn't understand what his butler meant. Seeing that his employer's expression didn't change, Walter added, Sometimes, the competition in the business field will also bring about personal safety issues. The butler could also tell that Baron Cindras was threatening him. Klein's lips curled up slightly. I'm not worried about that because this is Beekland. It's because I'm already registered with the Church of Evernight, and because I'm planning on cooperating with the military. Therefore, I'm not worried that I'll suffer retaliation from the Beyonder domain. I'm not worried that things will develop like Ambassador Inti's. Besides, Baron Cindras is also a successful person with status. It's impossible for him to be that rash. Klein thought silently. When Walter tried to say something, he chuckled again. But caution is always a good habit. You can hire 2 bodyguards to protect you in secret. Try not to be discovered by the servants in the house. Yes, sir, Walter replied immediately. Klein thought for a moment, then said to him, Make a trip to Member of Parliament Mark's place and invite him, his wife, and daughter to Inti's Sorenzo restaurant for dinner tomorrow. If they aren't free, it can be postponed. He planned on telling Marked that he was prepared to accept the military's test and complete a small arms deal. Originally, the most convenient method was to directly visit Member of Parliament Mark's place and casually mention it. However, considering that there might be a marauder pathway demigod beside Hazel, making it possible for him to discover the grey fog's aura in close contact, Klein changed his mind and set the location at the restaurant outside. In that case, according to Klein's judgment, the one who failed to parasitize Hazel wouldn't be able to act together. Hugh hid in the shadows of the trees as she watched a brown carriage slowly drive by and turn into a street in Queens. The carriage had an obvious coat of arms with a flower and 2 rings. It belonged to the captain of the Royal Guards of the Kingdom of Ruin, Viscount Stratford. Seeing that she didn't discover anything, Zio left her hiding spot dejectedly. She took a public carriage and returned to the Beekland Bridge area before walking into East Borough. When she arrived at a tavern on Dharavi Street, Zio successfully reached the bar counter despite the drunkards making way for her. She directly asked the bartender who was wiping glasses, Is there any new commission? The bartender immediately laughed. Yes, Butler Walter, who previously offered a reward of £200 for a few cheats, has given us a new commission. It's very simple. Secretly protect his employer for a few days. The payment will be negotiated in person, and it'll definitely be generous. He's very satisfied with your efficiency in completing the previous mission. He assigned us to question you first. How about it? Are you interested? Zio had a rather deep impression of the butler and his employer. This was because they had spent £200 to find a cheater who had cheated them of £1,000 of cloth. Very generous, and they paid very readily. Zio thought for a moment before nodding. All right. Chapter 877. In a house in Sherwood Borough. As soon as Zio opened the door and entered, she caught a whiff of the fragrance of fried food. She couldn't help but sniff and look towards the kitchen. Force. Could there be anyone else? Force peeked her head out from the kitchen and asked with a smile. Zio put down the newspaper in her hand and mumbled in surprise, That's right. Do you remember how long it's been since you last entered the kitchen? Making toast in the morning doesn't count. Force returned to the kitchen and only her voice drifted out. I choose food outside because it's better. And now, there aren't any good fried chicken in the surrounding streets. I suddenly have a craving for this. Among the food that was passed down from Inti's, it's my favorite. Zio walked to the kitchen and leaned against the door frame. She watched Force busily prepare dinner and deliberated. I've received a commission. £100 a day for 3 to 5 days, but I need to find another helper. Weren't you short on money previously? Do you want to do it together? My financial situation has actually improved. However, a mission of £50 a day isn't bad. I'll save as much as I can. There will be plenty of places to spend money in the future. As Force stared at the wok filled with oil, she asked, what kind of commission? She had already calculated the remuneration she would receive in her mind. Zio combed her slightly coarse blonde hair and said, secretly protecting a tycoon named Dawn Dantes. What happened to him? Will it be dangerous? Force asked cautiously. Zio recalled and said, it seems to be a business dispute. It seems to be a business dispute, and a competitor threatened him. It's nothing dangerous. As you know, the powerful beyond us in Beekland wouldn't take such risks. It's easy to expose themselves and be targeted by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Maybe it's a lunatic. We can't rule out that possibility. As Force retorted, she naturally thought of the world, German Sparrow. This gentleman was a lunatic who dared to do great things in Beekland. She paused and scooped up the fried chicken. Since you've already accepted the mission and I don't have anything to do recently, let's go together. Fortunately, this is a secret protection. No one will find out that I'm working as a bodyguard. Otherwise, I won't be able to participate in those literary salons of the upper class. Hehe, actually, I can tell them that I'm experiencing life. I'm collecting material. My next novel will be about a female bodyguard and a male employer. Zio was already used to Force's habit of letting her thoughts wander. She sniffled again. Let's go there after dinner. 160 Beauclund Street. Klein set up a ritual in the master bedroom's bathroom before entering the world above the grey fog. He planned to take care of some chores before the bodyguards hired by butler Walter arrived so that it wouldn't be inconvenient for him to do so in the next few days. Among the miscellaneous tasks, the most important one was to confirm the condition of the creeping hunger. After sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein made the human-skinned glove fly over from the junk pile. After a series of divination checks, he discovered that the creeping hunger was rather stubborn this time. The negative effects didn't change at all. Has it been infected by Mr. A and won't give up on praising the true creator? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he seriously considered how to resolve the problem. Find another way to threaten it. No, how can it be called a threat? It should be said that I'm maintaining the initiative to communicate in a friendly manner. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he silently muttered to himself. Since I have to write to Mr. Aztec later, I can mention the fact that the seal on the creeping hunger has failed. I can also bring some mushrooms with me. No, that won't do. Although this can prevent the creeping hunger from praising the true creator, it will also make it unusable. I'll get a few original mutated mushrooms from Frank to see if they have any other effects. After making up his mind, Klein threw Aztec's copper whistle and the adventurer's harmonica into the door of sacrifice and bestowment. He then returned to the real world, put away the items, and cleaned up the traces. After leaving the washroom, Klein walked to his desk and took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen. He deliberated and wrote, Honorable Mr. Aztec. It's been a while since I've written to you. I wonder how you've been recently. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the seal you placed on the creeping hunger has failed. Can you give me the corresponding solution? I wish to do it again. Have you heard of a creature called Spirit World Plunderer? What level is it at? What characteristics does it have? Which regions is it often active in? I might be heading to the southern continent in the near future. If I obtain any new information on death, I'll promptly write to you. Putting down the fountain pen and reading it twice, Klein folded the letter, picked up the copper whistle, and blew at it. Without a sound, white bones emerged from the ground and surged into the air like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton looked down at Dawn Dantes for a second before bending down, lowering its right arm, and spreading out its palm. This messenger is becoming more and more polite. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he handed the letter he had just written to the messenger. The skeleton messenger didn't stop as it instantly disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall, rapidly vanishing. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he retracted his gaze and continued writing. It was addressed to Frank. The dried mushrooms you gave me previously weren't bad. Do you have any more? Do you think there's any possibility of implementing the idea I mentioned previously? If you encounter any difficulties during the research process, you can write to me. After folding the letter, Klein picked up the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. He then saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker appear beside him. She still didn't have a head, and she wore a complicated and dark dress. She held 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads. Can you locate Frank Lee? Klein asked with greater confidence. After all, Miss Messenger was different from ordinary messengers. She was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. Under normal circumstances, messengers could only locate the contractor and the person who had used the summoning ritual. As for the latter, there was a distance restriction. Once they were too far away from the ritual, the messenger wouldn't be able to find them. The 4 heads in Rionette Tynker's hands turned and looked at Klein. Is it that person who wants to be planted into soil? What did Frank do to leave such a deep impression on Miss Messenger? When I replied, she even said that she hoped he wasn't dead. Klein nodded solemnly. Yes. Rionette Tynker's 4 heads spoke one after another. Yes. Locate. I have. Mark him. Klein's mouth turned agape when he heard that, nearly forgetting his goal. Poor Frank. No, the powerful Frank actually got Miss Messenger to specially mark him. May the goddess bless him. Klein slowly exhaled and handed the letter in his hand to Rionette Tynker. Please hand it to Frank. He will pay you in gold. One of the heads in Rionette Tynker's hands opened its mouth and bit the letter before entering the spirit world, preventing it from being observed. After settling the chores, Klein left the copper whistle and harmonica with him and went to the 2nd floor to enjoy dinner. Midway through the meal, Butler Walter entered and whispered into Dawn Dantes' ear, "The bodyguards are already here. They're Miss Zio and her friend from before. I'll arrange for them to provide protection in secret." Miss Zio and her friend? Don't tell me it's Miss Magicians. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was nod slightly, indicating that he was aware. His spirituality actually didn't sense anyone invading the house, but this was very normal. It wasn't late at night when everyone was sleeping soundly. At that time, even the slightest abnormality would be rather obvious. Unless Klein had specially left a mark with his spirituality that could be detected, or the person who entered the house had some ill intent towards him, it would be very difficult to discover anything. In another bedroom on the 3rd floor, Zio and Force each occupied a curtain. Through the glass, they looked at the garden below. This is my dream residence. When I have enough money, I'll buy a house like this in a beautiful place. No, I'll still choose Beekland. There's more delicacies here, and it's more convenient, Force said sincerely. After saying that, she sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, I have the curse of the full moon. I can only continue improving myself. Otherwise, I would have left behind a house and not cash. Zio traced her friend's gaze and looked outside. She whispered, I lived in such a place when I was young. Force glanced at Zio. As she didn't know what to say, she changed the topic. How should we provide protection? Zio retracted her gaze. When Mr. Dawn Dantes isn't out or has visitors, he'll hide in his room and pay attention to his surroundings to prevent anyone from sneaking in. When a guest visits, we'll enter next door and pay close attention to any movements. We'll open the door to save him at any time. If Mr. Dawn Dantes heads out, the butler will inform us ahead of time. I'll hide under the carriage to protect him, and you'll find another carriage to follow. Zio, you're becoming more and more professional. Force praised seriously before chuckling. I just saw Mr. Dawn Dantes' portrait. If you hadn't said that the danger stemmed from business competition, I would have suspected that the problem stemmed from an emotional dispute. Before Force could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw a carriage stop outside the house. A few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms alighted. What's going on? She looked at her friend and realized that Zio was equally puzzled. In the living room on the 2nd floor, Klein met with the 4 police officers. Mr. Dawn Dantes, do you know Mr. Cuaron? Cuaron? Klein thought for a moment and recalled that this was the gentleman who had sold his coin company shares to him. I do. What happened to him? Klein asked calmly. The leading officer replied rather politely, I know him. He committed suicide. In addition, he left behind a suicide note, accusing you of forcing him to sell his shares and using all sorts of underhanded methods to torture him, causing him to be extremely depressed. And his family provided proof for the contents of his suicide note. Chapter 878. Cuaron committed suicide? He used a suicide note to accuse me of forcing him to sell his shares. His family can even provide evidence for this. As Klein listened to the officer's recount, he digested the corresponding content as questions surfaced in his mind. After figuring out what had happened, his first reaction was Baron Sindras had taken action. After this powerful banker failed in his search for a partnership, he didn't hesitate to use the attitude of an enemy to carry out his follow-up actions. He didn't hold back at all. Furthermore, he had clearly gathered sufficient intelligence and knew that Dawn Dantes and the Church of Evernite, as well as Member of Parliament Marked and the faction backing him, were involved to a certain extent. If he were to directly deal with them, it would easily invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he chose Cuaron, who was on the other side of the deal, to make a breakthrough. This was more indirect and safer, but it was similarly ruthless and vicious. He doesn't think much of the lives of ordinary people. Klein suddenly recalled the innocent people who had collapsed during the Great Smog of Beekland. He couldn't help but feel anger as it bubbled up, turning cold. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression, making himself look even more astonished. As though he didn't understand, he asked, Are you sure you aren't joking? The officer nodded solemnly. If we don't have enough evidence, we won't bother a gentleman like you. Mr. Dawn Dantes, please follow us back to the police station to cooperate with the investigations. Klein, who appeared calm and unperturbed, was just about to reply when he suddenly realized something illogical. Regardless, murder was a serious crime in the present Kingdom of Ruin. With Baron Sindras's identity, status, and connections, there were at least dozens of effective means to deal with a foreign tycoon who had just arrived in Beekland 2 months ago. There was no need for him to go this far. After all, a member of high society at his level would more or less know or come into contact with certain Beyonder powers. He knew very well that the world had all sorts of inconceivable means to track down the true murderer. If he didn't have complete confidence, risking murder and framing was definitely the worst choice. If Baron Sindras could use his influence to forcefully suppress the official Beyonder investigations, then his other methods would definitely be more effective and simpler. Even if he temporarily doesn't know that I'm about to cooperate with the military, he definitely knows of my relationship with the Church of Evernite and Member of Parliament Marked. He won't do something so simple and crude. Most importantly, if he can hire someone to kill for the 3% of the shares, why did he do it earlier? If I had pointed the gun at Cuaron's head earlier, the matter would have been resolved without any ripples. Klein looked at the officers in front of him thoughtfully and did not reply immediately. And next door to the small living room, Zio and Force were leaning against the wall. Using the tiny door that the latter had opened, they had heard the entire conversation. What should we do? If the police insist on arresting him, should we provide protection? Force, who lacked sufficient experience as a bounty hunter, lowered her voice and asked her friend. She didn't expect that a business dispute would evolve into a case that involved human life and suspected framing. The enemy she expected had also changed from a burglar and an assassin to a police officer. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Zio was also placed in a difficult position. Typically, bodyguards are only used to deal with illegal offenders. But the remuneration they give is sufficiently generous. Force was astonished and amused when she heard that. She asked, if he's really arrested and sent to prison, do you plan on breaking him out? Let's not talk about the problem of danger. If that happens, you will also be wanted and won't be able to be a bounty hunter anymore. When the time comes, do you plan on escaping somewhere else with this gentleman? As she spoke, she realized that Dawn Dantes had stirred after coming up with a story. This elegant gentleman with white sideburns turned his head to look at Walter and said with a calm and gentle voice, 2 matters. 2 things. First, visit Baron Sindras and tell him that someone is trying to frame him. Walter revealed a rare look of shock and puzzlement, finding it difficult to understand why his employer would give such an order. From his point of view, this matter was likely orchestrated by Baron Sindras. Visiting him wouldn't be of any use and would only result in humiliation. Klein smiled and said, "He just came here as a guest and threatened me with the 3% shares. He just came here as a guest and threatened me with the 3% shares. Then something happened to Mr. Cuaron, so it's hard not to suspect him. I believe there's a need to remind him that this is what a gentleman should do." The officers were slightly moved when they heard that. For some baffling reason, they felt that the matter was more complicated than they imagined. Walter was enlightened as he immediately replied, "All right, sir. Very well, sir. I will immediately visit Baron Sindras and inform you and his friends of this matter." This way, if the matter wasn't done by Baron Sindras, the subsequent troubles would be resolved by him. If he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he could be implicated in the name of warning Walter out of goodwill. By spreading the news, it would create enough pressure from public opinion to make the rescue of Member of Parliament Marked and Company simple. Smart. A good butler really saves me trouble. Klein praised inwardly as he continued. Second, get my lawyer over to deal with this tiny problem. After instructing the butler and valet, Klein looked at the officers opposite him. All right, I'll go back to the police station with you. I won't make things difficult for you. However, before my lawyer arrives, I will not answer any of your questions. The leading officer heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Dantes. At this moment, Force, who was next to the living room, hurriedly said, "Should we follow them?" "Yes, I'll hide under the carriage now and follow them to the police station." "We can't guarantee that those policemen are real," Zio answered rather cautiously. She paused and seized the time to ask, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Force thought for a second and sighed. "The nobles and the rich are really scary." Zio was taken aback and didn't say another word. She walked to the window, pressed her hand, and nimbly leaped down, landing in the shadows of the building. A few minutes later, Klein and two of the police officers boarded Dawn Dantes's carriage. When he sat down, he looked at the thick carpet, his expression unchanged. When they arrived at the police station, Klein was directly brought into the interrogation room, but no matter how the officer in charge asked, he did not respond. When his lawyer arrived, he gave a statement, saying that he had only met Cuaron once. He said that the negotiations for the acquisition of the shares were all handled by a professional team, and that he had not participated in the specifics. He repeated these things over and over again, indicating that he didn't know anything else. The police officer on the other side couldn't find a breakthrough until he was called out. After a while, the police officer in charge of recording the statement came back. "All right, you can leave now. A distinguished gentleman has provided a guarantor for you and paid the bail." Klein didn't immediately get up. He sat on the chair and looked up. "Who?" The police officer was immediately filled with respect. "Baron Sindras." Klein immediately smiled and slowly got up. He brought the lawyer out of the interrogation room and met up with the butler and valet. He met Baron Sindras again at the entrance of the police station. This big banker's hair was still neatly combed back, silver and black intertwining. Beside him stood his valet and bearded bodyguard. "Thank you for your warning, Dantes. Few people can be as calm and sharp as you when encountering unexpected situations." Sindras took 2 steps forward with a smile, extended his hand, and shook Klein's hand. Klein replied with a smile, "I just trust your character." Of course, Baron Sindras didn't believe his polite words. He found an excuse and boarded Dawn Dantes's carriage with his bodyguards. As for the valet, he sent him to his own luxurious carriage to urge the coachman to follow behind. Outside the window, the parasol tree flew backward as Sindras took the initiative to speak. "Dantes, why did you make such a judgment?" Klein glanced at the butler and valet beside him and chuckled. 2 points. First, I think you have a better idea, Baron. You wouldn't do something so violent. Baron Sindras drank a mouthful of the white wine on the carriage and chuckled. Indeed. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. I'm very curious about the idea. He had only asked in passing, without any extravagant hopes of receiving an answer. However, Syndra's smiled. It doesn't matter if I tell you since things have come to this. It's very simple. Don't you wish to enter high society? I plan on hiring a few girls of different ages to accuse you of toying with their feelings and bodies at different social occasions without taking responsibility. If there's a need, I'll get a few children to hug your legs and call you daddy. Or I'll get some commoners to accuse you of seducing their wives and destroying their marriages. This is ruin. The culture here is relatively conservative. No one likes to have such a person as a friend. Similarly, the Church of Evernight that values marriage and family will alienate you. Such matters are difficult to clarify, but they aren't serious. They won't use their own strength to help you investigate. By the time you finally find a loophole, your image will have spread. How many people do you think will be willing to believe your explanation? You are only a newcomer and have yet to build up enough reputation. You aren't that trustworthy. Of course, if you are willing to accept my conditions, I'll use my reputation to vouch for you. That's the first step. As for now, it won't happen. Klein was nearly stunned when he heard that. He felt that he was still too inexperienced compared to a powerful banker who had established a business empire step by step. I think I should thank you, he replied with a smile without batting an eyelid. Secondly, if you really want the 3% shares, with your wealth, I won't be able to compete with you. It's better for you to force Mr. Cuaron than to kill him later. Roland's expression did not change as he replied with a smile. Syndra's raised his right hand and used his fingers to press against his temples. He chuckled. And said, "No, you're wrong. I definitely want the 3% shares. However, you're right about one thing. I've indeed prepared an offer for Cuaron that he can't refuse. However, he suddenly made a decision and completed the transaction with you at an extremely fast speed. I couldn't even react in time." Klein narrowed his eyes as he suddenly fell silent. After returning to 160 Beauclund Street, Zio circled around and sneaked back to the third floor. She saw Force, who had easily opened the door. How was it? Nothing happened, right? Force, who had been following from afar, asked out of curiosity. Zio shook her head in a daze. No. She then revealed a wistful expression. Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying. Chapter 879. On the tiny balcony of the master bedroom, Klein, who was in the form of Dawn Dantes, stood behind the railing as he silently watched Syndra's luxurious carriage slowly drive away. His mind was still echoing with the other party's words. He felt that the Coim Company's stock purchase had a hidden conspiracy from the very beginning. To Syndra's, although the Coim Company had great potential and a bright future, its value was still limited to Beekland. It was restricted by all sorts of conditions and wasn't worth the attention of a powerful banker, making it seem as though he wouldn't relinquish control. After all, even if he didn't succeed, it would only be a difference of how much he earned. It wasn't to the extent of incurring losses. To the seller, Cuaron, it was very normal for him to sell his shares for cash due to external pressure. It was also very normal for him to be unwilling to sell to the Conservative Party's purse of money, Syndra's. But the problem was that as a businessman, it was indeed possible to consider political leanings when the price was about the same. There was no reason to reject an extremely high premium. However, he had deliberately completed the transaction with Dawn Dantes before Syndra's made his final offer. From the looks of it, he had a grudge against the pound or an extreme hatred of the Conservative Party. And this didn't match the current political atmosphere. The Kingdom of Ruin hadn't reached such a level of internal strife. From the looks of it, someone is forcing Syndra's to do this, and someone is using this as bait to set up a trap, using Cuaron's 3% shares as bait and me as cover to lure Syndra's into a trap, hoping to achieve a certain goal. Klein looked at the street lamps under the night sky as he sighed inwardly. According to his guess, if he hadn't discovered a problem that night and hadn't directly sent people to Syndra's, he would have ended up in prison due to all sorts of seemingly conclusive clues. And when the military or the Church of Evernight interfered, the evidence would undoubtedly turn against him and point to Syndra's. During this process, as long as Syndra's made a slight misjudgment, treating Dawn Dantes as an accomplice of the mastermind and using relatively intense means to deal with him, It would be the final nail in his coffin. As for who was behind the scenes and what their true motives were, Klein had no way of guessing. He could only be sure that Madame Marie probably didn't know the truth and was merely being used by someone to protect her control over the coin company. In short, she didn't have the qualifications to participate in a conspiracy of this level. Environmental protection. New party. Conservative party. Bankers. Takeover. Framing. Nouns after nouns popped up in Klein's mind, making him feel as if he could see through the current peace in Beekland to the dangerous whirlpools that were hidden underwater. They had existed for a long time and had not been pacified by the Great Smog. Some of them were even an extension of that incident. With all of these intertwined and the increasingly tense international environment, Klein suddenly thought of a word: war. Revolution. In that second, Klein seemed to smell the impending storm. Furthermore, with the apocalyptic prophecy, I wonder how much chaos and madness is brewing in the dark. My current focus is to start with the military and investigate the truth behind the Great Smog of Beekland. If I were to be embroiled in this maelstrom, there's a high chance that there will be unnecessary trouble. I might expose my sequence strength, making it impossible for me to continue acting as Dawn Dantes. Klein retracted his gaze and had already made up his mind. That was to escape as soon as possible. As for Syndra's safety, he wasn't worried. Firstly, he had the backing of the Conservative Party and had his own forces. With him on his guard, it would be difficult for him to be framed again. Secondly, Klein didn't have much of a relationship with him. It was already considered a noble act for him to warn him. As for the truth behind Cuaron's death, he didn't have the right to investigate it. All he could do was choose to believe that the Nighthawks were experienced and had many means to find the real clues. How should I extricate myself from this matter? As long as the 3% of the shares are in my hands, it means that I will always be in the center of the stage. Get Madame Marie to buy it back ahead of time? It would be very difficult. She probably didn't have the funds. Sell it to Baron Syndra's? Breaking the promise and the contract. Klein gradually came up with an idea. His facial muscles inexplicably twisted a little, but he soon relaxed, because what he wanted to do was what he wanted to do before, but he didn't have the ability to do it. Moreover, this was also beneficial for him to establish his image, and it would be easier for him to enter the upper class. In the room next door with the balcony, Zio and Force stared at the street and garden, while the other stared at the crimson moon that was half hidden behind the clouds. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Only when the lights on Dwayne Dantes' side were extinguished did she turn her head to look at her friend. She said with interest and obvious wistfulness, "It's not easy being a tycoon. If it were you, you would have gone bankrupt in 3 days and been sent to jail." Zio glanced at her. "I can hire a great butler, a professional lawyer, and a capable business secretary to help." Force didn't continue to discourage him. Instead, she smiled and said, "If it were me, I would convert all of it into bank deposits, state bonds, and houses and shops, relying on the annuity income to maintain a decent enough life." Just as she said that, she saw Zio frown slightly as she cast her gaze at the first floor of the building. "What's wrong?" Force suddenly tensed up. Zio focused for a few seconds. "My spiritual perception tells me that something or something related to black magic has appeared. One of the greatest features of a sheriff was that when they were close enough, they could detect things that were related to evil, chaos, and madness that weren't shielded. Black magic." Force was considered a senior beyonder, so she was no stranger to it. Strictly speaking, anything that did not go through the 7 orthodox gods was considered black magic, including those ritualistic magic that prayed to the hidden existences. Generally speaking, black magic referred to the use of flesh, blood, hair, and all kinds of strange items to cast strange spells. Some of them involved evil gods, some of them stemmed from one's own beyonder powers, and some of them relied on the spirituality of the materials and the correct symbols and magic labels. Zio nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's on the first floor. I plan on taking a look. Stay here and protect Mr. Dantes." After 2 seconds of silence, Force nodded and said, "That's right." "All right." After Zio left the half-open room with the balcony, she took out Leymano's travels from her pocket. She was prepared to immediately take action if anything went amiss. Elsewhere, Zio was agile as she briskly went down to the first floor. Following her senses, she arrived outside one of the rooms. After confirming that her target was inside, Zio was taken aback as her expression gradually sank. If she didn't remember wrongly, this room belonged to the butler who had hired her, Walter. In that momentary daze, the black magic item or matter that had stimulated her spiritual perception vanished. The room was silent as though nothing abnormal had happened. Zio hurriedly pressed her ear to the door and listened carefully, confirming that there was human breathing inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that Walter hadn't taken any action, she returned to the third floor with a look of puzzlement. She recounted her discovery to her friend, Force. Finally, she said, should we act as though we don't know anything, or should we think of a way to warn Mr. Dantes? Force thought for a moment. Maybe Mr. Butler didn't mean any harm? Let's observe for a while longer. After expressing her attitude, she clicked her tongue and sighed. I have to say that Mr. Dawn Dantes is really a pitiful fellow. Not only was he used to frame Baron Syndras, but he was also wrongly imprisoned, causing his reputation to be tarnished. He also has a butler with unknown intentions who studies black magic. Sigh, I hope he doesn't lose his life because of this. In this aspect, he's just a helpless ordinary person. Zio nodded in agreement. After these 3 days, if we still can't confirm Mr. Butler's intentions, then leave him a note as a reminder. The next morning, after finishing his breakfast, Klein glanced at Walter with his usual expression. He left with his valet, Richardson, and took a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. After listening to the sermon and praying, Klein didn't make any donations. Instead, he went straight to Bishop Electra. What's up? Although the bishop was under a lot of pressure due to the infiltration of Channy's Gate, he was still rather kind to his believers. Klein smiled and said, I've been through some things recently, and I've become more aware of my inner self. Without waiting for Bishop Electra to ask, he continued, that's right. I want to establish a bursary fund for the poor and hope to get help from the church. I'll put my coin company shares into this fund and use all the funds it can obtain according to the contract to start this matter. Bishop Electra was stunned when he heard that, because it was definitely not a small sum. Although outsiders did not know how much Dawn Dantes had spent to purchase the 3% shares, they had heard rumors that it was more than 10,000 gold pounds. Furthermore, the subsequent returns would not be low. When Madame Mary was pursued by many men of status, her total assets were only tens of thousands of pounds. Therefore, Dawn Dantes's donation of more than £10,000 was definitely considered a huge sum. In the entire Church of Evernight, apart from the type designated in the will, the number of donations that were higher than this could be counted on one hand. That is an act worthy of any praise. However, I have to remind you not to do anything beyond your capabilities. Klein replied with a smile, for me, it's not a small amount, but it's still bearable. It won't affect my life and business. Bishop Electra's smile gradually turned warm as he nodded. The goddess will be watching you. Hearing this blessing, Klein's expression almost froze. Bishop Electra continued. I will report this to His Excellency the Archbishop and strive to hold a charity dinner for this foundation. At that time, we will invite believers of the goddess from all fields, including a few nobles and their families, to see if anyone is willing to participate. He knew very well that Dawn Dantes had been trying to enter the upper class, so he purposely chose the nobles. Chapter 880. At the bottom of the Future's cabin, in the pitch-black environment. Frank Lee lit a candle, illuminating a long table filled with flesh, mushrooms, wheat, and fish. He casually pushed the items aside and cleared out a space that was just enough to hold a letter. Right on the heels of that, he laid out the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote with an excited expression, My dear friend, German, I'm very happy that you found the dried mushrooms pretty good. Perhaps they are more useful than I imagined. When I'm free, I'll take another look at them. As I'm fully immersed in the experiment you mentioned, I've already stopped manufacturing them. Most of the ones from before have been snatched and burned by Nina. There are only 3 left. I hope they can be of help to you. Along with them is the latest product. A type of mushroom that can grow and reproduce by devouring flesh and blood in the dark. It has 3 types. One of them is a hybrid of wheat, which can be ground into mushroom powder to produce bread. Another has the characteristics of a hybrid cow, which can be used to extract milk. The last one is a hybrid of fish, giving it a refreshing taste. It has thick and tight flesh. What you need to take note of is that it absolutely cannot be eaten raw. It has to be cooked at 90 degrees Celsius and above for at least 5 minutes to kill its activity. Otherwise, no matter what it turns into, it will automatically absorb the flesh and blood around it, including human organs. Another point. They are unable to distinguish between normal flesh and monster flesh, nor are they able to effectively deal with the latter. They will accumulate the corresponding toxicity or madness. I feel that they will undergo different mutations due to different types of monster flesh and blood, resulting in different levels of harm. However, I'm unable to verify it because I lack sufficient monster corpses for research. If you obtain any during your adventures, please send them to me. I only need a very small amount. As for whether there are any other problems, I'm not too sure either. This is still considered a half-finished product, so there's no way to conduct further experiments or observations. I wish you success in everything and that your adventures will be fruitful. Your most sincere friend, Frank Lee. Putting down the fountain pen, Frank read the reply from the beginning and folded it in satisfaction. He found a gold coin and pressed it on top. He quickly set up the messenger summoning ritual and prepared to recite the incantation. At this moment, he subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, Frank moved all the dirt that was piled nearby outside the door. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey was hiding in her room, staring at the glass bottle in her hand. The bottle was filled with a transparent, colorless, viscous liquid. When it was quiet, it was like a mirror, completely reflecting everything within its range. When it fluctuated, there were small whirlpools spinning silently under its surface. This was the hypnotist potion that he had just concocted. Audrey had already digested the psychiatrist potion. She planned on advancing to sequence 6 before Beekland's psychological alchemy contacted her. After using Placate to adjust her mental state, Audrey bit her lower lip, raised the glass bottle, and poured the potion into her mouth. After a short period of coldness, she suddenly felt her consciousness explode. Her body seemed to be infected and became somewhat illusory. At this moment, her soul body, astral projection, and ether body seemed to be absorbed and assimilated by the body of heart and mind. Her entire body was like a composite of pure thoughts as she floated up. She sensed the boundless sea of collective subconscious that connected all living beings, as well as the spirituality sky that corresponded to it. Having experienced the shock she experienced at the psychiatrist stage, Audrey didn't panic. She maintained a sliver of lucidity and restrained her instinctive urge to fuse with the sea. She allowed her consciousness to spread out without end before shrinking back like a rubber band. After an unknown period of time, she finally found herself. She saw that the back of her hand was covered in dense, sturdy golden scales. She saw that the strands of hair that hung over her shoulders were glossy and heavy, as though they were made of real gold. These anomalies receded bit by bit, and Audrey quickly returned to normal. However, when she looked in the mirror, she realized that although her green eyes looked clear, there was a strange bottomless vortex hidden within them. It made it difficult for anyone who saw it to look away, making it easy for them to lose themselves in it. This is a sign of my spirituality dissipating and not being completely converged. Audrey's brows slowly relaxed as her smile gradually became clearer. She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded gently. She couldn't hide her smile and said she couldn't hide her smile as she said, "Audrey, you're already a sequence 6. After her emotions calmed down, she seriously examined herself to confirm what beyonder powers she had obtained and what substantial changes had occurred. After a period of busy work, Audrey gained a preliminary understanding of the situation. First, her physical fitness had been greatly enhanced. Be it her strength or agility, they had exceeded the level of an ordinary human. Furthermore, she could produce a layer of scales on the surface of her skin, greatly reducing and resisting damage. Second, her psychological cue had undergone a qualitative change. It had become a hypnosis in the non-combat domain. As long as the target's attention was truly focused on something, Audrey could open the door to the body of heart and mind, directly modifying the target's consciousness and influencing the subconscious. This way, the target would unknowingly follow her arrangements and do all sorts of actions that went against their true will. Of course, if Audrey's arrangements directly harmed the hypnotized person's life or the things they subconsciously valued the most, the other party would show strong resistance, causing the hypnosis to fail. In addition, if the target was mentally strong and had a firm mind, they could also resist the hypnosis to a certain extent. Third, combat hypnosis. Audrey could forcefully hypnotize the enemy, making them do abnormal actions. For example, attacking their companions or avoiding her as a hypnotist. However, this kind of hypnosis could only be maintained for a short period of time. The target would quickly wake up and realize the problem. Similarly, it couldn't directly harm the target's life or make the enemy commit suicide. Fourth, psychological invisibility. With her grasp of the target's body of heart and mind, she could place herself in a blind spot, thus achieving an invisibility effect where the target couldn't see or sense her despite being right in front of her. Very impressive. The only regret is that I still don't have any beyonder powers that can directly attack. Audrey puffed up her cheeks indiscernibly as she tried her best to converge her spirituality, making her eyes not look so intoxicating. After eliminating the initial abnormalities, she opened the door and let Susie in. With the Golden Retriever's cooperation, she familiarized herself with her newly obtained beyonder powers. Before long, her personal maidservant, Annie, knocked on the door and entered with an invitation. "Miss, the church will be holding a charity gala on Saturday night. It's for a newly established bursary foundation that targets the poor. We hope that you can participate." Audrey didn't answer directly but asked instead, she asked, "Did they invite my father and mother as well?" "Yes, they also invited the Earl and Madam, as well as Lord Hibbert," Annie answered truthfully. Audrey nodded and smiled. "Tell the church that I'll participate. Also, figure out the exact situation of the charity foundation so that I can decide on the donation amount." At night, Inti's Sorenzo restaurant. This place is gorgeous. It's even more gorgeous than the living rooms and activity rooms of many nobles. Force looked around and assumed a posture of gathering material. Although she had participated in many literary salons organized by nobles, she had always gone to their homes and had never come to such a top-notch restaurant. Zio scratched her coarse blonde hair and said, "This is the style of Inti's. It's different from us. It looks gorgeous, but it doesn't have any connotations." "How can it not have any connotations? Look, those are all famous oil paintings, famous sculptures," Force deliberately retorted. During this process, she suppressed her voice because they didn't enter through the main entrance. As they spoke, they found the tiny private room that butler Walter had mentioned. Force directly opened the door and pulled Zio inside. They hid in a cupboard in an exclusive pantry and waited for their employer, Dawn Dantes, and his guests to arrive. "How much do you think that 3% of the coin company's shares is worth?" the board Force casually asked. In the morning, she entered St. Samuel Cathedral with Zio and pretended to pray, but she was actually providing protection. Zio hesitated and said, "At least a few £1,000s. I think that Bishop places great importance on it." "How rich? He donates thousands of pounds just like that. Why doesn't he help poor people like us?" Force said wistfully in a joking manner. At this moment, the door to the private room opened. Dawn Dantes and Mark's family walked in and took their seats. The corresponding waiters also began busying themselves. Zio and Force didn't speak further as they listened to the chatter outside and paid attention to their surroundings. From time to time, their noses would twitch because of the food's fragrance. Suddenly, Zio frowned slightly as though she sensed something. She immediately relaxed as though nothing had happened. "What's wrong?" Force whispered into her friend's ear. Zio shook her head and said, "Nothing. It's nothing. I was too tense, so I overreacted." At that moment, Klein put down his cutlery and glanced at the side of his chair with a calm expression. With his spirit vision activated, he saw a blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful head emerge from the void. In its mouth was a bulging letter. Vaguely, Klein seemed to smell milk, wheat, and fish. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he secretly extended his left hand and grabbed the letter. Seated in the other 3 seats, marked, Rihanna, and Hazel didn't notice anything. Just as Klein stuffed the letter into his pocket without leaving a trace, the waiters walked out of the pantry and served the 4 guests new dishes. Among them, 2 were butter-fried mushrooms. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt a little nauseous as his expression turned odd. His right palm, which had yet to be pulled out of his pocket, trembled slightly. P.S. Update before making any changes.